Hello and welcome in everyone to another day of LPL and this week's roadshow. Oh god, that's really loud. Oh gosh. It's in IG's arena. It's in Shanghai. So we're in Shanghai for our week 2 games. Welcome in everyone. Let's get ready to play some League of Legends. Hello, my name's Nymaera. I'm going to be joined by Sam shortly. He's going to be joining us from home, from the UK. Okay, I'm going to call him now and well, we'll hope he picks up. I see him on the camera. I hope he picks up the actual call. See him there? See him in the corner, in the camera? If he picks up, he's on Do Not Disturb, so that doesn't help. This is the problem with Discord Do Not Disturb. Sometimes you miss those calls, isn't it? Anyway, right. IG. Come on, Sam. I literally see you at your PC. Please pick up.
Hey, there we go.
That was
Give
a
me 2 secs to switch my headphones around, but I am here.
Yeah, that was a Do Not Disturb moment there. I was sat looking at the video Ninja link, and I'm like, I'm calling, but there is no answer. The Discord light is red. Anyway, how's it going, Sam? We're in Shanghai this week, in case you didn't see that little intro there. So we're in IG's arena in Shanghai. Oh, Sam's got his headphones off. That'll be why you can't hear me. How's it going? It could be better, could be worse, you know? But somewhere in the middle. Hey, let's have a look at the activity feed. No, I thought that was the activity feed. No, I do need to get hydrated anyway, though. Seems to be a great day of LPL. Yeah. And top esports versus AL, that's become a bit of a modern classic. And then, of course, we've got BLG versus LGD, which, I mean, LGD definitely underdogs, but in the same way that TT were, there's actually a chance that they could take a game more, I don't know. See if they can do more than that, of course. Hey, Dio, good to see you as well. Okay, Sam, I'm gonna go run and get a coffee for myself. Do you wanna entertain the chat while we get ready for?
I can absolutely do that.
Games in
pull
Shanghai.
chat up on my phone. Fantastic. Looking forward to it. To pull who you're at while I'm at it as well. So I'll do that in the background and chat to chat. How we doing, chat? We chatting along, chattily. There we go. Pull this up. It is I. Hello, Angie. Hey, Loxy. But yeah, I'm assuming we've seen the BLG news. Then I take it. Ooh, new music. Hey, Harold. Hey, appreciate your Biohazard for 3 whole months. Look at the clickety-clackety Discord. I can certainly try. Do I have that capacity right now? Kind of. Let's do it on here. Where are you in here? Jump on it. You sexy, then flaunt it. Hey, Knight getting shouted out here. Understandably so. He is rather good, folks. Rather good. Best player. And rightly so. Still the best player in the world by my money. Right. I'm in the clickety-clackety Discord. There's nothing in here. I'm literally got no pings in here at all. Why have you dragged me here? The channel in Alex's Discord. Oh, sorry. That makes sense. My bad. Where am I looking for this? Right, hang on. Okay. Clickety-clackety. Oh, lovely. Yeah, that'll do. Good pulls. Sheesh. Yeah, that's nice. I see you got Pit Nasus, the skin. Love that. Love that. Chatting about the meta answer right now. A lot of Seraphine coming back. Shen's been really good into things like the Camille. Crazy to see the Yorick win rate so high. Jace, as expected, something of a bait, though only 10% win rate. Over 1-9 in the LPL right now is kind of wild. Also, the Leona is a little bit of a fake stat.
Howdy.
Because again, she's 2-3. Or rather 1-4. But I think the people who've been playing it haven't necessarily been in the best position to get value out of it.
Yeah, I think also what we found with the Leona is that it's meant to be a kind of a Camille answer or just I need a CC support. Now, hey, thank you so much for the subs, by the way, to Nitron, to Sejian, and for now, a golden Kappa train, let's go. So if you want to sub, now is the time. But yeah, a golden Kappa, a rare occurrence, I tell you. What was I going to say?
I don't have it.
I was going to say something. Gosh, my mind was
about
going
golden Kappas, guys.
No, that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the Leo. Go on.
If you want to join on the train and get involved, you can subscribe. But also, guys, and which would be kind of cool, to be fair, but you could also do things like download Opera GX, which I hear is another great way to support the channel, or use the coffee link that could be in various chats. Also, we're pretty close at this point to Partner Plus, and that involves all of you guys back home hitting that subscribe button or upgrading to a tier 2 or 3. Regular subscriptions only, alas. Prime subs and gift subs don't count. So, you know, to those of you who are considering supporting on a more on a grander level, now is a great time. Exactly, Alex. Where do you want to go with this?
Yeah, you interrupted my point about Leona is what happened there. Leona has basically been seen as like a Camille answer because if you Q Camille as she's flying towards the wall, it will cancel that part of her hook shot, basically. It has to already be moving, but if she's already started moving and you Q her dash stand cancels and you can catch her out, which is pretty good. Problem is with Leona is that you can't get out of place. So whereas Camille can actually still fly away from a place if something goes wrong, Leona doesn't really have that degree of safety. And we've also seen her just be kind of like picked way lower down in terms of tier list of the draft later on when stuff like the Nautilus is gone or these other champions. So she's definitely not as high prior. But you can see her place in the meta. Hey Jean, by the way. Hey Kesaz. Hey Ultramarine, Enos, Sinine, and there's a whole bunch. Montes, Ultramariner. And we'll get into our rosters here now, Sam, as well, because we've got top esports to talk about. What do you make of them from their first week, Sam?
I think they aren't bad, but I'm still a little perplexed about the Jaw pickup over Fongyue. I think they still look pretty solid. Jackie Love in particular impressed me on the whole. I think it's a good meta for Cream, and that's pretty exciting. Anyone's Legend, of course, on the other side. The big shift has been in top lane, looking to get a bit more early game brawn. Allegedly now, their former top laner may even be joining BLG.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre, the rumor mill, as it happens, it's apparently saying Flandre is joining BLG. Now, the DPM rankings are probably the teams which went really late game a fair amount, which actually... I guess Top Esports had that 2 kill a minute game, and About was also in that game.
Yes, they did.
So the top 3 players all had a 2 kill a minute game. That does make a shocking amount of sense. It was game...
It does, doesn't it?
Game 2, I think it was, between Top Esports and WE was one of the most crazy games I've seen in a long time, Sam. Yeah, that was pretty intense. I don't think they've revealed their team of the week. Actually, something which I want to do is do our team of the week as we go along as well. But as it happens, Sam, this week, actually my team of the week is exactly the same as LPL's. Because I believe their team of the week was The Shy, Tarzan, Knight, and then I think they might have picked Jackie Love on. I think AD Carry is the only one which I'm a bit weird on. Although to be honest, Jackie Love was really good too, so I might just stick with that. Do you have anything you've thought about that?
Yeah, I think honestly, I would probably stick similarly. I missed a few games over the weekend, so there's perhaps an angle where I don't know how Elk looked. I don't know how Jackie looked on IG especially, but my understanding was Jackie still looked like realistically the best bot laner out there right now. Viper's also had a fairly good showing of it, but I think it was pretty convincingly. Jackie Love strutting his stuff in very different ways, which is kind of cool to see.
Oh, I'll tell you something else, Sam. I started playing Halo Combat Evolve, a campaign.
Yeah,
Evolve,
you did say.
Yeah. And I just got past 343 Guilty Spark, Sam. And unlike Anniversary, they actually did a pretty good job of it. Now,
I heard 343 was really good.
Yeah, and look, I think the rest of the campaign, I'm like, okay, it's quite high fidelity, blah, blah, blah. You know, you've got, Yeah, I can see, I suppose, what they're trying to do with that, but it definitely felt like a lot of the campaign was a bit placeholder. Anyway, we got ourselves an interview, and we'll talk more about that after, I suppose.
赛前采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。首先为大家采访到的是滔博战队的天选手，给大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博的打野天。
目前啊，滔博战队在我们的首周啊2战全胜，你怎么看自己和队伍最近的一个状态呢？
我觉得我们队伍在换完人之后，还需要经历一些磨合吧，就打法上要有一些变化。
上一场比赛可以说是有惊无险的，你会觉得在今天比赛还需要规避哪些问题呢？
上一场比赛的话，我觉得前期一些操作上，我觉得我们出现了一点问题吧。然后这一场的话，就是前面要更集中一点。
怎么看待今天跟多位选手他战的对弈呢？
对阵 AL 的话，他战就是他们的绝对核心嘛，所以在野区上要做好进攻和防守。
好的，那我们就期待今天滔博的表现了。好的，同时也为大家采访到 AL 的 Breathe 选手，跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AL 的少男 Breathe。
欢迎 CC。上一场虽然说比较可惜没有能够拿下，但第二局的坦克阵容啊，也是让我们眼前一亮，打出了很好的效果。当时是基于什么判断来选择这套阵容的呢？
因为当时根据对面的阵容，其实我们选下这套阵容也不是很缺伤害，然后也刚好比较契合，所以就这么选了。
那今天要对阵到的滔博战队，其实2个队啊也是将近3个月没有交手了，在上一赛段呢可以说是互有胜负。今天对这场有多大的把握呢？
今天对这场的话，因为我们也是刚开始磨合不久吧，所以今天的胜负可能更需要看我们各自的状态吧。
那我们就期待双方选手的发挥了，待会儿见。
Hey, thanks to the stream streak, Ultramariner, and nice to hear between it's Jackal and Breathe. I checked out for just a second there. Yeah, nice to put those interviews on for the Mandarin speakers. So, Top Esports AL, off for the first week. Top Esports had they had a couple of series which I don't think they massively impressed me, Sam. They played 2 series. And in both series, I felt like they were a little vulnerable. They played versus TT, which was a 2-1. And arguably, Sam, they should have been 0-2'd in that series. And then they played against Team WE. That was dominant, to be fair, but I think WE have a pretty bad matchup into Top Esports. So when we come around to AL, who... they've been in a weird spot themselves because they've been integrating a new top laner, but they beat JDG in a close 3-game series after a bad draft or 2 in the series. Beat LGD, which was more convincing, but definitely not without a shake or 2 as well. And then lost what was actually a fairly close series to BLG, all in all. AL don't look awful, and I think they are going to get better from here as Breathe gets more integrated.
Yes, I agree, and I still need to see Breathe be better in lane as he was advertised to be. I think he had a couple games where he ended up like one side where he was weak siding and so be it, but I had another game where I was like, I'm not so sure that really we should be in this position. The last game was good, obviously, and we saw like actually the Cassante can be strong as well, but I still need to see AL kind of learn to flex into what Breathe can do for them, and Breathe also just to have a little bit of time to settle in it and figure out what his role and the systems in the team he needs to slot himself into.
Yeah. Compliment for Duo before we get into draft. I really appreciate you putting yourself out there for the team thing you were setting up. I'm sorry that it didn't work out, but like just know that effort doesn't go to waste. For the record, Sam, like Duo was setting up basically a team to play in some NA kind of NA event. And like last 3 supports dipped out, including 1 after the roster lock, which is just like annoying as hell. But, you know, putting yourself out there and going to that effort, that effort. It's still something which I hope that you can use well, and don't let that be taken for granted. You know, it sucks, it does, but you know, like use the experience and learn from it. You know. Okay, let's go into our game, I suppose. Oh, thank you for the Opera GX download as well. I see you use it.
We love that.
Got a couple of days left of the month, and then hopefully we'll roll into the next one. We shall see what the plans are there. I'm not sure we have them for next month. I'm not sure they've done a thing for that, but we shall see. Okay, Sam, let's get ready for our big thingy where we go into the game. A great way to say it.
So they tell me that's what happens next.
Yeah. Okay, let's get into it. Hey, Tack, thank you so much for the resub.
There we go. Boom. I'm officially on Ziggy sitting duty, Alex.
Oh, beautiful.
Which is good news. She's upstairs, but she knows I'm down here. So one of these days, I might have a Ziggy joining me.
Oh.
Ziggy Camware. Well, currently she's up snoozing in the kitchen. Sorry, Tak.
Okay, get ourselves into our intro.
主牙直播、哔哩哔哩
Oh,
直
it's
播
the、vocal
腾
fried
讯视
thing.
频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东。
Obviously, this is for an ad read. I'm a little surprised.
It'll be-
They've
no,
ended
this-
up with so much vocal fry.
The vocal distortion, not vocal fry. It's,
Yeah.
that's just fine.
Well, yeah.
No, it'll just be because this is to whatever feed we have.
Yeah.
Air 呀，开局吗？为 Air 开一局，操作零负担，状态轻松 on Air。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢。
Did you hear correctly that Flandre has gone to BLG? You may well have done.
Yeah, that's the current thing.
So they might end up with Wembo, Hoyer, Bin, and Flandre all on the docket at the same time, allegedly. I mean, I'm a bit facetious. There's a chance that Hoyer didn't actually manage to get working visas. That wasn't a possibility. But either way, it certainly led to some unusual scenarios. But here is the drop onto the stage. And what an opening already!
I know, right? First time this split into Invictus Gaming's Shanghai Arena. So we haven't seen that much of this. We saw a bit of a roadshow. Not that much of it, though. Top Esports first onto the stage.
A roster I think many people will recognise, with the exception, of course, of that support role being flexed once more. Fungiway Gonjour back in. We'll see how that one works out. I've got my doubts, I must say, but at least so far, Top Esports looking pretty solid. Another Aura entrance. The lights go flaring behind him. Hands in pockets and a stroll down the alleyway of fans.
Jacula, of course, used to... Well, he won Worlds on Invictus Gaming, so a lot of the Invictus Gaming faithful still holding him close to their hearts. Top Esports in general, expected to be one of the better teams. The question is just how good, especially after an MSI collapse. And on the other side, their opponents today are ones which have, well, of course, lofty aspirations themselves. Anyone's Legend on the other side of the rift, making some changes, trying to farm some aura themselves, and walking out onto the stage.
See how they look. Of course, new addition of Breathe coming on in. Was, in fact, playing on Invictus Gaming not so long ago. Of course, has been flexed out with the return of the Shy. A few other notable moments there for Invictus Gaming. We've had a weird old year for their roster. Maybe we'll see them a little later on in their home arena, but not today, not right now.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛上海主场周第1日第1场比赛由 TES 对阵 AL。
Why is the introduction so dramatic? Because, frankly, it sets up the stage for the utter ridiculousness that is the LPL at any given moment. We have been known to have one or two bloodbaths this split.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It gives us a bit of ability to have the character of the players come through. We've seen them try some different things, like the the different aura farming entrances. I don't mind it personally. I think it's good to kind of judge our characters and how creative they can be, or whoever's telling them to stand in the right position.
Exactly. Not to put too fine a point on it, guys. The other thing is, you've got to diversify in this economy. So League of Legends playing, farming aura, that sells pretty well on the current market, so I hear.
Great point, Sam. Wonderful. No notes to put into that. Tell you what I should do as well. Over the breaks, when we get some time, I'm going to start filling in some of the games on the spreadsheet, which I didn't get to do last week. Because last week, effectively in the 3 series days doing a solo cast, I didn't really find time to do the games at the time.
That's very fair.
I was exploded. Is what I was. So
yes,
it was quite the thing. Right. So I don't know, because this is the first day of the week. I'm hoping tech stuff goes fine, but because effectively every week is kind of a week-long roadshow, there are definitely some times where we get some tech issues as well. So just bear with them for the first game or two, perhaps. Might be a bit slow to get in. But yeah, when I think about these two teams, thank you so much for the 130 stream streak, by the way, Simi. I really appreciate you.
Damn.
But yeah, when I think about these two teams, I think that both teams have struggled in draft, actually. I think the top Esports and Anyone's Legend over the course of, well, this year at least. Anyone's Legend and top Esports have both had some weaknesses in draft. And then I think that probably top Esports have had the better early game on the whole. And then I think in mid to late game, things get a bit weirder. But Anyone's Legend, if Tarzan's online, do have themselves a strong impact there.
Yeah, I think AL run into the issue late game where if they are a one-threat comp or a one-engage comp, they can really struggle to know what to do with themselves. We saw 1 or 2 games like, okay, we go in on one person, that's Kyle. What do we do? Nothing for 15 minutes and bleed away advantages. I think sometimes they just need more ways to hard force, at least at the minute. I think AL playing a no-engage style of comp that we sort of say from IG back when they had Danny as the coach last year, where they were being very creative, I think it's fair to say, with how they were looking to play the game around lots of target access but lower amounts of CC. That style of play, which requires quite a lot of coordination and certainly a lot of knowledge of your kill threat, isn't really there for AL right now. They just need it to be a little bit lower in the floor to execution for them right now, I think. Not that they're necessarily a bad team, but I think they do have these issues later on about just finding a way to pull the trigger consistently.
All right, Sam, let's get into our draft. Right, first draft of the day, first draft, Sam, of the week. Let's get into it. Top Esports, Anyone's Legend. I've said that actually I think that Anyone's Legend and Top Esports have both had some duff drafts here and there. I don't think it's necessarily been all sunshine and rainbows. See if they can clean things up for today. What are the big power picks left through from the very quick series of bans? Cassiopeia, technically a flex pick, expected to go mid though.
And that's the one. Again, Jackie has been pulling out some of the majors, though. Things like the Zerath come to mind that he piloted very successfully. Debate on the other side looks like it'll be the Victor. Was once a great matchup into the Cassiopeia. These days is you lose lane gracefully, strictly also a flex alongside the Jarvan for a Hextech Cataclysm should you wish it.
Also means that the Jarvan's not picked into your Victor as well, and potentially gives you the ability to lock in a Rumble alongside it on 3 if top Esports give them the opportunity. So what do you want into the Jarvan? Do you want to flex the Cassiopeia away from mid lane? I don't think the lock is going to get locked in at that point for 1, and 2, I don't think it's good to put the Cassiopeia bot lane blind like that as well. Lee Sin locked in, though. That one's a bit more standard.
Yeah, and we've already seen some wild counter-pick drafts. I saw the clip of Aragon losing his mind as they did all these cool stuff to get a Jace flex bot to only be into like 4 tanks and have no damage. Yeah, I'm going to say. I'm assuming that was one of those ones where it's like, yep, that's just the way of it. There's the Jace locked in. Worth noting, as we just natted about, there is the potential to flex that Jace into 4 different roles. I suppose actually every role but support at this point. Yeah. There's also the Shen immediate slam
in that draft you were talking about, Sam, I know that was the clip that made it to Reddit. I actually called the Jace being flexed out of top lane as well, actually, on his stream. So, yeah, we actually, a lot of people saw that one coming, actually, because of the flex of that.
Yeah. Yep. It is that kind of meta.
Shen gives you that global roaming potential. Gives you strong early lanes, of course, good into all coming. So I can't help but notice that the Camille has not been picked or banned. Perhaps the Camille is dead. I think that teams weren't exactly drafting the best around it. And I think now people have been pushed a little bit more and people aren't finding the success on the Camille. Perhaps that champion is, I wouldn't say dead, but maybe limited to the Ziggs Camille combo.
Or at least to support players that are very, very potent on it. Players like On, I think you still don't want to necessarily give the Camille. And of course, someone like a Carrier over in the LCK. But right now, I think things like the Shen have proven very difficult for Camille to answer in general. Feels like everywhere you go with your ultimate, Shen ults in return. The steadfast presence can be really annoying for you to get your combos off with. You can daunt to pull them out of there. The hook shot or return fire on that one can get very tricky. All of these things mean that Camille, at least right now, feels a lot less blind pickable than she once was.
Yeah. I think the champion is still really strong, though. Yorick goes top. Now, the question question is, does the Jace or the Victor get flexed? I think that Jace can get flexed, although Suen is happy to take on all comers. I think there is a chance you put the Jace bot lane, and I think if that's the case, there's actually the chance that the Victor goes bot lane as well, because it's pretty fine into it's kind of matching range for range. Alistar, not a bad lock-in. Of course, the Shen can't do that much against the Alistar, as in you can't stop the combo, so the engage will come through on what main. Top Esports, are you flexing the Jace bot lane? Are you doing something funky, or do you just want to take the mano-a-mano matchup top lane and lock in something for probably bot lane?
Certainly debating it. That'll be the decision as it stands. Got lots of ways to get the Alistar out of lane.
There you go.
Ryze being considered, and that will be the flex indeed. Good shout out on that front.
Well, the question is, what's being flexed now? Is it going to be Cassiopeia box? We called that out earlier. Or is that going to be something like... Wow, okay, that'll be some weird stuff. I don't think you want to play a Ryze top lane to the Yorick. So I think the actual flex is going to be Jace staying top lane, Cassio bot, Ryze mid. And then that means that actually with that, the Victor probably is getting flex bot. We have something else different there too. Again, there's some depth to this. There's a chance that actually the Galio goes bot lane now. Galio's pretty happy though into either the Ryze or the Cassiopeia though, I guess, in this situation. So we'll just have to see exactly what things flex to. Again, you have up until that 20-second mark of when the champion select falls through to start switching things around. I would imagine Galio mid, Victor bot from anyone's legend. Top Esports, I think you have to keep the Jace top lane now. I think the Cassiopeia goes bot lane, and then the Ryze goes mid.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Well, of course, Yorick is actually not a bad matchup into the Jace, especially if things do get a bit later. The ghouls become increasingly hard to deal with as the Jace. You don't one-shot them with your hammer form or your accelerated shot blast, means you can get run at. The Yorick gets quite tanky post a certain point as well, so you don't get to blow him up. It's not a fun matchup all the time. Can be an interesting one, even if you can pick up a CS lead here and there. Looks like we are down past that flex mark. I know that's been one of the things that a lot of pros have been, I don't want to say criticizing, but certainly calling out, is the fact that, hey, with the fact that role quests are locked in champion select, the ability to flex things around for players is a lot more limited, and kind of doing those last minute gotcha swaps can definitely throw you out of whack in terms of runes.
As soon as you have those role swaps, role quests in place, you can't stop this.
Yeah.
The way that we used to stop this back in 10 years ago at this point, where people were actually switching across the map in, mid laners and top laners going to different matchups, you'd go ward at level 1 and check where the lanes were going. This is what happened between top lane and bot lane role swaps. This is what happened between mid lane and top lane role swaps. Hell, at some points, even last year we had like the AD carries stood top lane and the top lane stood with support. And you basically just go scout people out at the level 1. We're in our break right now, by the way, so thanks for watching those ads. Let's get into game, hear the gyos. But yeah, it's really hard to stop that, like to see that out now, because the role quests mean that you must go into a certain lane.
Congrats to Invictus Gaming on their 15th anniversary. So have a listen to those gyos to celebrate, eh? Few more AL fans in the audience.
I have no idea what was shouted at the end there, but it was obviously quite amusing.
At value at for the ward as ever. I saw Raz tweet that one out as well. Also appreciating Raz, who's having a good time playing Yakuza right now, another fellow LPL enjoyer. But getting on with some good cultural gaming experience while you're at it. You're building up your gaming repertoire there. Breed's eating a few more autos there than I think he might like, but does get a last right in response. Being well zoned off this wave, though, at the level 1.
Okay, so we talked about the flex picks. Let's actually talk about the overall composition. So you have Jarvan Yorick for AL, which is a combo which you've talked about a fair amount, Sam, which is effectively Jarvan Cataclysms. The Dark Possession goes down, and when the Cataclysm ends, there's still a Yorick Ghoulie wall as well. So it's really hard to get out of that terrain. That's nasty. I think that their side lanes are fairly good, just because the Yorick's good into both side laners, but then the Galio's kind of meh into both side lanes, inside lane at least. So they've got some 1-3-1 potential. They've got Jarvan Galio, and of course you've got the Chaos Storm over the Cataclysm as well. So the actual team fight and the side lanes look pretty good for AL, especially when you add in the fact that they have a global to answer the Galio with the Shen as well. So you've got global power. Anyone's Legend, in fact, used a similar-ish composition versus BLG. Top Esports on the other side, They got a Jace for Shock Blast range. They have the Ryze for Realm Walk plays and the Cassio for DPS versus the quad melee comp. So the Ryze Cassio, if they actually get into DPS position, aren't awful for sure. But I do think on the whole, top esports are going to struggle if AL start playing well around their globals and the Yorick as like the beneficiary of that.
I'm right there with you. It's double global plus triple TP for AL. So realistically, there will be someone at any given side lane play. Theoretically, several someones at any given side lane play. I think it also gives Tarzan a lot of agency. Anywhere he chooses to pull the trigger, there's a Shen, there's a Galio to follow up on those big plays. And
a single Halcyon cruiser against five superior teleporters. I'd consider it good to have one. Make that 2 kills.
Make that 2 confirmed kills.
Again, I've been very Halo pilled today, folks, because I've been in a second. Tien tried to cancel the back and does though. Shanks will get maybe a bit of help pushing in this way. We'll see.
That gank was my last offensive option.
Oh, man. For those of you who never played Halo Combat Evolved, I mean, look, Campaign Evolved isn't a bad way to introduce yourself to the setting. Now, I'm a purist. Halo Combat Evolved is my favorite game of all time. I would just playing the original. I think the creative vision is superior. But then again, I'd say that about any kind of attempt that they have on it, really. Taunt lines and bot side. It's Fractal. Not bad.
Can see what the combo's supposed to be there with the Shen and the Victor. And of course, when you've got a Victor and a Cassiopeia, eventually, what we're going to see is both of these supports go, I shall see you later, my young Padawan. Go forth and learn in the world alone as I leave forever.
It's my time to go, but what do you mean, goodbye?
Yeah, exactly. And again, like I will shout out this conversation I have with Nymaera every time. One of the reasons we are seeing so much support roaming is effectively the way that catch-up XP is working right now means you can leave and be at level 2, level 3, and be happy to be on the map until, say, 8 minutes, and then the catch-up XP rubber banding kicks in, and you can just pick up 4 levels in a blink of an eye and get to level 6 on a fairly good timer regardless. That means you actually do give your bot lane a lot of solo XP, you get to be impacting the map, and still get towards those ultimates regardless.
Yeah, I can see that Shanks down to NCS in mid lane. Cream doing a pretty good job there. Of course, the Galio later on is just annoying for the Ryze because you get a fair amount of HP, you get a fair amount of magic resist, and the Ryze can't interact with you that well. Plus, if Ryze goes into DPS range of someone, Galio gets to ult them fairly easily, and Ryze has to back off. Free, not bad at level 6 there. Gets some damage onto Swiem. Even matchup topside, that tends to favor the Yorick, because the Yorick effectively is just waiting for the Jace to overstep once in a really big way, takes either half of the full HP bar, and then Jace has to reset, the wave goes wrong, and then Yorick kind of like takes the lead and runs from that. My read on this matchup is effectively, as soon as the Yorick gets ahead of the Jace, it kind of stays ahead.
It's over.
The question is, how long can Jace stay in the game without making a mistake, or actually get themselves a good early lead, because the early levels you can out-trade the Yorick.
Yeah, that'll be the plan. Again, we're starting to get those level 6 coming on through. Shanks has got his. Tarzan's about to camp off that himself. Tien taking the opportunity to nab away this dragon with the pressure gained by Cream and crew in that bot side. As Tarzan trading out that dragon for that Scuttle Crab. Got a couple minutes until the next set of objectives, namely the grubs. And I think when you are running something like a Yorick, definitely a consideration for AL. I think full top esports, they've got a decent pick, right? With the Lee Sin, with the Ryze, Alistair coming in. But I do think their 5v5 may well be a challenge, especially if Tarzan can be getting on top of some key mobile members, because I don't think top esports have enough ways to disengage for my money.
Yeah, I agree. I think that if Alistair has a really good team fight, Alistair is kind of uniquely good in the 5v5 scenario. There's only so much you can do as a lowly support. Not bad damage there from Jackie and Draw. I'm trying to remember, has Jackie played a game of Cass? I don't know if he played it this year. I think he played a couple of majors back on IG 2019. So I think he actually did play the Victor bot lane back then. I think that flashed up when he played that in one of his previous series. And of course, his Xerath was actually really good. He played a really good Xerath game last week.
Yeah, he did.
You didn't see that one. I'm trying to remember which team that was first. That might have been versus TT, actually. But yeah, he's had some proficiency on them. It's not like he's been an AD carry only player, which I think is a good mark of mastery. Tarzan coming down. Flash Torn.
Oh, and there's the headbutt this time. Well, Jackie still has to put that ghost down as he was trapped on the gravity field. Does get to escape. That'll be the heal and the ghost down for the flash of Kyle.
Bit of time wasted, I suppose, by Tarzan, but there wasn't really much else for him to be doing. Tien's going to go into topside jungle to maybe put down a ward. Actually, potential.
Might look at Shanks here.
Actually. Ward's over the wall, so I think that play now falls apart because Shanks is now aware of it. Won't find the wolves. Can go towards Grom. Yorick might come to protect this. Yeah, he's dipping off the wave. Breed's going to head down towards Tien.
They are. This could be a smite fight over there. It's level 7 for Tarzan, who has basically taken the opportunity with the dragon going down to get that extra camp, and therefore they don't want to take that fight right now, especially with the better back for Tarzan. I think that would have been likely a mistake, and so created a Tien unable to convert his little invade into any camp steals, and Tarzan will be able to secure all his camps. Grub started though by Tien, looking to at least take one here. Should be able to Q smite one down fairly easily.
Yeah, and you can see that's done now. So now there's 2 left. Jace is not coming from top lane because Yorick's got them in control, so top lane is both out of the picture right now. Breed resummoning the Maiden, I believe. Oh, no, just went down, rather. So Suyan went in for the Maiden during that play, but it did mean that the Jace couldn't come to the plate. Jace won't be able to impact things, so anyone's legend will get 2 grubs there. Kind of expected good takeaway. And no Maiden. There was, in fact, there was, in fact, one of them. They're gone now, Sam.
Okay, the Maiden's gone, okay. Well, and now he's maidenless, which is very rude, really.
Yeah.
And it needs to touch more grace.
Yeah. Do you get a maiden by the end of Elden Ring? What happens to that?
Okay, so right, minor law spoilers. So to be fair, it's worth noting we are getting an Elden Ring movie at some point soon, which should be kind of cool.
Yeah, it's Guillermo del Toro thing, isn't it?
I believe so. Which he's the right kind of weirdness in terms of his monster creation to fit.
Yeah, Pan's Labyrinth,
but yeah, basically, you don't have a maiden, but Melina fills the role for you.
Okay.
Basically, so you get a surrogate maiden. You get a step maiden, so to speak.
Oh no.
Yeah, look, like if you ever get stuck, your step maiden can help you out.
Help me, step maiden. I swear to God. Oh, gee, that's short.
So I mean,
that's so.
Nobody
cursed.
clipped that. But okay. Am I wrong?
Sam, I wouldn't know. I don't know the Lord. Swean heading up heading up towards Swean's lane, rather. Game's been pretty slow. 0 kills in the first 10 minutes of the game. We did see, as we said, a 2-kill-a-minute game by Top Esports versus WE. Cream pops the Ghost. A little bit hypey there. Doesn't get much out of it. Shanks will back anyway. This is a good CS lead from Cream. Cream's been doing very well in this matchup. I think 10 CS lead to the Rise. You can that one's fine. Getting up to the point where it is now, where it's actually towards the 15 to 20 CS mark, and the Gallows really struggled to get the wave in the right position. Like I noticed a couple of times he had to E forwards to get a range for the Q as he was coming back to lane, because the resets were a little bit awkward to time. I think Shanks has been bullied around a little bit by Cream here in the early game.
Yep, I agree with that. He's done very well on that front. And again, hopefully at some point, what Top Esports will have is a Jason and Rise who can, one or the other, should be able to try and get some shove. The Yorick probably wins on one side, but realistically, the Rise and the Jace, if they're ever given any time alone with a turret, should be fairly nasty to deal with. Of course, the problem with playing towards those side lanes is the fact that you are still into triple teleport, double global, which is not the most fun to try and play the map wide into. Tien there on a ward, and Top Esports not really accelerating here. I think is going to favor, I want to say AL here. I think as the game gets later, we'll have more options with a good side lane and a good team fight core in both options.
Yeah, that's why Top Esports really need to get a Dragon or 2. You get a Dragon or 2, you can maybe flip the scaling. Depends on the soul. It's not going to be Infernal, not going to be Hextech, which is a bit annoying, but even something like a Mount or an Ocean would work fairly well for you here. Yeah, I think when it goes later, I probably favor anyone's Legend. I think that having the Victor kind of backed up by the Galio. The Galio actually being able to ward off for someone is quite important. Although Top Esports do, on the whole, just have more raw damage. They've got a Jace and a Rise and a Cassio, whereas the Galio's not going to be much of a damage threat themselves. The Victor's going to be the main damage output, with actually the Yorick having to put out a lot themselves. So there is a worry that anyone's Legend, if Hope gets caught out of position, and Hope, well, now I'm thinking about it again. If Hope doesn't put out a lot of damage, anyone's Legend's comp isn't that high DPS. Hope looked pretty okay on the Victor the last time, but realistically, one of the big problems for anyone's Legend has been Hope is not a great primary carry. He's okay when he's on utility. He'll be stable if you just give him a secondary role within the team, but him being a primary damage carry has been a bit of a problem point for anyone's Legend.
Exactly that. Jackie's going to have to self miasma briefly and back away on that one. All the while Tarzan on this dragon. So theoretically, especially with the Shen, already putting down a load of wards there in that blue side top esports jungle. She want to pick up that dragon with little contest. There is a Scuttle Crab top side, but that might be Tien's only prize. And Yorick is backing away from that turret to prevent too many options. Hextech Ultimatum on top of Cream, who's forced to run away.
Very low action game, Sam. We haven't really
It
had that
is.
much to yap about. It's Chemtech Rift. So...
Well, we've yapped about Step Maidens is what we've done.
Yeah, we have, and I could always talk more Halo. Again, like, given how bad Halo Anniversary was, I'm glad that this is so much better on that scale of things. Kyle was trying to maybe steal Grom. That would have been quite funny. Like, yeah, Campaign Evolved is better than Anniversary, but Anniversary's visual design was so bad it was quite, to put it this way, it is a remaster where people prefer the original graphics 10 years later. That's just an utter failure, you know. So I think Campaign Evolved has been better in regards to that. I mean, I think that the visual direction is one I disagree with. I think that the Halo looks too much like Earth rather than an alien planet. But the actual graphics they've got in there, the water graphics is fantastic. The look and feel of it, I mean, it does upset me a little bit that the Warthog is very bouncy and you can basically never flip it now because it's so self-writing. But I understand that was a problem point for many of the original players, so that one I'm willing to see it a bit on that point. But put it this way, the Warthog is now bouncy, not slidey. We'll put it that way. Hey, Michael, good to see you. Hey, and welcome to everyone in chat as well if you're joining us for the LPL. We love to spend our mornings with you. Technically our mornings into afternoons, really, but if you're enjoying yourselves, please think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe, or donate to the Ko-fi, downloading Opera GX for free. It supports us. I know, it's crazy. And we hope you're all enjoying your LPL stay with us.
I certainly am, Alex.
Yeah? How's getting trended?
I just want to say it. Yeah, that looks like it might actually be something resembling a wave clear. It's not actually that much action. We got a plate. No, we got a singular plate, Alex.
I actually thought they might go in for the Jace as he came up to turret. That didn't happen, and now Jace is...
Is he calling on awards?
Jace...
Come on. No.
Jace now has a cull cashed in and is 800 gold ahead of his opposing number. So while Breather's within 10 TS, Swian has had, I think he got some plates topside, and he has the cull, so he's actually pretty happy, Sam. 900 gold ahead. Jace has gotten out of lane more than fine.
Yeah, there's a nice little trap there with the Maiden. Now, Cream is going to be run out here. Does get himself a ghost to run away. Did need to do that, as he eats about half his health bar from that combo.
The baby cage knows many crimes. Sam Tien looking for a kill,
Hope.
maybe onto Hope. Does have a kick flash, but good positioning and tier 2 boots means that Hope runs away. Sam, we had a 2-kill-minute game last week, Sam. Sam, where are my kills?
They've been sucked away into the past. Not in this game. That's why you can't do that, Alex.
Exactly.
Will shadow dash away. Wait, come on, Tien. Violence. No. Don't walk away.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, I think
15 minutes, no kills.
This maybe is just a I'm so cultured thing. But yeah, Varus does share a name with Publius Quinctilius Varus, who was the Roman
Oh, you know the full name? You know the legal name?
Yeah, I do. He was the general who lost the Roman legions in Teutoburg Forest, which was the
Is that to
Romans...
Vercingetorix?
No, Vercingetorix was... I'll get back to you on that one. I actually can't remember the name of the bloke. But yeah, the Germanic tribes which killed the Roman legions in the now Germanic forest of Teutoburg Forest. Yeah, so Varus shares a name with that. And it was betrayed by their local guide. So the betrayal in Varus' story as well, of which there is a bit in one of the versions of his lore at least, is somewhat historically related.
I think Top Esports, despite being down the globals and theoretically with some challenges in the sidelines, actually managed to get Zuian a lot of alone time on these turrets. He gets that first turret of the game. It's traded for the Herald, but now Zuian 1,600 gold up individually. Of course, came in last split as a last-minute replacement for 369, was given a lot of counter-pick potential for some great Vayne gains and the like. But we are still asking him here to do a good job and say, playing with something like that blind pick Jason, really continuing to leverage that early good start to his top esports career here in a game that may not be the simplest to play out of Jace.
Was that a major arc in school history class? No, you know that meme of my Roman Empire is this? The problem is my Roman Empire kind of was just the Roman Empire. I played a lot of Rome Total War. I enjoyed myself some ancient history. I was more of a Greek mythology fan over Roman mythology, but hey, I'll take all comers on that one. And yeah, I've just picked up a fun fact here. Then Tien walking forward, trying to steal a red buff. Might actually get this. Gets a little closer.
Smite fight.
Tarzan gets it.
Oh, one by Tarzan. The flag and drag comes on down. TM will ward up out with that safeguard. Shanks is coming on over. Theoretically has the ability to come join with an ult, but it means getting a 1v1 on two separate sides. Not looking like a 1v1 for too much longer as a 2v2 somewhat breaks out on the other side as Tien manages to hop into the pit and get out. And no violence again is consummated. We are being kill-balled.
We've decided it's you know, an anti-violence day. Tarzan hopping over the wall. He might actually have to flash in now. He jumps in, has the Galio, here's a fight.
Violence! Violence! Cream gets to flash away, does survive for now, but Tarzan will not be able to secure that in terms of full kill. That will be a flash out from Cream from the Cataclysm, but there's still a potential 2v2 in the river. But now Hope coming on over makes it interesting. Battle Herald down as well. In is the Dragon, the Petrifying Gaze onto Shanks, all the while Hope backing away. The Gravity Throw comes down. TS are very, very low. Tien and Cream both going down. The Battle Herald knockup as Tien goes down. That's our first kill. Make it a 1-for-1. Into the mid lane turret we look though as Tarzan confirms the Herald charge in there. Flash taunt onto Zwian. Needs to flash away, gets knocked up, and all of that gold on Jace means nothing when you're looking at a grey screen.
Sam, yesterday I loaded up campaign Evolve for Halo, and today I see some real Warthog action in here. That's like that's the first splatter of the Slayer match, Sam, as the Herald takes first blood. Tarzan just drives it through.
Splatter spree.
Hell's Wheelman. We saw this in top lane as well, or rather we didn't. Oh, Dwarf failed a flash combo. I suppose it's still okay, because I think he cancelled the Shen ultimate in there. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but I only caught just the back end of that. But yeah, top Esports get the dragon, but they do lose the 2 kills to 1 there. AL, not bad gold on the table, but it has ended up being, you know, an even gold game. Going back to the replay here, because this was the whole of that fight again. Battle Herald is used. Smite comes through from Elise, no surprises, and then Tarzan flies into the play, cancels out the the safeguard rather, just at the end of it, and kills him with the actual Herald charge. I haven't seen an actual Herald kill in a very long time.
Yeah, just gets literally splatter spreed on that one, as there is the flash taunt after, and Zwian with all of that gold ends up being well punished. It was always going to be an issue this game, especially about the Alistair there. Your front line gets dubious. Here's the pick attempt though. In comes the Realm Warp. The Petrifying Gaze comes on down, and Kyle is left in the dirt. Nice work from Top Esports, evens up the kill score. It's still a relatively even game, but that's an important moment for them.
Yeah, you can see the combos from Top Esports are pretty nasty too if you manage to get you know, the CC into the miasma. That's when things get actually quite nasty for anyone's legend. So 2-2 in the kills. Tarzan, amongst other people, using their flashes in that last play. Now, when no one has flashes, I do favor Jarvan and Galio, but you need to now find the angle why those cooldowns are down. Jakilov has his flash available. Cream and Swian and Joao don't. There should be a pick opportunity for anyone's legend in the next minute or two while those summoners are down.
Nice chunk there from Hope onto Jakilov. Ow, ow, ow. Lost 2/3 of his health bar there under his own turret. And instead, they will be forced to back away. Breathe, also getting a good chunk onto this bot lane. Turret Jaw is around. Jakilov being slowed down a little. Yes, my friend.
Important moment, important notification from YouTube chat. Vercingetorix for Caesar. No, it wasn't. That was a different century, that one. So a few.
Thank you, YouTube chat.
There you go. Little while off there, so appreciate that.
I knew it was in the right. I knew it was in the same area. I couldn't remember the timing on that one. That makes sense.
I don't think it was.
He's also Germanic. I thought he might have been the Gauls, right? Rather than Germanic. Yeah.
I think that would have been more. Well, I mean, yeah, Gaul kind of stretched from like modern day France.
No,
it was a large area, right? Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, I'm actually not sure geographically where everything was, but yeah.
Turns out we've also got some people whose Roman Empire was in fact the Roman Empire.
Yes. What I do remember is just the quite funny fact of like Rome. Hang on a second, fight over the Skullcraft. Tarzan wins that.
Yeah, Tarzan wins that. Channel.
Oh no, that wasn't the channel. Oh, it's the Lee Sin mark looks remarkably like. No, I know there's the mark above his head, but there's like a little purple glowy figure on there.
Yes.
And I thought that surely that's just the Chenault with one of the shot plates.
Because I think
but yeah,
when it happens when Tarzan presses his W in response to the Q as well, the kind of combination of the purple glow and the shield makes you go, "Is that the Chenault?" And no, it's not.
No,
but that's what it is.
Pause. Any other historical fun facts you want to lead us through?
I was just going to go, speaking of pause, Pal World's been quite cool.
Yeah?
Anyone been playing that game?
No. Well, I know Casual has been, but yeah.
Oh, dude, really fun. I will say I've been Stardew Valleying is actually what I've been
really?
doing. Yeah, I've been chilling out making a farm. It's been very
Is that co-op or single player?
Solo, I'm running a solo farm. I'm too ADHD to do it with people. Like, it's another time.
Did you see that Co-Carnage, so for those of you that don't watch Co-Carnage, he's a great variety streamer, but like his base building is very, very organized. And apparently his 9-year-old son, 7 a.m. before he went up streaming, was like, Dad, I saw your base the other day and there's a better way to do it. And just Ko's just like, oh no, my children.
To me?
That's the kind of moment as a parent where you're like, oh wait, hang on, they're gaining consciousness. This is and they're partially me, so they're gonna know some things which I know. You know? Oh gosh. Yeah. Gamers having kids is the genre.
Yeah. To go back to Power, well, speaking of people who've been playing Power, Ko's been playing a lot of that one as well. But they've added in. Obviously, basically a fight with an equivalent of something similar to Kyogre. It's not. It's
I did see that. I did say the flap, you're alive.
Yeah, well, basically, on Surf within the context of a game like Pokemon is a very mediocre-looking skill. Not dangerous. It's quite dainty, really. You get to go surf on the ocean. It's kind of cool in that, and it opens up the map. There's that Castlevania moment, Metroidvania moment, where you get the new skill and you get to go back to old areas and unlock them with the power of Surf. Isn't that cool? In this game, it just summons a 30-foot tidal wave with which someone stuck the, I want to say, was it the Evangelion theme on top of some crazy music? And they just on like some tiny little bird trying to fly over this tidal wave, flying at them, while some monster whale is bearing down Monstro style to eat you up.
You know, funnily enough, I was watching a Wolfie video the other day, and Surf, it never really got used that much in VGC because it hits your allied Pokemon as well. But there are some moments where you have something like what's the Pokemon? Something like Gastrodon, which has Storm Drain as a ability, where if it gets hit by a water type move, it gets empowered instead, basically. So you can do that to basically have, you know, you can amp up
a three hit basically.
A 3-hit, but then a buff and then 2 hits. Yeah. Although the problem is then you're indexing very heavily into water types. Anyway, and that aside, let's get back into game. We've yapped clearly enough, Sam. Back into game. 22 minutes on the clock. Only 4 kills. 2 dragons to 1 in favor of Top Esports. Now Tarzan's in a pretty good state, and the Lee Sin isn't, which is a problem because Lee Sin I feel like kind of needs to be snowballed. It's not the easiest game to get value out of the Lee Sin. Anyone's Legend though, I'm not as confident in them as I was before, though, Sam, because I think over the last fight or two in terms of the DPS, I think that if AL don't catch out one of the carries, there is a chance that they can turn around for some quite effective team fighting.
Yeah, again, I think if Top Esports do get to stand and deliver, they've got the better consistent DPS. Jace, Ryze, Casio are very high DPS options, especially if the Jace is able to auto-attack, not just fire or shot blasts. And we've all seen what Ryze and Casio can do. The problem is, of course, they have got to be aware they've got very limited frontline, and the combo from AL is pretty disgusting. And you look at someone like Shanks, right, who started with the Abyssal Mask, has picked up the Imperial Mandate. They've got a good potential catch angle here at the end. Not exactly the scariest on this Lee Sin. Has got to be a bit afraid of the various troubles he may walk into. Scouts out that bush, trying to stay safe. That is still Tarzan, looking to come round on the other side. Flag goes down, won't pull the trigger. In goes Kyle with the taunt onto Jackie Love, who is left a little bit low, forced to ghost and run away. The taunt now comes down onto Jaw, who will immediately make his will unbreakable. Breathe coming on down as well. The miasma down. Few ults burned, but no one as yet dead.
Yeah, and the Shen Flash was used too. Anyone's Legend, they waited too long to make their play because now the flashes are back up. You could have gone in for a big Cataclysm combo. Summoners are back available. I feel like the cooldown economy not well managed by Anyone's Legend. Of course, Dragon is alive. Top Esports will be looking to see if they can get a Shock Blast or 2 on target. Anyone's Legend, their objective setups have forever maligned them a little bit. Top Esports do get themselves into River unexpectedly, given how much control AL had before the Dragon.
Yeah, they're forced back away from it somewhat again. They got that one wall behind, but everyone's kind of here, and no one from Top Esports really wants to do the flanking thing. They got a little bit of poke down onto the front line, but it is onto the front line. TN left a little low here. The miasma down, trying to prevent some steals, but it's still a 1 flip by Tarzan. Petrifying Gaze catches onto 1 into the Rune Prison. Kyle likely trading his life out and does go down. Jackie gets that one with the Twin Fangs all the while. The fight continues to be a fracas as TN not tanky enough. Neither is Jaw without the ultimate. And now Top Esports in danger. Flash for the Morning Mist sends the ghouls on forwards. A Justice punch to the skull brings the Man of Tomorrow down today. The Realm Warp away, and Top Esports extract, but down 3 members.
It was a bit of a messy fight. Anyone's Legend ended up kind of going in just at the right time, though, and you can see that Breathe is the big DPS check there. We did call it out earlier that the Yorick could be, a big part of the DPS, but he does get a ton of Q damage down. The Yorick, even before we get to like 3-4 items with the Yorick, becomes really, really scary too. Of course, they're online, but later on, the Yorick just becomes really, really hard to deal with. Top Esports lose the Dragon, lose a big fight, and despite the fact that they had all cooldowns available, really, couldn't figure their way out through this. Tien, trying to get that Smite Steal down, couldn't quite get it, ends up, putting himself out of cooldowns for a large part of this. Dwarf basically goes in to cancel the galley wall. It's not bad by him, but then he's in the backline. The Alice is pretty much dead. You'll just notice that stuff like this Yorick cage ends up being so impactful. Breathe is really confident on this Yorick, and he's doing a lot of work on it, even in the first few games of his for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, and then of course you get to the point where the Victor ult starts to cycle through and cause some damage. Got to the point right where the ult came back off cooldown, having been used in the little lead up to the fight as well. So always a bit scary. AL now 2,500 gold ahead. They pick up that second dragon, denying Soul Point. And I do think you're at a point for Top Esports where if they don't start getting kills early on in a fight, they do run into issues of being a relatively squishy composition that can be run down by all of the bruisers of AL, especially if Jor and Tien die early on into the fight. For all their DPS will be good. A little bit of a smite fight over the Gromp, won by Tien. Don't know whether he wants this extended play. There's a GA already on Tarzan, so he's happy to keep this play up. In fact, he's a full item up. The flag and drag through. Kael is here. Counter him down. Tien forced to kick out the Jarvan. No way to ward hop out yet until just now, but the flag and drag is through, and Tien is just run down by the jungle support of AL.
It takes about 20 auto attacks, but no one's coming in time. Tien, this has been a duff game from him. 2k down, 0-3. The Lee Sin, we saw this from Shun as well, versus Anyone's Legend in the game 2 there. The Lee Sin is not a forever scaling pick. It's not a champion which can get away with anything. You need to be snowballing this pick in drafts like this when you're against heavy melees. This is exactly what happened to Shun in game 2 versus Anyone's Legend just last week, and Tien, and one of our great junglers, really struggling here.
Hope's been doing a great job on this Victor to find serious chunks on people. Manages to get the majority of Joe's health out, gets his ultimate out there as well. Doesn't have to burn any of his own summoners there either. So just gets that for free. Feels pretty good. Allows him to get more control over this jungle. Tarzan stealing away these camps and continuing to out-level and out-farm Tien on a champion that, again, he has a world championship skin on. He is very good at this champion, but once or twice this year, when it has gone wrong on the Lee Sin, it's tended to go wrong fairly catastrophically for Tien.
This game also, very interestingly, we talked about the globals. This game has not been about globals. This has been about squaring up. I wonder whether it's just because both teams understanding how powerful the Realm Warp slash the... Well, I think particularly Top Esports are aware of how powerful the Galio plus Shen combo is. I wonder whether both teams have been playing more conservatively because of that. Neither team really playing that wide. They want to play narrow, they want to play grouped up on the whole, and play around these objective timers. Now, Anyone's Legend, they once again will have to blow the cooldowns of Top Esports. They have every big flash available ready for this dragon fight. I mean, Cassiopeia will get theirs by the time the dragon spawns. Baron started now. Big problem with Anyone's Legend's comp, though, is their Baron DPS is really low unless Yorick is there.
Yeah, and Yorick is there. And again, you have got the Victor who's got 3 items now, so at least he's offering a little more than he might have once upon a time. But I agree, you are a little shy on that front. Tien, Jor, both around alongside Suiyan, so especially with it being red side, keeping the Lee Sin out of the pit is a challenge. 30 seconds till Dragon.
Looking for poke. Well, guess we'll try and see the same from Suiyan when he turns up as well. Suiyan does have a decent 3-item core, full lethality. Doesn't have any percent pen in yet, but because he's the main physical damage source, not like there's a huge amount of armor built up on Anyone's Legend. There's a Seekers, I suppose, actually. No, I'll take that back. There's actually a GA and a couple of Seekers, so that's changed now to some extent. Mandate in from Shanks, so his W, E, and R are lower cooldown. Squaring up for the Dragon again. Anyone's Legend, their setup last time was a bit messy. They had to look for the big fight after the Dragon's already started. See how they approach it this time.
Defend their control ward in that mid lane line bush, get shoved in mid lane wave as well. Out comes that dark possession, was Cream into a horrible spot, trapped inside. Is it going to be the funeral rites? No, Cream managed to escape right now. I'm not dead. yells the man on the cart. TN potentially in danger as well. Out comes a little bit more damage, and the Lee Sin again cannot find a flank, gets too close, gets locked down, and gets broken down.
The wards got put on the blast cone. He couldn't get out to safety. They warded the cone, Sam. Tien caught out. 0-4 in the Lee Sin. Dragon goes down, and I think, look, realistically, top esports comp, the Lee Sin into this many kind of tanky melee bruises has not been very playable since the game went in anyone's Legends' favor. This is not a game which is easy to come back from top esports. I think they needed to get ahead and stay ahead. I thought that the DPS from the Rise, the Cassiopea, and the Jace would be fine, but they're never getting into position, Sam. Anyone's Legend are denying them the ability to put down that damage. It's a very split fight, though. Tien does have kick, he uses it. The ward's already there, though. They double ward this, tries to hop over, can't auto-attack it, and Tien gets blasted. Sad times for the Lee Sin, can't escape.
No, can't. Tien unable to extract there, goes 0-4, is just not having a great time. Nearly at a GA. The problem is it's nearly a 3,000 gold lead to Tarzan, who's hit the point right where the Shen ult, with the Galio ult, with his own tankiness at this point, can go in and just stay in a play. And sure, you've got the Rise, you've got the Cassiopeia, but it's still going to be a challenge to bring him down in any reasonable time frame.
So, top esports, sadly for them, I don't think they could find... Oh, hang on, what happened? Oh, you have to use the Realm Orb to get that.
Wow.
So that's a cooldown down. Breathe, really good game from him. I think that a lot of people have eyes on Breathe, because, of course, he's the new player into anyone's Legend. People will be asking, you know, is he better than... I guess...
They're going to try and catch Zuyen out there and didn't find him. Okay. Yeah. Well, you've got a few minutes until you really need it, I suppose. So, theoretically, now is not the worst time to burn that particular ultimate.
Not sure you want that, buddy. I think that's probably a flash blow. He just blows the ult instead. Maybe thinks that with the globals down, they can find an angle. There's no dragon here, though. But blows the ult. At least he doesn't blow the flash, Sam.
No, he doesn't. And it ends up being support ult, I suppose, is the grand trade of things. Neither felt like they were completely necessary to lose, but there we are. Top esports trying to fight for something resembling a vision line. Not really able to do so as Rian slips off vision, looks for shot blast, can't find it. I think top esports options are getting quite thin on the ground here. Sure, the damage will be good as the game gets later, but I struggle to see who's going to want a phase check here as Tien, trapped on a gravity field, has to safeguard out. Cream hit with those Winds of War. Just get some damage onto Shanks, but Shanks been able to build mostly MR, and so the damage of the Cassiopeia and the Rise is nominal at best into this big magic tank.
Yeah, and of course that W maxed out quite a while ago now, so that magic shield is very large. Top esports can't go through that too easily. It has been a very slow game, Sam. It's not been that high kills, not been that high action. We've been fighting around objective timers, and I think that I understand why. I think that top esports don't want to play the wider map versus anyone's Legends comp with so many globals. I think that top esports, though, with that in mind, actually needed to win the 5v5 Sam, which they have done. They found that quite difficult, even when they've been trying to rely on the scaling, maybe, of the Cassiopeia, the Rise, the Jace range. It's not really ended up that way, though. They've just ended up kind of losing their Lee Sin early into the fight against the heavy melee comp of anyone's Legend, and not really been able to provide a platform for their backline. Someone in chat talking about, why don't we have a Wolfie VGC for League of Legends? I completely agree. I think that the content scene for League of Legends is in a weird spot. You know, go back a couple of years and we had like a lot of parody artists and a lot of very cool content creators like the Peace Pigeon, Bad Administrator, you know, all these cool people. At some point, I do want to get onto doing some Wolfie style videos in League. In fact, I talked about that at the start of the year. I want to do what are the greatest X champions of all time. So my first one would be what are the greatest marksmen of all time, the greatest ADCs of all time. And I have been like working on a script for that. The script is there. It's just I'm not a good video editor, so I need to do upskills, Sam. I need to sit down and actually learn how to use goddamn DaVinci Resolve. It'll happen at some point. Baron is available. Dragon up in a minute and a half. And look, the reason we could talk about stuff like this is because again, it has been all very slow, methodical setup. You can see the vision line from anyone's Legend is really high up, and top esports haven't really felt like they've been able to contest anywhere, Sam.
No, they haven't. And that is going to continue to be something of a problem, especially with the Baron going down slowly but surely. They pull off, looking to catch someone on the Tomon over. Tien and Jackie in danger. In comes the hero's entrance. This flash is blown to survive. Turnaround play potentially. Tarzan forces more flashes as Cream does join in. Remember, there's still that GA. Petrifying gaze on 2. That is better from Top Esports. They escape the attempted trap from AL and look to punish with the man advantage. Shanks goes gold and potential turnaround as Jaws now in danger as the last rides come flying. Taunt from the side of Shanks keeps him alive. He doesn't burn down to the Deathfire touch just about.
That's
now
what I was worried about.
Baron.
That's what I was worried about for anyone's Legend. The game was going slowly in Top Esports. It felt like they were waiting for the scaling of the cast and the rise, and it actually pays off this time. They have more damaging members. Teleport coming in from the Yorick, and they're not going to be able to do anything about this Baron. Here comes Breathe into melee.
He does get into melee, but now he's realm warped in and gets chunked out fairly heavily with the flag, and Drag still decent alongside the dark procession, and Top Esports all trapped in here. The golden moment buys Jackie Loves his space. Hope though, untouched. In comes Shanks again with that massive shield of Durand. Jackie with no flash, trapped in the pit. They get the Baron, but everyone else is being melted alive. A Cataclysm comes on down, and Cream is being used to fill up AL's coffee. Everyone dies in the pit.
Breathe just takes a Blasco right into the heart of the enemy team, and Top Esports can't do anything about it. The Baron that was so hard earned for them immediately wiped from the table. Top Esports win a 5v5, but they can't do it 2 times on the trot without cooldowns. Anyone's Legend, how much are they going to take here? They take themselves...
I think it's everything.
The turret, they take the inhibitor. I think they take the game, Sam.
Breathe is here. He's going to walk on in as here comes the hero's entrance back off cooldown. Jaw with the ult, desperate to get to the wave, but it will be to no avail. AL finally find a critical fight, and the game ends in the blink of an eye. Yorick comes on forwards, and the Demolition Man is more than enough to win them the game.
That was a really good game from Breathe, Sam. I think that Breathe... I think that Breathe's first series... Besides the first couple of games, he had one really good Cassante game. Outside of that, not fantastic. This is probably, I would say, holistically his best game yet. I think his laning phase was good. I think his impact across every team fight was very pronounced. This was a very solid game from Breathe, and I think that's what Anyone's Legend have been really waiting for, right? Because I think that, with Flandra outgoing and his form being a bit mixed, we were a bit worried about what would happen with any top laner that come into Anyone's Legend on short notice. That was a great Yorick game. I think that's been Breathe's most comfortable champion, and he plays it well. That was really, really good. Top Esports on the other side, they tried to play towards the 5v5 with just higher damaging members, but they couldn't get online early enough to fight the early fights. I think that TN in particular had a couple of really dodgy 5v5s, Sam, and I think that really hurt their ability to hang into the late game.
I think it also just wasn't a very fun game for the Lee Sin. The moment he didn't find anything in the early game, it just meant that everything he was doing was risky, and he got punished repeatedly. I also think as you did come to those 5v5s, the moment you weren't able to stand in DPS as a Rise or a Cassiopeia because you didn't have a flash, you didn't have a Ghost, you really struggled to actually stand where you wanted to because you're in range of so many bits of CC and Bruisery members looking to get on top of you and just keep you locked down forever. We saw it at the back end of that Baron fight, right? Sure, they brought down one member, but it wasn't exactly cleanly done. And sure, you got the Baron afterwards, but without the flash, without the Ghost, you ended up trapped in that cauldron with nowhere to run. You can see the damage numbers there. Hope as well had an excellent Victor game.
Yeah, I think that the thing about Hope's Victor here is like, I think that the Victor did well. I think that Anyone's Legend, the real, I don't want to dunk on him too much. I think that the real success of a comp like this is that Hope just kind of has to just use skill shots on cooldown. It's quite easy for like a Yorick to be stood in front of him, a Shen, a Galio, a Jarvan, a John. You have 4 melees, stood in front of you. It's quite hard for the other team to get onto the backline, which means that his job is just put out cooldowns as quickly as possible, as often as possible, just get your damage down. I think that the front line of Anyone's Legend and their team fighting shape really helped that. I mean, the kill from the Herald is just insult to injury. That was one of my favorite clips from that game.
Yeah, again, you sort of saw like Jackie Love on the Cassiopeia did very limited damage. I think like 11,000 damage total compared to like the 30 plus from Hope was pretty tough. But that's partly because sure, the miasma was good from the from the Cassiopeia. We saw a couple good petrifying gazes, but her ability to actually stand there in DPS was somewhat limited because who was protecting her doing that with so many potential threats on top of her? She really didn't get a lot of free time to just press E on people.
So that's game 1 done. As I said, Top Esports, I felt like they had a couple of messy games or not great drafts. I think the draft wasn't fantastic. If anything, I would have preferred... when we went back to that draft and they tried to flex things around, I would have just preferred flexing the Jace out of top lane rather than the Cassiopeia to bot lane. Go Jace bot lane. I guess just go to the Jace bot lane, protect it with your support, that's fine. and then go for a different top laner into the Yorick. I think that would have been the better
Yeah,
one.
like-
That's what BLG did. They flexed the Jace out of top lane and they put the Gwen in top lane. It just didn't work because Wenbo sadly had quite a poor game from himself. But that would be the logic. I think there was I think perhaps a missed trick there by top Esports in the draft.
Yeah, like a Cassante or something here would have gone really hard just to buy a little bit more space and have something for your Ryze and Cassiopeia to stand behind.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Xanta's a bit weird into the Yorick. You want the good matchup into that first and foremost. But yeah, for sure, having a frontline would have been better. Sure, I think there are multiple picks you can have at least a conversation about.
And here's that last play where, sure, there was a moment where you got to go golden or... But that didn't really save you, as you sort of see. Hope is just free firing. Tarzan still got half his HP bar. The Cataclysm's back up. They just didn't have enough DPS to kind of bulldoze their way through the continual CC chains of AL in threat range.
Yeah. Okay, I suppose we should go into an ad break. I guess we should see who our player of the game is as well. Actually, player of the game, I think it's Breathe, personally, although Tarzan has a shout. Hope good damage numbers, but realistically, I think that Hope's job was made easier by his front line. I think probably not Shanks. I think Shanks was fine, but I don't think he was a standout as the top jungle. Kyle had a couple of okay taunts, but he also had like a missed taunt flash or two as well. Or is it not a missed one, but in like one which was not coordinated very well, so I'll phrase it instead.
Yeah,
I would personally give it over to Breathe. I think that Yorick was a really big factor in that win.
That's fair. Hey, Al, can I just go refill my coffee and run to the bathroom quickly?
Oh, Jarvan gets it.
Fantastic.
Okay, cool. My vote would be
he
up to
was
Breathe,
excellent.
yeah. He was 100% kill participation, that says something. Although Jarvan standard tends to do that for you. Anyway, we're going to go into a quick ad break and we'll get ready for game 2. Stick around and we'll keep chatting with chat. And let me know when you're back as well, Sam, so I can go on a break. I think he's gone already. I hope League Classic brings back some old school content creators. I hope so too. Yeah, I hope so too. But yeah, I'll be playing some League Classic at some point. I need to finish Halo Campaign Evolved, and then I'll probably get onto League Classic. I also just want to treat myself kindly as well, because I am streaming an awful lot of hours, and I don't want to burn out too heavily. Like, I'm already feeling like weary from week 1 because I had to do like 3-day series back to back. Is a tad much. Dude, I have to say, all of this conversation around mage bot laners online, it is doing my head in, because thanks to the concern about the fact, it's fine. It's just like it's just more like I have to be aware of this stuff, because if I'm aware that I'm pushing myself too much, then obviously my quality of my work goes down, and then also I don't want to do as much, which is not something I want to do. So, you know, that's not a situation I want to be in. So just looking after myself and being aware of it, right? Because being aware of that you're pushing yourself too far is a really big step to being aware of your limits. Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Gosh, what was I going to go on to? I was going to go on to something else. Yeah, this conversation about mage bot lanes. I'm like, I know Gumayushi chimed in and said that basically choosing a role in League of Legends is like choosing a class. I choose bot lane because I want auto attack carries. I don't think that's true for like any other class though, to that extent. Not any other role to that extent. Like, I somewhat see the point. However, you know, mid lane has some limited bruises. You can play tanks there. You've played mages, assassins. There are some like enchanters in there too, like Karma as well. There is, you know, there are CC bots and global champions, playmakers like TF. I think that mid lane has a ton of different classes. Jungle has tanks, has AP champions, has assassins, has AD bruisers, has Ivern as well. Top lane has tanks, bruisers, has AD carries right now as well. You can even play a mage or two top lane. Support has enchanters, it has tanks, it has occasional poke mages as well. Every other role besides AD carries has much higher class diversity. I know there have always been some mages around, but realistically, you don't have to know how to play them to play bot lane, which I somewhat understand. But I think that realistically, bot lane being all AD carry centric stuff all the time is I think it's bad for the creativity of the game, and I understand that the pendulum has swung too far the other way. It has. No, that's not what I'm contesting here. But I think what now people are doing is overreacting themselves and saying that it should only be marksman and that it's only about this. I think there should be a healthy mix of champions in bot lane, and I think that the problem is now the can of worms is opened up, and I don't think you can put that back in the box. I don't think you can put it back in the box. I think that realistically, we're in a position now where I think that it's quite hard to put the majors back in. Similar stuff happened in 2018, 2019, and that lasted a little bit to 2020 and 21, although, to be honest, as soon as Syndra got nerfed, I think people forgot about it. Majors bot lane have been good for literal years, though. And the problem is, I would imagine the meta is going to change. I would imagine that there's going to be a brute force fix to say, oh, okay, you have to pick XYZ, or I don't think putting roaming support out of the meta will change things. I don't think it will. But my problem is, there's probably going to be a huge change in meta, and I think it will probably end up happening close towards the end of regular season, so playoffs are completely different, and then Worlds is completely different to the split that you qualify on, which really worries me. Because every year, Worlds is played on a significantly different patch to the one that is played regionally, and I understand that's something which they want to avoid to a certain extent, well, to a large extent, in fact. But oops, God, that's really loud. Really loud, gosh. But yeah, I think that I think that's something which they try and avoid, but I don't think they've been that successful at doing that.
只要您来到我们的现场观看比赛，参与我们的场间活动，就有机会获得我们的精美好礼哦。那么我们今天的第一个场间游戏叫做火眼金睛，在稍后的话，导播会在大屏幕上展示一张图片，这个图片呢是某个英雄的局部，有可能是他的武器的局部，也有可能是他的衣角。相信各位资深召唤师一定能够判断出这位神秘来客的身份。各位，规则都 OK 了吗？OK， 没问题。那接下来谁想成为第一个获得这个环节奖品的召唤师呢？你好，没问题。那有没有信心？100%有信心。100%有信心，那就让我们来看一看你的100%信心。来，导播，请展示。看，那个已经出现了一个小斧子。奥拉夫啊，非常的自信。那究竟是不是奥拉夫呢？恭喜你回答正确，请看大屏幕，正是奥拉夫。哎呀，我不是瓶子呀，我不是瓶子。可以，没问题，看到你的实力了。那你只要是再答对一题，就可以拿走我们的奖品了。有没有信心？有吧，我不知道啊。有吧。可以，很有信心。那接下来导播为他展示第二道题目。好难啊。不难，这个很简单。瑞兹，究竟是不是瑞兹呢？请看大屏幕。恭喜你回答正确，这两题简直就是小菜一碟。那接下来让我们的工作人员送上我们的奖品吧，就是可以为这镜头展示一下，是我们奥风鼠标垫加水杯套装，也祝你在开黑的时候可以用上这些装备。非常感谢来到现场。可以，那我们左手边的粉丝们，谁还有梦想？你等会儿，那个花衬衫小哥先举手的，来吧，来，这位花衬衫的小哥。可以，很好，所谓。那接下来我们直接开始题目，好不好？有没有信心？有。好，请展示他的题目。这是嘛呀？金克斯。金克斯的含义就是金克斯，答案是否正确呢？请看大屏幕。恭喜你回答正确，还有一道题就可以拿走我们的礼品了。来，直接来看下一题吧。挪手是不是挪手呢？请看大屏幕。恭喜你回答正确，我们今天玩家全都是老资历了，来吧，有请我们的工作人员送上他的奖品。是的，正是我们不凡玩品的选手卡，可以给大家展示一下。 可以感觉我们今天的2位玩家直接把这个环节给速通掉了。再次感谢所有的玩家来到我们的现场，也再次感谢奥峰以及部分玩品为大家提供的精美礼品。那么我们本个场间环节到这里先暂时告一段落，接下来让我们进入到精彩刺激的比赛当中吧，加油！
Are you there, Sam? Oh, he doesn't have headphones on. Okay, I'm gonna go on my break then.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna go on for my break, and I'll leave you with Champion Select's start of it if it comes around to it.
Of course, thank you very much. Apologies on that one, but I had to go rescue Ziggle briefly. Understandable. I've acquired a Ziggle. It's very exciting. She's down here in the bed now. Fortunately, you have me, chat. Yes, that's right, me. Hello. Aren't you excited? You pull up Twitch chat again so I can see you all. I do apologize, YouTube chat. Again, I'm on a one-screen setup. So it means I'm sort of oscillating between chats best I can off mobile. I'm just showing Zig there was a bed down here so you can come snoozing, be around her people rather than just snoozing by the stairs looking all forlorn. Can we just have the pet instead? I mean, sure. We're used to you give us the cutie. That's fine. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Ziggy's currently having a snooze. I've already interrupted her nap already, so I feel bad about it. This will be the League Classic match. They've got some fun people coming back for this by the looks of it. I saw Uzi, I saw Ning. Yeah, I really hope we don't get roll queue. So, Summoner's Rift info. Is this like the various skins that have been played? I'm assuming that's what it is. What's happening with 369? Why is 369 the gate? What was the 369? What was the context on 369? Anyone mind rehashing? I can only scroll so much up on phone. If only, chat. If only I could bring up Opera GX on a side monitor to make sure I could see Twitch chat in all its glory. You too could download Opera GX using the affiliate link in chat to help support myself and Nymaera for free, in fact, and get yourself a great gaming browser out of it. There you go. The guy who was a fan of Interactive AL side was Holy Sport Banner thing that supported 369. I mean, good for him. I miss... Oh, that's a smooth chill. I mean, at this point. What is it? When are you getting the champion select at this point? That looks like the camera slide before we get into champion select. TN on one side, Tarzan on the other. They're looking at, I want to say, is that Sweon? Still don't know his face quite as well yet. Looks like there are a couple issues getting into champion select. Cream's cleaning his fingernails, he's that bored. Oh, he's giving her a bite. No, don't bite your fingernails, Cream. Don't be like that. You're on camera. Honestly, honestly. Okay, now top esports, don't mental boom. It's just one game lost. Prage. I mean, Biohazard, you know this team. You know very well what this team is unfortunately capable of. It's healthier stress release than cigarettes. True. Yeah, to be fair to you, gal, the Red Bull and smoking combo. Well, the smoking more than anything, probably not the wisest way to look after yourself. Oh, we are the waiting for draft. Picks and bans, server bans in my court. and screaming, oh, where is draft? How's that for a little bit of a parody of Green Day? Train Jimmy's coming to town. So I think that bleeds into Jesus of Suburbia, doesn't it? Good song. Yeah, that's the plan, Loxy. Just inhabit. Have your Gao inhabit one of these newer players. Sadly, I do know them all. Yeah, Bio. I'd say you know where this is going. Oh, that looks hopeful. Yeah, there we go. Took a second or two, but here we are. Fearless Band's on top, but the rest of them continue as stated. We're going to have the Poppy and the Vayne ban away from AL. Alongside that Orianna, that is a necessity, especially if top Esports have first pick. Alongside that Ezreal removed from Jackula, feels like one of those AD carries that's still very much viable into the majors. Akali taken away from Shanks. Although again, with the way things have been going, Akali very flexible, even in towards that bot lane now, which is kind of wild to see. Syndra being debated as a first pick, very much a flex option. Cream and Jackula capable of piloting that depending on matchups. What's our response at this point? Victor's out, Cass is out. Could Xerath if you want that, but normally you'd leave that a little later. Look towards the jungle pool as well. Something like a Gnar blind pick that wasn't necessarily the expected option. The Neferi a little bit more so. But of course, just blocking in this top lane and saying, hey, what have you got to answer this, Rian, especially with the Vayne already down? Fairly big statement there, make no mistake about it. There is no Yorick, there is no Jace, which have often been, I don't want to say answers, but certainly things that are no matchups. You can still Renekton, I suppose. Worth noting, Tangyuan did flex the Gnar into mid lane, so if that becomes a trend rather than a one-off, might still see that Gnar move around. Olaf has been coming back as something of a counter into some of these would-be bruisers like the Gnar. Can just run at him, ignore a lot of that CC, out DPS check at various points. Can be very scary, especially if you get caught with one of those undertows in mini Gnar and unable to hop away. Debating a Nocturne as well to look to play towards something like an Olaf or a Scout of the Week can be fairly strong as well, and we'll lock that in. All right, what are we now locking in on top of this? Probably want to consider either a support here or something that can flex between mid and bot. Got a couple options at this point, but they will go towards the Ziggs, which again, theoretically is a bot lane option, but can of course move around to different places if necessary. Yeah, very true. I think you've definitely got some options. Of course, Kyle's Rel, legendary.
Oh, I was muted on stream, my bad. Anyway, I was talking about how Rel might be in there in Engage Sports. My bad, folks. That was probably not very useful for you folks. My bad.
To fill you in, Alex called out the fact there was the Camille ban alongside the Nautilus.
And I did actually call out the Rel. You're just going to have to believe me.
Exactly. Yeah, he did. That's the reason I went on to say Kyle's Rel is kind of legendary. So there you go. That's the long and short of it. And the double AD carry bans that would have been good into the Ziggs. Kai'Sa been something of an assassin AD carry champion, very good into those mages once you hit one or two items in a level 6 plus. Looks like it might well be a Lucian angle here for Jackie, at least the hover right now.
Yeah, Lucian Milio, pretty good into the Rel. The Rel can't really play into the Milio very well. We saw... Is it BLG try this in one of their games? I can't remember which series, but they played a Lucian Milio. And it will be locked in here. Jackula, obviously a great Lucian player. Last pick now, presumably for mid lane for Shanks. I don't think there's much you can do about the bot lane matchup. I think you just accept that for what it is. You see the Syndra face up. What do you do about that matchup? I would love to see a Fizz. I'm not sure we're going to get a Fizz. What do we do into the Syndra? Look, Sylas.
Okay.
Now, I don't... Look, the ults you have to steal here are largely pretty bad. You Unleash Power only gets the minimum amount of balls on the ground. Ragnarok's not bad. Nocturnal is okay, I suppose. Lucian, unironically, the Lucian and the Milio are probably the best ones, but not for, like, damage value for the Milio, and it's obviously just for the ability to sometimes cleanse things out. You're doing it just because Sylas is a strong champion right now. We're going to go into a ad break, folks, so we don't get ads during game. Thanks for supporting us. Let's get into a second game of the day.
Does Milio ult scale on AP? I suppose it will now because it's Sylas stealing it, but I suppose there is that
It does in
ability to kind
general,
of have,
yeah.
like... Yeah, I suppose it gives you something like a kind of, like, fake wish
Well,
to give
Sam-
yourself a bit
Sam-
of healing with it as well.
Okay, so in chat, can anyone actually name it? Because obviously Sam's talking about it scaling on AP. I actually think, like, the expected thing for any healing sim is that it scales on AP. I don't think there's almost any enchant... Can anyone in chat name me a heal that can be cast on an ally which doesn't scale with AP? Because I'm pretty sure there's none in the game where that happens.
Ooh. Primal Surge is going to be just AP, because I know, like, Nidalee has some
exactly,
hybrid
Sam. So this
scaling.
thing's
That
like,
was the
so, like,
one I
obviously you're
wondered
posing that
about,
question
but
of, like,
no.
does it scale up, does it scale off AP? I actually think there is I don't think there's a single heal in the game which doesn't scale off of AP.
It does scale off something, yeah. Because I was wondering whether it might be off something like HP regen or whatever, because you sometimes have like some of those weird scalings. But
I mean,
on
you
Milio,
need heal and shield power,
AP.
right? But heal and shield power is that just affects the heal.
It's
which is coming out, right?
yeah,
It's another
exactly.
multiplier.
It's not a scaling multiplier. Yeah, so it will be AP.
Oh,
yeah,
does
for sure.
Alistair passive not scale off AP? I thought it did a little bit. I thought it did. Huh. Yeah.
I think that's just off his HP. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Alistair heal. There you go. Triumphant Raw, the only one in the game as far as I'm aware. Right, into game. Ward's put down a top side because it's a range versus a melee matchup.
Indeed, fighting for those one. The Rel will reset and look to come back. But again, in this modern era of League of Legends, with the waves coming significantly earlier than he did in seasons past, setting up for early wards as a support can be quite challenging into those Jaios, though. And we'll come back after. Okay, yeah. Worth caveating as well, we are talking team heals rather than necessarily just self heals.
Yes, which is why I said actually...
Because then Monday will be a very different conversation as well.
Yes, I did say in there, that can be cast on other people. Otherwise, it's actually... Yeah, it turns out if you ask a different question, you get a different answer. Crazy. Yeah.
It is an important caveat, that one.
Anyway, so basically, Sylas, if you can steal stuff like Soraka or Milio ult, obviously there is some scaling down. The question is it more valuable to have that heal? Is it more valuable to have heal and shield power or AP? That's the actual question, which is interesting, which is okay. You can get, if it's a very high base heal, then obviously you want higher heal and shield power. Most heal and shield power items have an amount of AP attached to them. Not a huge amount, but most of them have some in there. And to the point where we saw some random enchanter items actually being quite good on mages for a while too, for random stat stick reasons. But yeah, I mean, the Milio ult, going back to the larger conversation, the Milio ult is not bad for Sylas to steal. It gives him an amount of healing to work around, and Sylas, if he gets an extra heal, is obviously very, very happy. Now, last game, I think Cream actually did quite well into Shanks in the individual lane. I don't think Cream had an awful game last time. I just think he was caught out by a cage or two. I think that Shanks definitely was hurting in that laning phase. In this game, what does top Esports do with their composition? I think that their engage is very limited. You're realistically, Sam, looking at Syndra and Olaf popping off individually, or Jaculov popping off individually on the Lucian. I don't think they have great setup. I think that you're looking at literally just Sylas stun, or like an overextension with a Nocturnal coming through. Whereas on the other side, I think it's much easier to start a fight with Sylas jumping forward with an E, obviously Rel, obviously Meganar, and Tarzan following up and alongside Hope from long range.
That's the plan. Jackie and Jorg got a fairly decent amount of lane control here, because again, this is one of those very few lanes that doesn't want to stay locked together. Actually, of course, the Milio can roam with the shove, but it's really there to be defensive. The offensive power of a ganking Milio is somewhat limited. TN will be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab here, as it will be traded on the other side by Tarzan. Looking to get a ward down on that Raptor respawn. We didn't see too much in the way of early jungle shenanigans. Maybe a look into mid lane here, as both junglers turn up and will decide the better of fully sending. There's the Eviscerate forwards nonetheless. Lands another Dark in daggers. Shanks dodges away from the Scat of the Week. We'll be looking to play over these Raptor respawns, but Tien is around, making this an interesting state of affairs. Actually gets to jump over the wall, having called the pack, and Tien gets bled away a little bit there. The Umbral Glaive buys a little bit of a decent damage onto those Dolphin clears them out. Breathe has to flash, because Weir's flashing on in and brings him down with the undertow and a reckless swing.
Driving onto bot lane now too. Jackula going forward, flashing out of tower range. Has a couple of auto attacks, but can't get the extra damage. Barrier for the extra damage from Vigilance. Jackula gets the kill and the dive.
Wonderfully done there. Jackie might get mounted up onto it. It's an execute onto Jaw. Took no damage. Tarzan now coming on down. Jackie's going to try and donate the kill over to someone not named Tarzan and will do so. Nice play from Top Esports in the bot lane.
Yeah, good catch out on the execute there. I didn't catch that in the play itself. That does mean that Jackie gets the full gold. Hope gets an assist. And Kyle gets 1 kill. That's the total of it. There's even a plate taken by Jackie. He's coming back into lane with a Sheen, which is more than happy situation for him. More than happy with that, actually. Electrocute good trade there from Shanks onto Cream. Of course, when you play stuff like the Silas into mages, you can sometimes go for the Electrocute build over Conqueror, just because your burst damage is kind of nutty. And of course, in top lane too, Swian gets himself the Olaf into that Gnar, and we said, hey, top esports, you need individual performances. This is not a great coherent composition to play, but if you win your matchups, you win your matchups. Just hits Qs, pops Ghost, runs at him, kills him on the turret. Swian, he had a very mixed MSI, but we know him to be a counter pick player, and he does do very well in counter matchups on the whole. Hope, not a great satchel, not sure a better satchel saves him anyway. It's a good dive coming through from Jackulov and Draw.
Indeed it is. At this point, Jackie knows that Tarzan's coming down and goes, cool, I'll take a plate and die to this turret. It is time for me to go. And of course, with that teleport, gets to come back to lane. 20 CS lead there is significant. And again, looking back towards that top side, where of course we saw that solo kill from the Olaf, it's worth noting, Breathe first rounded this Gnar and said, okay, what have you got, mate? Of course, the Vayne was down, the Jace Yorick, as well as kind of standard pseudo lane answers to the Gnar, but the Olaf is an additional counter pick. It's currently making Breathe feel a little bit sad. Does now have those steel caps, but perhaps a fight too late for those.
Okay, top esports. Gold advantage onto Dragon now. This is how they need the... Sorry, what's up?
No, just like saying, here we go, because they've got Tarzan with the level 6 coming on down, so I think they might want to play this.
Just looking at how the rest of the map is moving, Rel is in position. Top esports actually choose to pull out of River. I think top esports respect that, Sam. Actually, Kyle going to find the bot laners here. Kyle might have to W away. Actually, W's in.
It's a bit of damage there. The satchel back onto Jackie, reminder, who doesn't have the flash. Eats quite a lot of damage. Now Tarzan is here. This needs to be good. There is nowhere near a level 6 for Jewel. So a hop over the wall into that Hound's Pursuit gets Tarzan. The first gets the shield, gets the W to reset the aggro. The bleed gets another, and Tarzan comes away with a double.
It's an Neferi Tower Dive. How we love those. Kill onto the bot lane, and I was just saying, well, this is how top esports want this game to go. Good individual leads getting onto his dragon, and then they peel off the dragon, and then they die in bot lane, and suddenly the gold is back to even. The Neferi is in a very scary spot. Now teleport coming through from the Rel, actually, which means that Tien can't go towards the dragon again. Shanks even hops over that skill shot there. Good electrocute trade onto Cream. Cast the ult back at him. The extra bit of damage.
Yeah, down at 10% HP. Not great there from Cream. He still doesn't quite have his TP up, so top esports could theoretically stop this dragon regardless of doing so. But again, this would be, I think, the level 6 fight from TN. So it's going to say, hey, we delayed the dragon a little bit. We're happy enough with the kill spot. And the fact that we've slowed down the dragon stacking at least by a minute or two is probably more valuable in the grand scheme of things. We allow ourselves some resets and get to spend our ill-gotten gains.
Yep, I agree with that. I think that calling out the fact that top esports wanted to take dragon about 2 minutes ago, and since then they've died in bot lane and got that dragon delay started is actually quite important. I think anyone's legend want to get towards mid game where they have 1 to 2 items on Ziggs. When this Neferi starts to take off, he's going to come back with some very, very scary items sooner rather than later. Just went back now for the Talon build. Long swords are the key. There's 3 of them alongside a Brutalizer. Tien on the other side. It's not been a fantastic day at the office for him. Tarzan, who is the jungler of week 1, not a player of the week. That was Knight who got the overall player of the week. But 2-0 currently on the Neferi, and in a great position to do some damage. Currently behind enemy lines. Grubbs started, not him, it's Kyle's behind enemy lines. Kyle for a fight.
Great toggles by the producer there as Cream cleared out some wards as Kyle got round the corner, and so they have no idea at all that Rel is theoretically around. This can make things very difficult indeed. There is a flash on Nocturne. The call of the pack is used, and so gets to back away, and AL set up for a big play, but don't feel like they want to pull the trigger. A little bit awkward there.
Well, Ziggs wasn't there, and so they did eventually end up knowing that Kyle's there because he put a ward over the back of the pit. So the ward went over the back of the pit, so they ended up seeing that, oh, well, obviously someone's there, it must be the Rel. They choose to leave Hope alone on this bot turret. He's even in gold now with Jaculov, who did have an individual CS lead in that dive earlier. Anyone's Legend choosing discretion at this point, which I think makes a degree of sense. You don't want to be throwing early fights to top esports if you're not confident in your setup. Top esports, their composition in my mind is one which really needs a gold lead to function. Again, I think that they don't have the best engage. I think they want to be ahead in matchups. I think they want to be ahead on the map after big fights. So don't give them the easy ones, and I think your composition should be, on the whole, theoretically easier to make plays with.
That's the plan. I'm just very nervous here as well for Top Esports in terms of this Nymaera getting a lot of early gold. And we've seen what the team looks like when TN is behind. And he's not been able to find a lot happening here. Tarzan's been more successful in both games about getting those early individual leads. TN traded out for some objectives, and that's all well and good. But unlike, say, into Monkey, where TN was able to kind of really get a read on him in those first 5 minutes to take him out of the game, Tarzan's kind of returned the favor. Now he's at a Voltaic already. He's got those 2 kills. He's got the level advantage as well. And you've been seeing things like that Mega Inferno bomb to try and mitigate some of Jackie's options. A little bit of an angle here from Breathe with those hyper procs to maybe get a chunk onto Zuyan, but it'll just be a trade, and that'll be the end of that as Kyle goes full tilt. But it's just gallivanting through the mid lane, prancing.
Tien's going to go and find that some of his camps are down. Crocs are still available. AL, a minor gold lead, but nothing huge there. It's been a slower pace of game today, up to Anyone's Legend and Top Esports. Mid lane matchup, advantage towards the Syndra. Some would expect that for Sylas early. The Sylas, if he actually wins lane, the champion is not really fair. So make sure he doesn't win lane, basically. One of the few champions which doesn't mind the protobelt changes to more HP over more AP, because you have an HP scaling on your W, and you tend to just use the HP better because you're a bit more of a brawly champion. Of course, very bursty too, but yeah, you don't mind it nearly as much as someone like the Syndra actually on the other side, who still might go at second item, and the item is kind of dirt now, Sam. It's not very good on champions like Syndra.
Okay, Zuyan going to be in a potential bit of danger. Out comes the Hound's Pursuit! Bleed on out! Breathe gets the kill, and a really nice lane gank there from Tarzan.
If that second Q doesn't hit from the Theory, that play doesn't work out. It's well played by Tarzan to get the extra damage down. Zuyan blows the ghost, doesn't flash, thinks he might live towards the end of it. And you'd forgive him for thinking that. It's just the Theory is really gosh darn fed, Sam. Tower gold going to go over towards Breathe, and the kill stabilizes that matchup. Great plays by Tarzan, stabilized bot line matchup. Now top lane, and now he's going mid.
The scat of the week there. The unleashed power is hijacked. Flash on forwards, forces a flash in response from Cream, but Tarzan's here. The Hound's Pursuit not available, but the call of the pack was TM pulled back, forced to try and Paranoia to run away. The dogs go flying, and he's left at about 20%, but his ult is down as well, and it's 45 seconds until the Dragon. I think that's going to be on cooldown.
Oh, Cream even has his recall stopped. I think he just used the E there. There was actually a chance that he could get that. Get punished there too. Tarzan even gets to stick around long enough for a Raptor respawn. Tien's just recalled, as you've been saying. Because of this, Tarzan, I'm actually wondering if he greeds and just says, no, we'll give up another dragon. I want to get a, I want to get my reset in. Or like, I want to get the extra camps or blah, blah, blah. He's going to go for a reset now anyway. Come back onto the map, presumably with, again, kind of a hellish amount of items. Anyone's Legend 1.5 thousand gold ahead. Has a Phage in now, does Tarzan. So the extra HP and the move speed when you start auto-attacking people, definitely nasty.
It is. Hope TP's into mid lane, so he'll be there again with the Ludens and the Tier. He now has the infinite wave clear machine. The ability for Jaculov to get towards one of these turrets now feels somewhat limited. The amount of times we've seen Hope just say, the wave has been quite tricky. All the while, Top Esports are on top of this Dragon. It is being started. AL somewhat around, but realistically, I think, would like to pick up the red buff for Tarzan and then come for the late contest in the fight.
Maybe, again, it's a bit of a... They do like these late setups. Tarzan does have the flash, breaks the tether, goes in! 64 HP!
And he does go down the way of Top Esports, but I fear for the rest of the team. Top Esports lose their jungler, and the Hound's Pursuit reset is there. Eviscerate in, the Breath of Life. Tarzan doesn't quite die to the Unleashed Power. Shank steals away an ultimate or two. The Culling gets a double kill, and now they look for the dive. Jackie's there with nowhere really to run. Does at least try and pick one with him. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is gone. They are dead. There is one Olaf on the other side of that. That's it.
4-for-1 in favor of Anyone's Legend. It's only Shanks that goes down. Yeah, there are some flashes blown, but Top Esports needed a gold lead for this composition to really work. Sam, they don't have the gold lead, Sam, quite clearly now at this point. I think particularly TN is feeling so awful about this state of affairs because the Nocturne, once the fight starts going wrong, what does he do? He can't just walk his way out of there, not against this team. Anyone's legend. I think Tarzan's played a blinder, Sam. He has ganked 4 times and stayed a level ahead. Has TN made a successful aggressive play? I don't think he has, Sam.
No, he's not found anything that's successful on that from the scout of the week. Is just wide. Far side alteration spots Cream at, so Hope is out safely there. And I'm right there with you. Again, I think the fact that Kyle's been able to link up with Tarzan a little bit more proactively. I think also the fact that Tarzan's been able to look to all these lanes has been really good. And they just come in. Yes, it's the late contest, but this was a very close run thing on the Dragon as well.
That was I can't believe Tarzan doesn't get the smite there. It's kind of crazy, actually. But, you know, TN, as soon as the play goes wrong, what does he do? He doesn't have the ult to fly out to a side of the fight. Doesn't look like anyone's really had the ability to close down a target on one side of the fight. What did he pick up there, Sam?
It just said he had no flash either, so I was just adding in on that one. It wasn't particularly exciting.
And then, of course, the dive comes in after that. And it's not bad from JackeyLove to get 1 kill back with the tower alongside it too. But sadly, again, you're just on full retreat, and you're not a team that retreats very well.
Mega Nara into the walls. We come back to life, and Zwian left pretty low. Actually, with Tarzan here, I think you can Ragnarok all you want. You're just dead.
Yeah, maybe we don't give Tarzan Neferi. Maybe we don't do that, Sam. This guy might be the best Neferi in the LPL. He might be the best Neferi in the world, actually. It's hard to tell because he's not been international. But last year, wow, he pulled out some crazy games here. JackeyLove doing his best on the Lucian to try and get some damage down. I have a distinct feeling this is not JackeyLove's fault. That is the vibes coming away from this. I think they needed the individual values, the individual leads to come through in this game, and he did his best to do that. The dive after that first dragon, though, or like during that first dragon phase, really hurt Top Esports. I think Anyone's Legend strategically have approached this game rather well.
Yeah, they're going to look at this Herald now as well. Tarzan's around, doesn't have the Hound's Pursuit, but it's still really scary. That level advantage makes things tricky. And here's the teleport in. TN does have no flash, still he's at the back of the pit. They have to be an aggressive move forward with the Paranoia. Down at 2/3. Shank's nearly here! Over the wall with the chains. At least they get the smite. The problem is these fights afterwards have been dubious at best. In goes Zwian, but he gets gnarred into the wall. Hijacked by Silas. And in they go with that massive stolen Paranoia. And they'll manage to find some more damage. Of course, it wasn't a hijack Gnarl, it's their own, because of course it's Breed. Either way, they still pick up some more damage, and all the while, Tarzan comes over, looking to pick up JackeyLove. A very nice W, though, means that JackeyLove's swift, relentless pursuit combo leads to nothing, and the turret falls topside.
Breathe. Getting some gold there. The Herald, I mean, the Herald is picked up by Zwian. He dies for it. He does get the eye, but at what cost? 6k going on 7 down. The Top Esports now. Top Esports have 3 grubs. They do have a Herald. Their tower pushing potential should be great, but they're never going to be allowed to get to them, Sam. You highlighted Hope's wave clear. Does a great amount of damage on JackeyLove there. Good satchel helping out a bit. Hope might still die here, though he does. Just gets 1v2'd. Overstep from Hope in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely thought he was safer than he was there, and Jack just goes, yeah, I can still just walk at you, you know? You can only disengage so much, especially with the satchel used to try and interrupt Jackie there rather than necessarily do anything else. I'll look at this replay again, as it's a really good teleport from Shanks.
It is, but like, you're going into this kind of terrain. Zwian comes in a bit late. Hope's on a good angle. Jackie is kind of not really in range to dash forwards, nor do you want to dash forwards into this team. Feels like you're limited to culling and then finding an isolated target, which is actually what he does after the play from that point. See that Top Esports, yet to take a single tower, yes, Sam. Yet to take a single one. They do have that Herald. It is put topside. They may be able to do that there. Shanks jumping on the creep.
Hang on. He's flashed on in as well. He's got the hijacked unleashed power. That will likely be a kill. Not quite. One final chain lash would do it, and it's just an inch short. But now in the river we look again. The Magnastorm, the Mega Inferno Bond, and Tiet is left bleeding in the river. JackeyLove gets jumped on with the recast of the ult. Dashing well here. Does try to take one with him, but just doesn't quite have enough in the tank. The scout of the week just wide. And AL find everything they were looking for. Zwian will look to Ragnarok and roll, but Breed gets his own solo kill now. And everyone but Cream is dead.
As Suyan takes a swift trip to Valhalla. Dragon is available. This has been such a stomp set. I think Tarzan's had a great game. I think Tarzan, who was the jungler of week 1 for LPL, having a great game on the Neferi. I think this is a champion which a couple of people in the LPL have proven you just can't give them. I think that Junhao is one of them. I think that Shun is one of them. I think that Tarzan is one of them too. There are a class of junglers here in the LPL which you don't let the dogs out, Sam. You don't let them out. This is what we... go on.
So it's just the fact that TN is thinking, right, I can 1v1 this, and it wasn't a 1v1! Kyle was there, and Tarzan still wins it regardless!
Shanks in bot side, hiding in bush. Heard a couple of players are pretty good at that over time, and Tien didn't see it coming either. Likely 2 deaths for top esports.
Yeah, there's not a lot you get to do here. The smite comes on down, and Tien with a flash, but nowhere really to go with it. Won't bother burning it. Tarzan's now 8-0-7. It's not quite 100% KP this time around, but he's doing just fine. It's because it's been a solo kill or two that's made things a little unfortunate on that front. And sure, AL now have their first objective at the game at 90 minutes. They get that 3rd dragon of the game total. The problem is, for top esports, sure, you've gotten all these objectives, but you're down a catastrophic amount of gold, and I'm not even sure they scale that well relative to AL either.
No, they needed to snowball lanes. No, they needed to snowball lanes. They needed the Lucian to be ahead, so he can bully out the Ziggs and stop him perma wave clearing. They needed the Olaf ahead to be their actual win condition. I think the Olaf being ahead can sometimes win them a game if you get onto the right targets. They probably needed the Syndra to keep Shanks down too, because they don't have a great way to go forwards. They need to basically win lanes, get to an objective first, and then run down the enemy team as they misposition and overstretch themselves trying to fight around those objectives. It's not a great draft. I think top esports have had draft issues for most of this year. I think that's been one of their biggest weaknesses as a team regionally when they have gone wrong. If you look at the back half of Split 2, I think a lot of the time there things are going wrong in draft. Flash blown, Tarzan jumping over the wall.
He's gone quite deep, but still has that ability to call the pack and get tapped with a flash, trying to re-engage. Nice scatter to buy some damage. The magnet is still on Cal's pretty deep though, and the shotgun comes on down. This time top esports in a better position to contest. Breathe nowhere near the Mega is yet, starting to build towards it nonetheless. Tarzan low, but still throwing up those Darkin daggers. They're still going to look to go on forward. Breathe gets the Mega now. The Wallop's on down, trying to jump on forward, but there's a Ragnarok happening. And I wonder what the Olaf has now got an angle on in. Lucian's picked up one, but he's walking across the minefield. The bomb's there, not quite enough as Tarzan calls the pack, looking to land the Darkin daggers. They get the kill finally onto this one. The Darkin daggers just wide onto some more, but can still look to maybe pick up Cream or Jackie, who are desperately low, have to be very afraid as Cream steps in with the scan of the Mega Inferno bomb. Makes it the 1-for-1. About as good as top esports can ask for, and it's still a bloodbath.
We're getting silly with it. Tarzan might even die here too. Throws out the double.
Whoa, boy.
Finds him. Yeah, I understand why you look for that, Jackie. I understand that. What else do you do at this point in the game? You have now just made Tarzan go 10-0-8. 5k up individually against Tien, who... No, you can joke about Tien all you want internationally, blah, blah, blah. His regional play is utterly incredible. The fact that Tarzan can do this to a player of his caliber shows you just how good Tarzan is. I think Tarzan in 2025 was top 3 in the world consistently. I would argue across the entirety of last year, probably the best jungler in the world. The 3 best junglers were him, Kanavi, and Ona. You can take your pick of any of the 3. I think that Tarzan individually, by my liking, was the best out of them. But hey, you can make arguments about that. I think in this year, it's been a bit on and off because of the changes to the meta, no lane swaps, the way that anyone's Legend were performing without Tabe. Baron's going to go down. It won't be contested. And the real architect of this game has been Tarzan. Shout out to Kyle as well, though. I think he's had an excellent game on the Rel, one of his real classic picks here. Tarzan, Kyle are the beating heart of anyone's Legend. I think I was a little worried when it went back to standard lanes for this team, what would happen without lane swaps and, you know, without their kind of bread and butter of how do they play the early game and move across the map. But I think now that we've gone into a roaming support meta with a very active jungle meta, it's looking great for himself. For those two specifically, the rest of the team will see, but for those two is great.
Yeah. I completely agree. This was about as good as it gets from top esports. They kind of force a good chunk onto Tarzan and going quite deep, trying to pick up Cream, some good scatters. The problem is Tarzan is still utterly terrifying, and now you burned a load of flashes to kind of go, even in a fight. It was about as good as it got. You saw what Jackie was thinking, but the minefield from Hope ends up putting Jackie into a very precarious spot, and he escapes for a little bit. The problem is, we'd end up in this position where, yes, it's a 3v2, but Cream goes 1-for-1 there as Hope just about gets his R button off, and this W in a second from Tarzan is really disgusting.
Yeah, so he's... Oh, I think it's kind of given away by the fact the Milio Q's flying at him. He doesn't going to get hit by that, but the dodging the W at the same time, that's kind of insult to injury. So now I think Anyone's Legend, they need one more fight to end the game. They do have the Baron rolling through. They've only got 1,000 power play right now. I presume they'll break the base on this bot lane push.
That will be the plan as everyone starts coming down this bot lane quite happily. The turret should likely be a short order fall afterwards. Probably a better way of phrasing that, but I hope it was understood regardless. The Darkin dogs go flying on forwards here. Eat your hot dogs. A hijack culling as well, and Jackie Love goes, this feels very unfair.
Yeah, I don't think this game is Jackie Love's fault, as we've been saying. It just feels like top Esports needed to snowball. Almost did through bot lane. A couple of things went wrong around that first dragon. Shanks jumping forwards now. Shanks had an okay series as well. I think that Cream, on the whole, was better. Well, game 1 was better in laning phase. Game 2, still really felt there's much he could do on the Syndra, sadly, for him. Jumping forwards is Tarzan. That's not coming through.
Oh, boy. Out comes that Breath of Life. Will not save their mid lane. It's a good bit of CC back as they're trapped into the turret. And then Tarzan dies before really getting to reactivate the ult. Jackie Love surviving. Breathe now in a 1v3. Zuyan's killed off Shanks. AL have gone too deep. They've gone way too deep. And now the Ragnarok keeps rolling. Hope does get over the wall, but a flash on forwards means that this Olaf could keep running and throwing onto Dose. It's a triple to the Olaf.
Well, Anyone's Legend have just thrown the game, Sam. Is it the whole game? No, there's still 6k ahead. That should have been the victory lap. That was 100% the victory lap. And then they discover that towers are a thing. In quite a negative fashion. They're going to lose a dragon. They give a ton of gold over. Mid lane turret's going to likely fall too. There are objective bounties on the table too. Top Esports. The problem is their composition needs so much gold. This is still probably not game saving for them. It does mean the game doesn't end. I still think Anyone's Legend, sadly for Top Esports, they can throw a game like this and they're still in an okay spot, but that is not great to see from AL, Sam.
No, it's not. We need to have a look at this again. So they think they've got to pick onto Creep, and they kind of do. But the follow-up play is really rough.
I think Tarzan doesn't realize that the bleed is going to give him aggro again, and he ends up taking Tower and dying. I don't think he needs to die like that. I think if he stays outside of turret range and looks to E over the base gate, I think he's safer, so I think that's a mistake from him, judging the bleed. Breathe then walks into melee range of the Olaf. I think that's a big mistake. He doesn't get to go through to Nah, and then Hope flashes over and then gets nothing done and dies. So that is just awful from him. Words escape me, Sam. But hey, Top Esports, good for you. That's a lot of cash. That's a lot of cash.
They don't have Soul Point. They've got Infernal Soul Point. Look, it's a narrow, faint hope, but they've got one in a way that they had none before. 10-1 and 10. Tarzan still utterly terrifying, has the Endless Hunger. Is going to be a threat come what may here, and you are still down some key flashes. Jackie, importantly, doesn't have his. Zuyan, importantly, doesn't have his. So this is still tricky. Couple minutes until Baron, and realistically, those flashes will still be down coming into that. But hey, Jackie's now at 4 items. Maybe this Lucian, especially into a relatively short-range composition with a notable exception of Hope, you can just dance around and blow people up.
Okay, Baron in 2 minutes, Dragon in 4. A little while until we have a fight now. Jackie Love is 2,000 gold up because of everything that's happened as we've been recapping the rest of this fight. You know, just running over some things again. This Lucian is scary. Is this Lucian scary enough to carry the game? I think it's possible in a way that it wasn't before. I mean, Jackie is really pretty strong. 4 items? I mean, you still die very quickly, but if you get the right damage on the right targets, maybe Jackie can carry now. That's kind of terrifying for Anyone's Legend. You've given up Soul Point and a potential win condition. That is just... the discipline there is quite shocking, actually.
Yeah, I think that is the fair way of putting it. I'm now also looking at the fact that Tien at this point can start catching up somewhat. Was 3.5 to 4 levels down. In fact, is currently 4 levels down on Tarzan, which is horrifying to see. Of course, can't extend anymore because Tarzan's now capped out. But that's still a really tricky spot to be in. And I do think the fact that this Nocturne is not able to be a go button really has to be a defensive turnaround, because this Nocturne goes in deep by themselves. They will die. There is nothing they can do here, really, at that point. It is going to be a problem for a little while longer. For all that the Lucian is strong, your main go button is kind of like you know, one of those Fisher Price toys, like where you hit the button, like they makes a little noise. It's not exactly like launching a warhead, is it?
Yeah, the tonnage changes it. No, tonnage is a different thing. Anyway, there's the yield, I suppose, is different. That's the name for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Hope has a Seekers, and Shanks has a Zhonya's. You'd think with those items, AL can't lose a fight in the way they did before, but...
Repeat after me, Alex.
Yes.
It's throwable.
Throwable. Right, okay. I see what you mean. I do see what you mean. Oh, gosh. And to be honest, I feel like this isn't even as big a throw as we'd see all of last year with Atakan, you know?
No.
I kind of sit look at this fight, I'm like, well, weirdly, I've seen worse throws in, like, the last year, you know, from this team. This isn't even the worst throw I've seen this year. We had bad late game, you know? Baron started, top esports are not contesting this at all. They are aware that if they don't have a really good angle, they still get blasted. I think Cream at 1 and 5 has been really feeling that. Teleport in from Gnar, just in case there was something else happening on the other side for top esports, not giving anything, really, in terms of that contest.
There's the American Fauna bomb mid to clear out the way, which somehow I hope is largely been using these ults. I'm not gonna lie. You've still only got one turret as top esports, and Shanks goes towards the side lane, is still 2,000 gold up ahead individually, so it's very, very potent in pretty much any 1v1. I'm not even sure that the Olaf would have the most fun there, as both of them will be playing very heavily around those kind of low HP bars. But hey, Swian trying to get himself back towards a gold lead. Is it 3 items, level 17? You know, we're getting to that point where the Olaf is again, especially if these fights get really scrappy, able to run down some of these members like the Ziggs, the Rel, the Gnar to an extent as well. I think it's a little harder perhaps with the Neferi and the Silas, who are very, very scary at this point in the game as well.
The push comes through. Baron is scary. You have a Ziggs, which will execute turrets. Tien has walked topside to take a water, a scuttle. I'm not even sure it's a scuttle. Goes back. He's 6k down, 0 and 6. Tien has been utterly, well, I'd say invisible, but sadly he's been quite visible in the way he's been dying. It's not been a good series from him, sadly enough.
He's playing the new monochrome expansion.
Right, okay. Dragon is up now. Top esports would have loved a chance to get Infernal, so I think Top esports making the right choice to, again, just not fight. Just drag it to late game and see if AL make a mistake. That's effectively what your game plan is now. Silas pushing up bot lane. Got 2 minutes left of the Baron buff. I would have thought AL would have a bit more of a more decisive push with this coming through. They're waiting for the mid push in mid lane, so they don't want to just one wave.
Just got spotted out by Kyle there as well, and I complete there with you. Tarzan hops over the wall. American Inferno Bomb chunks Cream. They don't want to return and repeat the favor of the last shove.
Sweet. Teleport
behind. Sweet's here. There's Paranoia. Gonna go jumping onto Hope. He's split off from the team, all the while they're trying to get on top of him. The culling hits very little of anything. The turnaround with the Hound's Pursuit, and Zwian is annihilated. Shanks in the backline. Goes golden. The damage is pretty disgusting already. Mega Gnar into the wall, and Top esports will just bring down the hammer. Tarzan eviscerates in and tears the guts out of Cream. It's an ace. It's the game.
Top esports try and stall, but the inevitable comes. It turns out it wasn't throwable somehow. Tarzan will end the game 11, 1 and 13. Fantastic game from the jungler of anyone's legend, and a 2-0 series over Top esports.
One blip with that Dragon shove. They gave you a little bit of hope. You saw the Infernal Soul Point, but we were all aware it was a fate hope indeed. And the next Baron shove happens, and AL snuff out the resistance of Top esports. It is the 2-0, and honestly, mate, it felt convincing. It felt like a jungle diff.
It did. I think that Tien across the whole series definitely felt like it was... Game 1 was a bit of the draft. Game 2, a bit more of the play, sadly, for him, where I think that... Well, no, the draft wasn't great in general in Game 2, but I do think that, yeah, he individually underperformed here, which is sad for him. This is going to be an interview right on stage after, so we're going to go shut up. I'm going to let you listen to the players, who they got on stage. Is that a Tarzan I see? I believe it is. Let's go.
Looks to be.
Okay, all right, let's have this interview here. Well, shut up and let you talk.
AL 战队哦，这场真的是酣畅淋漓啊！拿下这场的胜利也是累积到我们的3胜1负的成绩。怎么样？今天挑战游戏体验如何呢？
今天嘛，今天就打好自己吧，就每个人都做好自己的。
嗯，其实也是算是打断了对手的一个连胜啊。面对最近还不错、状态还不错的对手，我想知道在赛前你们的教练有给你们特别叮嘱哪些方面吗？
也没有吧，就是我们今天来就是每个人做好自己吧，就教练做好 BP， 我们选手就打好游戏内容。
然后我们也聊聊游戏内容啊。今天第一局一上来啊，双方简直跟我们上演了一场防守大战啊。第一局阵容是不是有点眼熟？跟上一大场的第二局有点异曲同工啊，只是这个蝎子换了皇子。想知道你们为什么今天还是仍然会掏出这样一套阵容？你们的选择的一个原因是什么呢？
就好好 BP 了吧，就拿好英雄就该有好好的发挥吧。
那也问一下我们这个节奏发动机Tarzan，你会觉得这套阵容它强在哪儿呢？因为确实在最近我们的 LPL 比赛当中比较少见啊，只是看到 AL 拿出来了，又踏实又厚实又有激进。
什么英雄？
就刚刚这套阵容，第一套的阵容。你会觉得它强在哪儿？你们的这个非常坦克的阵容。
第一套阵容是什么？
第一套的阵容，比如说你自己拿的皇子啊，还有上单的掘墓啊，还有圣啊，对，你会觉得它强在哪儿呢？
就主要是现在版本 AP、AD 有点多，然后辅助也是音符多嘛，所以现在版本是比较打架偏于多吧，阵容多，然后我们也不会很差吧，打架阵容，玩的也不差吧。
这局Tarzan的皇子也是100分100参团，实至名归的拿下我们的 MVP 啊。那来到第二局，我会觉得节奏有稍稍的放快。其实，在前中期的时候 ，AL 也是打出了很大的压制，但是我们会发现，在后期，在从这个24分钟的时候，对手奥拉夫3杀，会把节奏稍稍的放缓了一些。你们在后期是怎么应对的呢？
就有一波来一个送的有点大吧，就比较希望像凶一点，但是没想到会送吧，然后后面就有点缓一缓，就还是优势的，慢慢来，这样沟通了。
还是没有慌乱，把节奏掌握在自己的手中当中了啊！我们当然也知道Tarzan选手也是我们 AL 战队的一个绝对核心了，对吗？那我也想问到你们这么多这个擅长的这个英雄海里面当中，你自己最偏爱的是哪一个呢？
就打好自己吧。
最偏爱的英雄呢？
英雄吧。
刚刚打完比赛还是很紧张兴奋的状态啊。
英雄就是拿到什么英雄就该有什么发挥就发挥吧，感觉就没有什么特别的。
听君一席话，胜似一席话。没有啊，其实，在场上还是要看具体的一个阵容的一个选择啊，教练给到什么，或者说自己最适合拿到什么就打什么了，对吧？今天我们也看到这个场下围满了我们这个 AL 的粉丝，在赛前，在我们刚刚赛后采访上场之前，就有听到粉丝大喊：“哎，Tarzan今天打得好啊！”那要不要也跟我们的粉丝说点什么呢？
感谢线下来粉丝们，线上看我们的粉丝们，然后今天也天气热嘛，所以多注意身体吧，谢谢大家。
好贴心的Tarzan，也谢谢我们的Tarzan的祝福。当然，下一场希望你们继续稳定住这个势头，好吗？给你们加油了！谢谢Tarzan接受我们的赛后采访。那么接下来我们把画面交还给解说席。
Hey, nice to hear from Tarzan. What's up?
And always impressive to see how multilingual he is as well. Of course, speaks Korean fluently, as you know, he's a Korean national. Also speaks Mandarin really well at this point. I'm not sure about the rest of his languages, but that's my understanding. And just a relatively sharp guy when it comes to those languages.
Well, obviously his Griffin teammate and Viper, trilingual, right? Speaks English, Korean, and Mandarin. So he speaks 3 languages there. Yeah, I think player of the series, I think it's between Breathe and Tarzan, actually. I don't think it's slam dunk one way or the other.
I think with Tarzan getting the MVP in game 1, I think it probably is going to be Tarzan with the full sweep today.
Yeah, although I do think that, I think that Breathe actually had a very solid game. I think that his Yorick was really good. His Gnar was, I mean, he got solo killed, but then solo killed later himself, had some great team fights. So this is Breathe's, he's not played many series, but it is his best series yet.
I'm right there with you. I think that is the correct choice. I think he looked pretty good today, with the exception of that early solo kill that went wrong for him. Managed to recover well, got a solo kill later on in the game, set up well with Tarzan, but I think Tarzan was just everywhere in that game, right? That Neferi was about as good as you could ask for.
Yes, and now, of course, we'll wait for player of the match, player of the game, player of the match, but we shall see exactly what happens there. Move on to BLG LGD. Now, LGD are a team which they have pretty okay pick instincts. I think that Tong Yuan's been okay as a big playmaker. I think they may well end up being worst team in Ascend, though. We shall see. Who did they beat? They did beat... Oh, no, sorry. They beat EDG. Right, okay. Yeah, EDG is probably the worst team in Ascend. But I think that LGD, they've got a lot they need to prove to me. Still.
Yeah. As I look at those damage numbers, fairly hefty differences from everyone not in bot lane, where Jackie Love actually ended up out-damaging a Ziggs, which is quite impressive, all things said and done. But the thing, if you look at the damage spread of AL, everyone's putting up a significant DPS number check.
Yeah. What is this conversation in chat? Monkey straight up solo won games from W before. He did. And then if you talk about the BLG games, I also think, for instance, his Neferi game, that one I think you can almost chalk up to a solo win. Normally I'd agree, Observer, and, you know, I'd like to point out players for other players on the roster. But if you think about the Neferi game in their first series versus BLG, that was kind of... That was the Monkey show, you know? 074, what WTF TN? He had a rough time of it. Yeah, it was not a great series from TN, sadly. I think that the draft in either game was pretty bad. In both games, it was pretty bad. But he individually also didn't perform very well.
I just swear every time Tarzan faces TN, I feel like Tarzan ends up being a bit of a problem for TN to manage. He doesn't lose gracefully into this jungle.
Was there a scuttle incident or something? Not that I am aware of. LCK started back again today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. We've got the telecom war right now, and there's been some weird KT shenanigans. Yeah, well, they switched out their AD carry an hour ago to Fenrir.
Because it was meant to be Ghost, right? And then they switched. Maybe it was like Ghost wasn't expected to play AD carry, but they needed someone short term. And then it's like, well, can Ghost play AD carry? And it's like, well, let's call up a challenger player instead.
Yep. But either way, it looks like that series ongoing.
Okay, well, I suppose we should probably put on an ad break or something, shouldn't we? Oh, are we getting player of the match now? Getting player of the match. Like, that's the camera angle for it. Wait, did we already get player of the match? I'm kind of zoning out with that. Ugh. Gosh.
Yeah, a little bit. That's fine. Hold on, we've got one more series to go. Might be a short day at this rate, guys.
Yeah, maybe.
Also, guys, we have, at this point, assuming there's not been an announcement on Weibo at this point, a number of options for who could be playing for BLG in the top lane. We'll have to find out exactly who that is coming up. But again, 83% KP this game, 100% KP the last game, up 7k individually, 4-level advantage. Like, this guy was just very, very good. Already got 5 MVPs, by the way.
And they're not even the top dog, because that's Harold in chat. How's it going, Harold? Great to see you.
Oh, very good. They're playing Neferi as well.
Yeah.
And
that's Sam. That's why I said it.
I know. I was just doubling down.
5 MVPs already. What? Yeah, Tarzan's doing some. Yeah, Tarzan's gonna be heading up some player of the game ratings by the end of this split for sure. Beast Churgo, exactly.
So they lost one series 1-2. Did they win their other 2-2-0? Because I think literally every game they've won, Tarzan's been MVP possibly right now. He might actually be 100% of AL's MVPs.
So they've won with the games today. they've now won 7 games. So there have been 2.
Okay, so
I
that's
think
not the case.
maybe
Yeah.
there was a Kyle MVP. There might have been a... Oh, there was a Shanks MVP for his Pentakill Silas. His Pentakill Silas got an MVP.
Ah, yes.
So,
yes,
and
yes,
even
there we go.
even in that game, I would have voted Tarzan MVP. And that was the game 2 versus Top Esports, I want to say. Game 2 versus Top Esports. The game 1 was the last game 2 that came up with Vi Silas combos, and then game 3 was a Stomp Out.
Gotcha.
I remember. Yeah. Okay, we're going to go into an ad break, and then we shall be back for our next series, I suppose.
Do you want to go on a break first, Al?
I wouldn't mind that, if that's okay. Yeah.
You go 4th, that's fine. Tarzan gets player of the match. Are we surprised, folks? 91% KP across 2 games with a 37 KDA and an average of 5.3k ahead of game at end. Like, this guy just on another level right now. He has been on real tour de force. The changes to the meta, allowing people to play through him a little bit more, get Kyle out of lane, has been great news for Tarzan, the carry jungler. Played game 1 where he was the go button with everyone coming to support him on that Jarvan, plus all the globals. Had a kill on the Herald here. Splatter spree was just remarkable. And then managed to get the turret charge afterwards anyway. Game 2, of course, was on that Neferi. Much more high damage gameplay from him in that one. Felt like he could do no wrong. Great flash to follow as well to pick up Zwian to end up getting both kills there, having taken the turret as well on the way out. Can't really ask for too much more, can you? Manages to punish TN here, who again isn't really a frontliner on the Lee Sin at this point. Watch this play in a second. The Cataclysm into the flag and drag through. You catch both carries inside there. Like, it's lights out. Breathe. Obviously also having a great series, particularly in that game 1 on the Yorick. But Tarzan was doing the Lord's work there and setting things up. This was perhaps a little bit more of the other side of that equation, because this was devilish work from Tarzan, who just got these early tower dives rolling on the Neferi and never really looked back, did he? Yeah, in a 2v3, still says, yeah, I can do this, especially as Hope comes on down, gets the bouncing bomb in. That's just pretty disgusting stuff. Gets the Hound's Pursuit back on in to Jackie Love, run at him and says, yeah, we've got enough damage onto him. I'm not going to keep chasing that. Let me bring down the Enchanter to make sure he can't keep this Lucian alive. As Hope gets the minefield down to finish up that one on the back end of it as well. Just very good play on the whole, with the exception of that dubious turret dive with the Baron that saw him getting aggro from the bleed. Hey, JD, good to see you. Oh, is this how you pronounce it? Is it JD Dev? You know what? I'm not actually sure what the pronunciation is.
The V there, so it's Judy.
Yeah, I know. Judy, yeah, that's true. That's true. Actually, that's fair.
I don't think it'd be JD. It'd be Judy.
Judy would make some sense. That'd actually be the correct choice. Sorry about that. I should know this at this point.
Do you want to go on your break, Sam? I can.
Yes, I'm going to get myself a cup of tea.
Cool.
I shall return.
Okay. Feeling really low energy today. Don't know why. Yeah, apologies, folks. I'm feeling just a little bit low energy. Yeah. Oh, I was. I'll tell you part of it. It is absolutely exhausting being on Reddit nowadays. To the point where I just don't think it's worth the effort. So there was a post about Zeus talking about how he always knew they were going to win Worlds 23. They were playing so well, and there was a conversation about it. And people were basically saying that, oh, Knight was really bad in that semi-final series. To which I said, well, I don't think that was the case. I came in with that opinion after watching that series, but then after I reviewed it, I actually think that Knight played really well. In fact, actually, for those of you who do want to go see that, a couple of years ago, I did a 4-hour VOD review with Kire on that series. And my takeaway was actually, I don't think there was much more that Knight could do. Anything more they could do, actually. But, basically, I made this comment saying, actually, I don't think he was invisible. I think he was actually pretty good. I think he did what he could. And people just don't engage with that at all. They just, you know, they have their opinions, they're set in it, and they just engage with them. And then there's like, just like, this is not the first time it's happened. Someone's starting putting stuff out on the comments saying like, you know, you're awful, you've had bias for years, you're terrible, and you hide behind blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. And I check the account, it's an 8-day-old account. I'm like, okay, come on. You're an 8-day-old account putting stuff like this onto the internet. Have fun. You know, like, I'm not interacting with this. Like, this is probably like the 3rd or 4th time it's happened. I reckon there's some, like, you know, sweaty nerd somewhere on the internet who's basically made a couple of fresh accounts to go talk about who they want to. Yeah. The problem with Knight was that the Zero was the most broken mid lane pick back in that 23 Worlds, and he was still really good. His Italia was really good there, so at least he could play that as well. But if you go back and closely watch that series, I would be surprised if you actually sit down and watch that series and break it down, whether you hold that same opinion that Knight was awful. But, you know, there were just a bunch of people that just weren't engaging at all. I think there's a class of people, and I understand it, right, who just kind of have a set opinion, and they just don't really interrogate that opinion, and they just want to, like, argue on the internet, you know? But yeah. T1 fans set their... I'm not even sure this is a T1 fan. I'm not even sure. I think, yeah, I think they're just some... I don't know. I'm not sure who they are, but they're an interesting sort. But yes, another 8-day-old account has hit the Reddit. I'm like, come on, this is... We're going to add this to the list of that one person that deletes their comment history to then comment again later to make it seem as though they're not leading like a hate brigade, which they have done. There are like 3 or 4 accounts like that, which yeah, I've caught them over time. Oh gosh. But no, if you seriously go back and watch that series, I think that you will come away with a much better opinion of Knight and a much worse opinion of Ruler. Kanavi's a bit of a mixed bag. He had a very good Vi game. The Belveth game obviously wasn't good, but I don't think he was fantastic either. Missing, I mean, I don't think Missing was great, but then again, Missing wasn't the key part of that roster anyway. Never use Reddit for regular use, only to help on some things. Yeah, I think the thing is, I think League Reddit kind of does it to itself, because the people that come in are well-meaning and provide good content and whatever are often not given the best reception either by the audience or I mean, actually the moderators have been good to me, but I know they've not been good to other people, right? But yeah. Yeah, technically I'm a T1 fan as well, yeah. Although, to be honest, nowadays, it gets harder and harder to be a T1 fan. Because I think, realistically, a lot of T1's fans now are quite glory supporter-y. And I think the older class of T1 fans, which had to, like, struggle through 2017 through 2019, where they actually were taking significant losses both internationally and domestically, that was a very different time. I have a lot more respect for people who lived through like 2014, 2017 to 2019. Obviously 2020 was awful for them too. 21 also similarly. Well, 21 at least they made it to World Semis, right? But yeah, the people who've been fans like since the ZOFGK era, they've been that is like the silver spoon of being a fan of a team, because they've had literally almost everything go their way, and you know, they can take an L or two domestically, but winning Worlds that many times back to back is hard to write off for it. Wait, what? KT beat T1 in game 1? That's funny as heck. T1 played into the mage bot lane, KT didn't. Well, this is the thing, right? I think, so did someone raise, I think it was Kire that, it might have been Kire that brought a really big point up here, which is like, you know, effectively, in 2018, when you had like Uzi play out like this mega style and a couple, Uzi and Jaculov in 2018, they did just play the damn AD carries. And that's the thing, like, if you want to complain about the mages, you can still play the AD carries. You can. It changes the way you have to, but you can just still play them, you know? Just play Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's great right now. Or like, Ezreal's still fantastic. You can play Jhin. You can play Varus still. There's plenty of AD carries which are still absolutely powerful enough. It's just, you know... Now the pendulum swang so far back towards mages, you know, it's a lot of people forgetting that you can play the AD carries as well. And we have ourselves BLG onto the roster as well. BLG, I'm still playing with Wenbo for now, but rumors are that Flandre will be joining the team. League Reddit feels more like League Esports Reddit the past few years. It has been for a while. I think that basically overall League content has gone quite... There isn't that much overall League content anymore. You got people like Dums who's doing really good work, but realistically, League content on Reddit is not very successful on the whole.
T acquired.
Cool.
Go there. Move this out of the way briefly. There we go. I'm going to bring in a third analyst, Alex.
Yep.
Yeah. Come on, Ziggle. I think it's important we get the ultimate in League of Legends analysis.
Hello, Zig.
What do you have to say, Zig?
Zig, what do you think of Nasus?
Currently, she's sniffing a microphone.
Yeah.
I think that means that Nasus is kind of really potent.
Wonderful. Oh, I'm actually gonna have to.
She's
I get to see. I haven't seen Zig since like a long time. Start of the year, right? Been a long time.
When was the last time we were back? Yeah, probably would have been.
Yeah, it's been a while. Been away for like, you know, half a year. I just came out here for a bit though, which is cool. Yes. I think Flandre at the BLG would be a massive upgrade. I think the peak of BLG would be lower, but I think that there are some things which they would do better. I think they'd be more able to play towards bot side. I think that they would be more able to, yeah, to more confidently team fight later actually in some ways too, consistently, because I think Bin's team fighting is sometimes not fantastic actually. I know a lot of people have great memories of his Ambassador team fights. His peak team fighting is really good, but I think Flandre on the whole is a better team fighter than Bin, comparative.
Yeah, like, this is the way I've always phrased it. Sometimes, as a top laner, you just need to put the team fight in the bag. You know what I mean? Just front to back. You don't have to go for the hero play. Bin will always, without fail, on things like Asante, on things like Sion, look for the hero play. He will try and drift into the backline as the Sion, look for that crazy flank. And when it works, incredible. But sometimes you just need to play the significantly more stable standard front to back and just body block for your team. And Bin is just not a player who wants to do that and will often end up like overplaying a fight that could have just been played so much more simply.
Ooh, is that an over number, Nasus, Harold? That's a cool pull. It's
Pit Nasus, yeah.
Oh, nice. Cool. Well, good pull then. So, got into use, we'll listen to them.
宝宝，首先为大家采访到的是 BLG 的 Night 选手，跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的中单 Night。
欢迎 Night。第3赛段我们的BLG是有着很不错的开头啊，首周3战全胜。Night 和欧文选手也是同时入选了我们的周最佳阵容，那而其中 Night 也是更是我们的周最佳选手。你怎么评价自己和队伍在上一周的表现呢？
我觉得自己和队伍在上的表现就可圈可点吧，就还是有挺多提升空间的，就希望下周打得更好。
那今天这场对手呢，历史2队交锋当中啊，上一次还是在2024年，同时呢，对手的上下2位选手仍然是今天的首发。那你会觉得今天在哪些方面会和对手掰掰手腕呢？
就感觉很久没和他们交手了嘛，但他们上来肯定是有实力的，就希望打出精彩的表现。
好的，我们就期待双方的发挥了。 好的，同时也为大家采访到 LGD 的 Birdo 先生，跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是上单 LGD Birdo。
欢迎Birdo。这个赛段呢，老干爹晋升到我们的登峰组之后，想知道你们感受到的登峰组战力如何呢？
제 생각에는 치열한 팀들이 일단 많은 것 같고 제가 좀 더 잘하면은 라오간디가 좀 더 높게 올라갈 수 있어서 제가 좀 더 노력하면 더 좋은 성적 나올 것 같습니다.
这次登上登峰组后，感觉对手都很强劲，然后我觉得我只要把我上单做好，就是我们能拿到更好的名次。
那今天其实面对到的也是一支劲敌了啊！你们为这场比赛做了哪些准备呢？同时Birdo怎么看和新人小将文波的对位呢？
새로 온 2군 선수인 것 같은데 일단 대회 보면서 그냥 무난하게 잘한다고 생각하는데 대회 했던 거 다시 보면서 어떻게 또 잘 준비하면 좋을지 그렇게 준비해서 더 오늘 대회에 임할 것 같습니다.
他看了比赛画面之后，感觉文波选手就是能把所有能做的都做好，然后他也看那个比赛，然后也自己找到了自己的能对位的方法，来对位那个文波选手。
那我们也是非常期待老干爹的表现了，给你们加油了，待会儿见。
Well, that was cool, as ever. Nice to hear from our various laners.
Yeah, and we get ourselves closer towards our series. And yeah, you know, we've had fairly quick 2 games to start out today. BLG week 1. Look, it's not been perfect. Obviously, I think Wembo's been a mixed bag. I think he's been set up for success in a number of games. He paid it off in the Yorick game. He did not pay it off in the Gwen game, which was a huge miss by him. You know, getting killed in the overpushing lane and top lane versus the Gwen versus the Yorick matchup, which ended up really hurting the game. I think that Shun is not on form right now. I think that he is a player who is so important to BLG, but his first week was a bit MIA for his engaged champions. Now his Neferi was good, but I didn't love his Vi, I didn't love his Jarvan, which are 2 champions which historically has been very, very potent on. However, I do think that Viper, good form from him. I think that on Knight, actually not as good as Split 2, but still best player in the world, I think. I still think this guy's utterly insane. Still playing towards the edge of the envelope as much as he can. His KDA is not as high as it was in Split 2, we'll put it that way. So yeah, against LGD, while I do think that LGD are... I like their scrappiness. I like the fact that they have good pick instincts. I think that Tungyuan is particularly good, and I think that Xiaoya has been not bad either. I just look at the stock value of this team and the way that they're playing and drafting. Well, no, the drafting's actually not too bad. They're actually a very flexible team. They flex a lot of stuff into mid lane from top lane, for instance. Your microphone is covering your face, by the way, Sam. It looks like you're
yeah, there's not a lot I can do about that, unfortunately.
Mic head.
Mic head. Yeah, I can move up a little bit, but yeah, it's unfortunately with the camera angle.
That particular camera angle, it looked a little bit weird. That's all I'm saying. All good. Thought I'd let you know rather than yeah. But yeah, I think that LGD, I like their drafting actually, but BLG, I think actually their first couple of drafts back have left a bit to be desired. I don't think it's been perfect yet. However, yeah, I think on the whole BLG, I imagine they still smash through this series, Sam. I'm just not sure that Tungyuan can hold a candle tonight, and he is LGD's most important player. He's going to have a good draft to make the most of his agency in this game, and he needs to get a good draft whilst also not getting decked by Knight, which is really hard to do.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be a challenge, I think. LGD are a fun team, deserve to make their kind of miracle run back up to Group Ascent. That's all well and good, but this is still going to be a very different caliber of opponent. Again, some questions around where BLG are going to end up. There's been a lot of internal drama, particularly around that top lane where things are going to lay off, and they've been to multiple different tournaments on multiple different continents over the last 3 weeks. They've been in Korea, in Europe, and then back over towards China proper as well. And then they got road trips in China now as well. So I think BLG on the other side of this are just going to be tired as well. Just there's no way around it. It's been a lot, and it's been on the prior patch as well. So some additional updates and changes in priority are going to just making things tricky.
I do think the week-long road trip system is a good one, though. I like it.
Oh,
because what it means is that the teams where, remember in the first couple of splits, we were saying, look, JDG, is it really fair that they have 8 series which are back-to-backs? They have like 1 series and 1 series. And they played something like 14 series total, and 8 of them were in back-to-back scenarios. Whereas other teams had like 3, maybe 4. And that just didn't feel fair in terms of the scheduling. It meant that some teams that owned arenas were in a bit of a bad spot, because effectively the logistics are, we want to fly out a batch of teams at once, and we want to have the arena running for these couple of days. I think now it's sort of like, okay, we're just running it for a week. Everyone's going to come in. It means that everyone's on the same playing field. I prefer that personally, Sam.
I think that's probably a better way of doing it. Plus, it means that actually every stadium gets used, which is a big deal. Because actually, if you ended up in Group Nirvana, and a lot of our stadium teams did end up in Nirvana, they're ended up with this problem of like, okay, so we've got these stadiums that just aren't getting used, which is not what you want to see. So this way, you still get a lot of those cool matchups. Everyone gets to travel around. And I think with the success of things like the LEC roadshows that have been really awesome to see over in Europe, that there is definitely hunger for this, and there is an audience for League who will turn up, and especially if you're given the opportunity to.
Yeah. I was just checking someone posting on Twitter. Apparently, did you see all the patch notes, Sam? Did you see them?
There's the not the Belveth. Star Wars opening crawl. Yeah,
it is the Belveth complete 3 paragraphs plus of changes. So DFM's jungler Citrus is now playing AP Belveth. So there is a chance that we get AP Belveth in solo queue. That'll be a thing. Right, let's get ourselves a bit more serious stuff, though. On to the Rift. BLG drama continues. It surrounds them. It inhabits their every fiber of their being, Sam. But they are still, for now, best team within the LPL. There's a question mark on that. We'll see what happens with their top lane pool. BLG walk out into Shanghai Stadium.
Off they come. BLG stands for brew less, guys. I need less tea to spill about you. Chill out, and we'll have a great team on our hands. And they may well still be one of the very best in the world, but there's been some stumbles. A fumble at MSI and beyond, where things kind of fell apart. Some of the fractures that have been papered over earlier in the year seem to come back to the fore and have culminated in a switch in top lane. Maybe.
On the other side...
Wait.
Go on.
No, it's good.
On the other side, Lagandir, the team coming up from Nirvana to Ascend, trying to make a home for themselves at the top of the LPL. They're definitely a team which has some growth to do. This is not going to be an easy split for them, despite their momentous victory over Weibo to get here. A 3-2 series, in which, remember, that game 5, they flexed the Vayne mid into a Malphite mid. They should have lost that game. They had a heroic team fight back into the game. Of course, playoffs didn't work out the way that they wanted to either, but LGD, I think their flexibility in draft is one of their main weapons, and BLG, who are looking a little bit sketchy on the draft right now, perhaps leaves an opening for LGD to use that strength.
I think that will be the angle of attack we need to see from the BLG, make no mistake, are going to be favored just off the weight of talent on the roster. Yes, there are some internal flaws. If there ever was a time for LGD to strike, it's right now. But a weekend BLG is still BLG. LGD, I think, will have to really overperform and step up to the plate here today to have a chance, even with perhaps this being their best opportunity over the last 6 months or so to take a game or more from the Titans of the LPL.
Yeah, I think Wenbo has had mixed series so far. I don't, if I'm being honest, Sam, I don't think Birdall is the guy to punish him. I don't think he's the guy that's going to be solo killing him, racking up like 30 to 50 CS leads or whatever you want to win a game like that. Birdall, I'm sure he will play a Vayne if it's available. I'd imagine BLG just permaban it, and I don't think they want to play it for themselves. Realistically, I think LGD needs a huge performance out of Tungren. I think this guy actually has a really large amount of potential in him. He has kind of been memed as the potential player. I think he's been playing a lot of top lane champions in mid lane. You know, he was a bit of a Renekton mid player. He plays stuff like the Vayne in mid. He played the Gnar mid lane into Sylas to make it avoid a Vayne matchup in top lane, actually, versus TT. Of course, it kind of went down the drain after, versus WE rather, because Karis then on the Sylas then kind of went mental after that point. It was a crazy game that, by the way. You didn't catch that one. It was, it was a Sylas Nocturne masterclass kind of, sorry, not the Sylas Nocturne, Sylas Yeah, sorry, it was the Nocturne. Anyway, whatever. It was a masterclass from the Silas kind of snowballing after that lane counter came through. And I was really interested to see that. And now the question is, can LGD keep that flexibility open? Can they keep their champion pools open and punish BLG in that area?
We'll keep our eyes on it. Again, there's some good options there. Again, Birdle, once upon a time, was known for being a bit of an Aurelia player. It's what he cut his teeth on in solo queue and never really managed to translate that win lane, win game style of hyper-mechanical, hyper-high APM play to professional particularly successfully. Maybe today against Wemba, he can pull that back out again, but I'm somewhat with you, Alex, when you were saying, hey, I'm just not sure he's the guy to do that. It doesn't feel like that's been something he's been very successful at. Maybe today feels like that's the opportunity to bring back some of the old DNA, but rather, I think otherwise it will be through those draft advantages elsewhere, especially if you have got that ability to flex more traditionally top lane champions towards that mid lane role.
Oh, cute little Ari sign there for BLG. That's adorable. Sam, we're into the draft, so let's see if LGD, well, truly can get their handle on the draft and on the meta. I think that is actually an angle of attack. A lot of people walked away from MSI thinking that BLG were the best drafting team at the event. It was one of their biggest strengths. I actually think the finals and even the series versus Leon had some flaws in them, particularly the finals. I felt like they should have walked away with better drafts at MSI. I think now coming back regionally, there are some holes in their game now. LGD are the ones bounding Vayne, interestingly. I didn't expect that personally. Now we get to see what is up and available for the other roles. We still have Ziggs Camille, we still have Jarvan, we still have Vi, which is very popular right now. Jarvan is gone now. What else do you think is going to be on the table here? We didn't see Rumble at all last series, and that's still a very high priority pick.
No. Yeah, it really does feel like Rumble has fallen away from being a must ban to being a can ban, a can pick. I wonder whether that's partly because it feels like there's a few champions to survive the early lane into the Rumble, and a Rumble that falls behind at the moment feels very, very underwhelming. And with the fact that we are flexing so much AP into drafts as well, the value of the Rumble as an AP damage source kind of dwindling somewhat. You don't want the triple AP either.
Lucian taken away from Xiaoya. Xiaoya, he's been a decent Kai'Sa player as well. Ezreal off the table versus Viper makes a lot of sense. First pick Vi would be quite risky. I think some teams will do it later into drafts, into series, but even then I think it's risky. Nocturne at least has the power of the level 1. So even if compositionally you can deal with a Nocturne combo, I think it's harder to deal with the level 1 from the Nocturne. Now, you could just lock in Camille Ziggs. That could be an easy one for them to say, okay, cool, I'm just going to have this bot lane, which we're really confident with. We get both of the ST there at the same time. Shun goes for the Neferi instead, though, and I do think that's been his best champion. That's a good sign for BLG.
He is very, very potent on this champion, especially if he does want to carry. Of course, has had that pocket pick of the Kindred come out once or twice of late, but that does feel like more of a fearless later on in a series draft rather than a best of 3 first game. What they want to lock that in with, still look for the Camille.
I also don't think versus the Nocturne either. It can be a little bit spooky there. You mess up once and suddenly the Nocturne's just like ulting across the map. The Kindred, needs someone that they can bully around a little bit more effectively. Cassiopeia, flex pick for BLG locked in.
Yeah, it is indeed. Of course, Knight once again known, well, once more, we'll tell you the story. In fact, once in solo queue, he used to be called Orochimaru before he was in LDL and pro play properly because he was a Cassiopeia one trick. There comes the Jace, is strictly a flex, but it would be between bot, mid, and top right now, rather than necessarily into the jungle with the Nocturne locked in, unless we really are going back and Vedius is about to have a very happy day when the Nocturne gets to be played mid lane again.
Not versus Cassiopeia, Sam. That is the road to death. Now, think about locking in the Yorick for BLG. Now, LGD do have the chance to again flex the Jace around. The question is whether that flex is good enough to bot lane. We assume, the Cassiopeia can be flexed around too. So there's a fair amount of mobility in both of these drafts in terms of where these champions can still go. BLG, do they ban out some of the pressure bot lanes that might be able to lock stuff in lane? I would imagine BLG would be happy at looking for a Camille on 4, now the Poppy's banned.
Heng is a big Poppy enjoyer, so that makes some sense. I'll also note that BLG, I think, are going to be happy leaving up something like the Ziggs. They were very happy to draft Cassiopeia into Ziggs and then look for kill combos where the Miasma comes on down on top of the Ziggs, and so he doesn't actually get that ability to run away very easily. So that's often been one of their pseudo answers into the Ziggs, even if he does get the shove. Akali banned away. They're obviously seeing that potential of the flex. And of course, Akali right now is a flex bot lane, which is kind of weird to think about.
Into Victor specifically, I don't think we've seen it any other matchup. Maybe there's some flexibility there. They do actually ban it away. Because again, there's a chance of it going mid lane into Syndra if they keep the Syndra there too. That's the power of BLG having Knight and Viper. I think that this year, BLG, the reason why they've looked so much more potent in some ways than BLG 2024 is despite the fact that I think the players aren't as good on average of 24 compared to the rest of the field. Because I think, you know, Bin was consistently better in 24 than he was now. I think that Knight was very, very good in both years. So you can compare both of them, I suppose. The big thing is that you have so many players that have real versatile pools. Shun's got a big champion pool. You've mentioned the Nidalee. Knight has everything and more in his wheelhouse. Viper is the most versatile bot laner of all time. And even On, of course, the Anivia, the Camille, he's been championing the new support picks too. He's been doing a lot of what Carrier does to the support role. On is also doing, but of course he's not that world champion, so he doesn't have that same kind of top level recognition in the same way. Locks in that Camille. Leona, we talked about this earlier in the stream, decent counter into that Camille. Shen is also there though. Two different ways to deal with the Camille.
That will be the one. Again, it does feel like that has become increasingly a way to deal with the Camille. Whether it's successful or not is a different matter. Again, with that combo of the Camille Nefiri, you got very long and scary pick, as you noted, but the lock gets locked.
So that means presumably lock mid, Jace top, Syndra bot lane. I think Knight can counterpick this lock pick, Sam, and I think that's a problem. I think they send the Cassiopeia bot into the Syndra, even though the Syndra's meant to be good into it. I think you just trust the fact that Viper and On will be fine, and then you pick something different in mid lane. I really like that. Come on, Knight, let's show us something different. That's pretty good here.
Well.
We get okay. That's a very good point. It could be Viper or Knight. I think it's better in mid lane, but Viper could do whatever the hell he wants, Sam.
Yeah, I know. That could be also the fact that the Vladimir is going to be very happy to play out a sort of 1v1 scenario into something like the Syndra just fine. Look like it might be that with a lock getting flex bot, maybe also as well.
I think they want lock into Cassiopeia. I think BLG want the Vladimir into the lock. So I think both these teams will flex things around to try and get their preferred matchup, because I think they want opposite matchups here. I think LGD wants the lock into Cassiopeia. Yeah, they're switching it around. Do BLG do the same? It looks like we have the Vladimir bot lane. Viper is the best bot lane Vladimir of all time. He played that plenty on Griffin. BLG gonna give Knight that Cassiopeia. Now it's not a great matchup into the Syndra. That's the kind of the interesting thing about this draft is basically BLG accepting the fact that the Cassiopeia, wherever it goes, if it's into the Syndra, it's a matchup you don't get the most out of, but you just kind of accept that. Very excited to see what this Vladimir does. Sam, it's the first one I've seen all year.
Yeah, I think we might have gotten one somewhere, I want to say over in the LCP, but largely hasn't entered the bot lane pool as yet. No puns on the Sanguine pool at all there. But once upon a time, back when we were first seeing Mage's bot be a serious meta option in 2018, Viper's Vladimir was truly monstrous. If it's that kind of meta again, with the Cassiopeia looking to scale, the Vladimir looking to scale, Nefiri looking to get a couple items, if BLG, God forbid, get to 1-2 items, get through the early game, this comp is going to be a real issue with their scaling and damage in the mid to late stages.
Yes, we did see one game of it over in LCP, and actually Flandre and 369 played some of it back in Split 1. I remember that now close. Let's hear these gyros and get into game.
A spirited defense there from LGD, but very clearly the audience has got a few BLG fans. Heng is in danger. There's a hook shot at the level 1. Overcomes Crisp as well. Now this gets a bit interesting. Should try to make that one in the flash on in, and the Smite Fighters one. Overcomes Tango, BLG in a lot of danger. Flash away, flash over the wall. First blood right now to LGD. On flashes on in and makes it at least a 1-for-1. Looking for the hook shot out. Just get over the wall. But Locke gets the kill, and it's a double for him. The Ritual Nails stake a couple.
Yeah, the level 1 is better from LGD as Shun once again is rocked in the early game. He's not been getting the best reads of the level 1, and On even makes a mistake in the retreat by taking both turret shots aggro. If you take one of them, you're probably fine. Taking both of them instant death gives the double kill to Xiaoya on the lock, who needs to snowball. It's the first bot lane Vladimir we've seen since 2019. A lot of that 2019 season popping up in these graphics with stuff like the Victor and other mages being played bot lane. 2019 was the year when we really saw the last of that mage bot lane being so flexible. 2018, of course, the crazy one with your Dariuses, your Aurelias, your what have you. Now, Tongyuan and Knight, of course, tried to roam up to that level 1. I don't think, well, the summoners weren't in there, but still. Worth noting that the Cassiopeia are actually doing quite well in the early levels. You don't expect the Cassiopeia to be beating the Syndra early. The Syndra tends to get the best of the Cassiopeia for most of the early game, as On just fails to give Viper the cannon there. Good job there, On.
Slightly unfortunate, because Viper did get solo XP in that bot lane, so is at least happy on that front, but very messy stuff. The flash in from Heng was bold, and I think if he didn't get that smite, might be having a very different conversation. Good sanguine pool there, dodged away from some of the damage, but the moment he comes out, is immediately hit by a ritual nail. Nice little jump in there with the hook shot, makes that somewhat traded, but the shadow dash after taunts up On, may need to look for those adapted defenses. They jump on in with the Ashen Pursuit. That's going to be the kill, the turnaround. Maybe makes it different though, and there's a transfusion. Viper, hungry for blood, and Xiaoyan down a lot of those summoners from the level 1, is likely just going to get run out here. When's the next transfusion upgrade finally comes on through? Won't look for anything more.
Yeah, he was afraid of the 3-stack Q. That was the scary bit at the end of that. Locke very nearly got that reset. Viper Vladimir strikes first, and we have the Viper Vel'Koz value at MSI. Now we have the Viper Vladimir value. Of course, there's actually every chance you can go for a random dive with your Sanguine Pool under turret like that. You have to be careful at moments like that. Good wave positioning here by Knight, by the way. He managed to freeze that there. Ooh, Tongyuan. He stayed in mid lane. W lands. That's the slow. Has to flash the Q. Good play by Knight to make Tongyuan to overextend, and then On punishing as the capitalization of that impact.
Yeah, Tongyuan wanted to punish Knight resetting on Vision, and that's all well and good, but On was there to punish if any attempts were made, and it was well done. And the flash there as well. Again, if that hook shot had landed, it would be having a very different conversation, but the tactical sweep alone makes things tricky. Let's have a look at this bot side play where On goes in, and LGD overchase.
They almost get this, though. It's very close. I mean, the taunt is good. You see that the Q into the E-trade works really well, and then the W heal just about saves his life. Viper gets the kill with that Q as the flash comes away. Transfusion already started to channel up there. So Shai still ahead in gold, still has 2 kills, is running the Ignite for the kill pressure. Now you have to run Ignite into Lock in his current value. His W is just too powerful. The reason why you see lots of Ignite mid laners into the Lock, and now we see it from bot lane from On as well, is because the W healing from Lock is so obnoxious. If you don't run it, he will just out-heal your damage when he runs it at level 2, level 3.
Yeah, because it gets a bit weird, right? Because obviously he burns his HP bar with that Soul Ignition. You're thinking, okay, well, if he's trading health, this should be fine. But with the way the healing comes on through, can be very, very tricky indeed. So anti-heal often a requirement. And again, he's running the Ignite because he's into a Vladimir, who is perhaps one of the few champions who could out-heal the Lock.
So let's get a bit of more of a grasp of what's happening on the rest of the map. Knight's slight advantage in mid lane. Again, got the flash out of Tongyuan because his wave positioning there. Wenbo is over pushed, and he's probably dead here, Sam.
Yeah, Ken Heng doesn't have ult, but does have a flash, and Wenbo, without his Dark Procession, really, I think has very limited options. Could potentially flash to get at least under the turret, but I think at this point he's in some danger, but Birdle too far away, and he couldn't really get involved. So the Maiden keeps him busy, and they get away with it.
I'm surprised he didn't like flash for a shot blast. I thought he should just be straight up dead there, Sam. I'm surprised at that. Now, Wenbo managed to live. That's important. I thought he was dead there with the overpush. Not enough damage from Hung, and Birdle couldn't get in range as he was saying. Wenbo has that Cull cashing in. Dragging to the side of BLG as Hung shows top lane a little bit too easily.
That's the one. Knight manages to try and trade with Heng there, but it's still a nice little takeaway. But the jungle is largely even here in the grand scheme of things. Of course, the level 1 was a bit frantic, but at this point, BLG are beginning to get out on the map. Crisp has to flat heal and try and get away. The Ignite comes on down. Ends up just being a trade of summoners. I don't know whether that Ignite was entirely necessary, but I think the moment Heng was spotted made things a little tricky.
Gives you vision in the brush, I guess, to make you give you a bit more information. But yeah, bit rough there. Okay, so Scrubs up, not Grubs up on top side, Grubs up in a minute too, actually, rather. But the level 6 Scuttle Crab going to be taken by Shim, so he's going to be happy in terms of his XP value. Viper's doing more than fine in the bot lane here, and Vladimir, I think, is going to have huge value this game. So I don't think anyone goes to Vladimir on this game.
Oh, Xiaoya, that's unfortunate. There's a Tides of Blood and a Sanguine Pool available, so Xiaoya has to flash. Heals up off the wave, transfuses as well, and Viper's very happy with the play. Top side, Wenbo is again without a maiden. Needs to go touch some more grace.
He also healed because the Hemo Plague was down on Shire. That's the reason why he flashes there, right? So the Hemo Plague, you could see that on this skin, it's not as easily to see as like your base one, which has a very loud sound effect, but there's that little, it's because it's the Cosmic Vladimir, so there's that little starry pool which appears down there. So that's the reason why Shire flashed and Viper got that extra healing off.
Yeah, looking to build towards the Lich Bane and Shire, which of course very, very good on Locke, who wants to get that Ashen Pursuit empowered auto with all of those ritual nail stacks that gives him so much of the burst. But right now is struggling a little bit into the Vladimir's kind of early oppression. Nice Dark Procession puts Burdol into a tricky spot. Even without the Maiden, that could have been a bit difficult. Chris might find on here, will at least get a little bit of damage there with the Twilight Assault. And I want to keep what he's called Vorpal Blade. It's not anymore. It's called something else. It's Twilight Assault, and then Shadow Dash is the actual dash. There we go. I always conflate those two abilities and have to second guess myself.
Although with League Classic introducing Shen, Akali, and Kennen, we will see Vorpal Blade back, which is the Q, the throw the Q at you thing. You know, a lot of people still prefer old Shen in terms of like his trading patterns and his kind of like sustain over time. For those of you who never played old Shem, he'd basically throw a sword, point and click at you, but then if he auto-attacked you after, he'd deal some extra damage, but also he'd heal off of you. So that was the way that he kind of like get these very incremental sustained trades, which was very cool. Burdol does have flash. You might have to use it. On actually chooses not to throw the E. He's channeling up that W because the Camille support thing is, you know, you press W, then you hook shot, and you try and get that W as you land for the burst damage all in one.
I think also with the fact that there were, in fact, a fair number of LGD members topside on the Grubs might have been a little bit too much of an overchase there, especially with Heng having the Paranoia. Would have been a potentially free play for the Nocturne, so they won't overplay their hands. Nice Sanguine pull, but still ends up taking a bit of damage from the Jace regardless. Does trade back there with a nice transfusion. Tanguman potentially in danger here as Shun's behind him. The balls come on out. That means an Eviscerate in, still using that W, and manages to dodge away the unleashed power. Gets the ult out of the Syndra regardless though, which is all right.
HP. Has teleport, so and look for a reset anyway. Shun looking potentially for a steal on this, but doesn't have the smite. Smite comes through from him instead. On getting burst out, Tungan stuck around.
Does manage to get in the double scatter stun though, makes things tricky. Paranoia from Heng makes this a 1-for-1, but he will be trading his life. Make no bones about that one. There's the reset comes on forwards from Shun, just looking to chunk out Crisp a little bit here on the back end of the play.
So even though it's a 1-for-1, it's still a little better for BLG because Tunguman's still so low HP. He is walking over now. Stun doesn't land, but now Tunguman's missing out on probably a plate. And a bit of damage. Does Shun have W? He does. Shaya has E. He's walking forwards. How big is the kill threat here?
Dodges away from what I think was the ult there as well. So Shaya ends up looking for that idol putting down. Purgatory, however, is escaped from. Clearly enough people praying for Shun.
Yeah. If you see that little circle, look, I understand there's a lot of random circle skill effects, but if you see that circle skill effect, that's the ultimate. Hang on, Viper's getting cancelled out here.
The Ignite comes on down, flashes away, survives for now, got very low, but doesn't bleed away. Has burned both summoners, though. Now they might look to turn this around, though. There's the hook shot in, but it's onto Crisp. But Shun is here with the call of the pack. Viper being tagged by the Ritual Nail makes this a tricky state of affairs. Overcomes Knight, though, who's real scary. Viper still sticking around. Flash petrifying gaze. Xiao is looking to get something. Hook shot out will not be enough to save on. I appreciate the attempt nonetheless. It's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, great roam down by Knight. Uses the teleport, commits the flash. A little bit awkward by Viper, who had the information of them coming around the corner. Still got hit by that taunt. Very nearly got himself killed. I think actually he could have had a very good trade if he'd managed to escape that taunt. Couldn't quite manage to do so. BLG in a gold lead. Going in for a bit of a camp steal. Should be able to get this one for free. Top lane is even, as we said, the Jace versus Yorick. It's more about when the Jace first makes a mistake. If the Yorick ever gets ahead, then obviously it is a bad thing for the Jace. Viper doing okay, despite the fact that Shai has 3 kills and is up in gold. The Vladimir is still fine. The Vladimir is completely fine in this draft. I really don't think there's a consistent answer to the Vladimir. I love this pick in, and as we said, Viper, a long-time player of the champion, very successful on it back in the days of 2018, 2019.
That's the one. Look at Shun, though, as a potential angle over the back of this wall. Does look to get in here. Viper's around. Hound's Pursuit up and available. Makes this very much a smite fightable option. LGD do get the dragon, though, and BLG don't want to overplay their hand, especially with LGD largely set up in the river.
On the Camille, obviously been hyper engaged and hyper active so far in this game. Wemba, ooh, gets a tower shot onto Bertel. If that was the second one, that was actually looking like a potential kill angle. I suppose without the Maiden, it's a bit harder, because the Maiden, for those of you that don't know, Maiden basically increases your damage to the target's hitting as well, which is the nasty part. The Yorick is kind of insane once you have effectively a 1.5 versus 1, and that Maiden starts hitting people.
Yeah, worth noting at the back end of that play, Tangyuan did ult on to kind of dissuade him from looking for a play in the river, which probably explains why Shun and crew backed off rather than looking for the full play. Might now look for a stun onto On, who buffers well through that. Now Heng's gone real deep to try and get towards him. Think he likely is dead there. I appreciate the attempted escape. Mechanically about as good as you could get, but was still just too deep, and BLG, even with a couple members around, didn't want to fully commit there to try and save their Camille.
This is the problem with the Camille. If Camille is actually caught, not a very survivable champion in support. Xiaoya doesn't get the auto attack down onto the ritual nails. Does he get the auto attack after? No, even with the W move speed.
Ooh.
Ultimate coming through from Viper, the big ultimate coming through, however it's traded back.
Purgatory. There's a big chunk after. Jumps on in with the Ashen Pursuit. Doesn't have the damage, so even with that Lich Bane proc, ends up being a 1-for-1 in terms of the ult trades. No one dies.
It was close to the execute, because of course the lock ultimate, if it brings you below a certain amount of HP, you die.
Good point.
So that execute was very, very close there. That's what I was worried about. But of course, the execute increases based on the amount of people that you've killed before, and then pick up the idol. So if you get a kill with your ult, and then pick up where the ult was initially cast, you get some extra value. Shun coming topside. Bertel does have flash. I don't think... Well, now I was about to say, I don't think BLG looked for a play. I think LGD looked for a play on them, potentially. The Syndra walking up, but they can't find their way in. Crisp has that stand united to use as well, worth noting as well. That'll be very important for the 1v1s between Viper and Xiaoya as the game goes forward. There might be a Shen ult involved, which will flip the scales.
Does a little bit again.
If you flip the scales, something's gone very badly wrong, you know?
Not quite there for sure. As it stands, LGD slightly ahead in the gold, about 200, but that's it. This game has been very even in the grand scheme of things. Where the gold is kind of worth noting. Slight lead for Heng, who of course had some good early kill involvement. Slight lead for Birdol. The problem is, of course, for the side of LGD, Knight's got himself to a good point in power. And look, the Camille might have died a few times, but at least picking up a couple kills means she's likely going to hit Sunset Sky on a good timer for a support.
Okay, so we have Herald up in a minute. We don't have, we haven't had a big Shen ult play just yet. Viper farming up okay. Behind in gold because, again, the kills coming through Xiaoya. Xiaoya's really fed. 4 Dark Steel stacks. Help that too. Flash in towards Tangyuan. This might be a bit
he's
far.
Dead. He's just dead, surely. There's the flash away. The Darkin Daggers get it, and they murder him in short order. Good DPS check.
That was a little close. If that second dagger didn't hit, I think you maybe have to overcommit into the paranoia. I thought initially it was a little too far. Tangyuan a little unlucky not to get away with more from that, but still, good response from BLG. Knight putting down the miasma.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. Heng has to flash away, does go back on forwards, but there is the adaptive defenses, and the bleed will not be quite enough, and On gets away with it.
Last minute auto brings him below 40 HP. Crisp on the fly. They didn't use the Shen ult, by the way, there. That was another big thing. I was certain they'd use the Shen ult at some point, and the recoil even comes off. Don't know what happened with Crisp and his ultimate. I think it was available there, as far as I was aware. I'm very surprised that, you know, if you throw in the Shen ultimate, there's the flash is a little bit better. I think it's actually very playable. Viper getting caught out in
nice. Good flash away means he actually doesn't quite die to the bleed there. Tangyuan with a strong roam down made things a tricky run thing for Viper, but he escapes, and that's going to give Knight a lot of free time bot lane to potentially pick up first turret of the game here for BLG.
Extra gold in towards the Cassiopeia. And, you know, sometimes this will happen in a BLG game where you think, ooh, wow. Things are kind of close in bot lane. Ooh, hang on, On's getting caught out, and it is happening the same again there. Tangyuan, luckily for On, did not have ultimate. Knight is still 1,000 gold ahead, by the way. Xiaoya's looking for the kill. I think he's just going to get it.
I think he's got it. Yeah, nice. Just gets to run at him. Doesn't even need to burn the soul ignition there. Just gets to hop on in with the Ashen Pursuit and feel pretty happy about that kill.
Yeah, and of course, didn't even have the ult to throw at him at that point. But as I was saying, you know, even though this game has been very largely about, you know, On getting caught a lot, but also making plays, it's been very much about the Camille Feast or Famine, Knight is still 203, 1.6k gold ahead. As soon as these fights happen with a Cassiopeia in it, you do get quite worried for LGD, although credit to them, again, hanging okay in the early game. I think they've done quite well, actually, at punishing On where they could.
Yeah, again, I think partly it's the fact that the the likes of this lock have gotten so fed, and of course is very mobile. Got that fake Katarina E with the Ashen Pursuit. Just allows you to keep chasing on the people who might otherwise think they're out. It's going to be the Dragon effectively traded for that play on though, because they spent so much time spent around that top side of the map, unable to set up around bot. We'll start at the Herald though and look to trade on this one. BLG around though.
Okay, on. Maybe not the person that wants to be face checking at that kind of HP and survivability. If you have Flash, it's a bit different. I'll be looking for that surely at some point. Any extra poke that lands onto the Camille now, I think ends the fight pretty much for the Camille. Remember, the Shen ult is available. Xiaoye throwing out the Qs. Not bad from Viper. Getting dive on now, though.
Does throw down the Hemo play, but it's just dead to rights. Remember, with no Flash and no Ghost, it was quite easy to get on top of him once that Sanguine Pool is down. Vladimir, easier in the 1v1, but you only get to dodge for so long and goes down fairly cleanly. And LGD taking the opportunity with the Grubs to turn onto the turret.
3 Grubs and a Lich Bane, so it's very easy to put damage into that mid lane. BLG not defending Viper very well, but I think Viper assumed he'd be okay in a 1v1/1v2. Clearly he wasn't. Herald, I think very likely going over to LGD now, rather. It resets, though. That maybe changes things. Maybe there's an angle for Shunanon to get into the pit.
Yeah, it's still going to be the 4v5. Cliff taken very low. There's the W from Shun. Flashes out. Petrifying Gaze well wide. BLG still stepping forwards. The Morning Mist lands. There comes the Locket to try and buy some time. And a flash on in from Wembo in the last ride to the Dark Procession. Pick up a couple. Xiaoye at least get something. Trying to Ashen Pursuit out, but there's a Twin Fang following, and the flash will not allow him to escape. And all the while On finds a nice little pickup on the other side. Gets knocked out of his hook shot. The tactical sweep buys a little bit of time on a slope, but Birdle able to run away. The Noxious Blast, I think, just shy there to prevent Knight from getting the speed up and the ability to run Birdle down.
Sam, even more than that, On solo killed the Syndra. The Camille support just solo killed the Syndra. That's the meta we're in, folks. Camille support, Mages bot lane, Nary an 80 carry in sight. Now, the reason this fight is interesting is because the Herald resets and allows BLG to get in position for a contest. Knight ends up mistaking kind of like the all-in angle from Birdle, throws the ult for free, maybe thinks he can get a flash ult. I think he chooses not to pull it there. Miasma is really good, though. Knight holds the right angle, puts down a ton of damage. And this is why I was worried. What happens when the Cassiopeia actually gets damage down? It's not even like, I would say, a particularly good fight from the Cass because the ult's not fantastic. It's good. I don't think it's just like top tier. And the Cassiopeia still ends up kind of running the show. Birdle gets a play onto On. Not bad, but the fight clearly is very hard to fight once Knight was in position there.
Yeah, again, Knight just want to burn the flash. Would have probably been traded for Birdle's flashes anyway once that Noxious Blast was missed. So that makes that a 4-for-2 in the grand scheme of things. But again, the goal's starting to mount onto Knight and making him very scary. At the very least, Xiaoye has picked up a fair number of kills to make this a pretty scary lock in a game that he might otherwise not have been. Bit of a trade here between our supports. Hook shot over the wall, dodged away from the Shadow Dash.
Angel Delacroix in YouTube chat, bring up an interesting point, which would have been great in another game, which is effectively, if you're a Shen on an opposing team for Nocturne, you can't click ult during Paranoia, I believe. However, in this case, they are on the same team, so it's, fun interaction though, and also welcome over to people in YouTube chat as well. Welcome to everyone. And again, it's very enjoyable to have LPL back. Thank you everyone for joining us on our LPL journey. We wouldn't do this without you. We appreciate each and every one of you joining us in our Chinese League of Legends journey. You've joined us in a very Chinese time of our League of Legends lives, let me tell you.
That we are indeed here. Welcome on in. On, trading here, but look at Viper over the wall, looking for the Tides of Blood, but people just a little bit too far away. Viper started the lane relatively well.
Still in a 2v4. They're going to walk in and take the tower. Can't really defend it in the 2v4.
Yeah, they can't do that, and finally that falls. All the while, Birdle's going to take out the Maiden again. Wembo's not been great at defending his Maiden this game.
No. Oh, ult went down from Xiaoye. Thought he'd hit the Q3 on channeling up and then falling away with that ult. Dragon in a minute.
Sword Tang you incoming. Right on the Dragon spawning. That'll be probably our next port of call. If BLG can get themselves to Soul Point, I think it might be a good one, especially when lots of these players are going to want to play around the low HP bar, on by just virtue of being Camille, but otherwise people like Viper would love a Chem Soul this game, I think.
Ooh, Shadow Flame in for Xiaoye, so that is a very bursty lock. I'm glad it hasn't been the Protobelt. I think Protobelt's such a... What's up?
Jack of Viper's inventory and what he just completed as a Shadow Flame got done as well.
Go on then.
That's a death cap in for the Vladimir. Both of these bot laners are at some serious points of power.
Yeah, I mean, Vladimir is one of those champions that loves himself everything but mana. Hang on, On's caught out. Where's the support for him? Gets over the wall.
does indeed. Couple moments there. There's the paranoia. Can't get over the wall as the fear comes on down well, and Heng brings down on. Wembo is here. Out comes the Herald. Will be a Battle Herald angle. Man advantage for LGD as they pick off on well again, despite what looked like a fairly decent attempt at an escape.
Shuttle was used. Herald's going to be choosed here. Charges into the wall. Good defense by Wembo. That is important. That stops the bot lane turret falling for free. Now, the question is, what can Knight do now with the Flash Cassiopeia 305, Viper as well with that death cap? Do they go and approach this at all? I think they might want to, given the Paranoia and the Stand United are both down. They can fight this, I think, in the 4v5.
They can. It's going to be the smite secure, but the fight after gets interesting. Birdol off vision, looking to potentially accelerate a shot blast into someone who goes too far. And LGD get the pick, get the dragon, get out.
Yeah, it's not bad for them at all. Hung on the Nocturne. And Crisp on the Shen doing quite a good job of punishing On. On is 4-7. He is 7 of BLG's 10 deaths this game. Knight, I think Knight is starting to feel the pressure of saying, okay, I've got to do something. I have the gold lead. The problem, hang on, jumping onto Shun here. Shun getting feared.
Okay.
That's a lot of damage. The Baron's getting involved too.
Oh my god, needs to get over the wall, flashes out. But Flash from Birdol to get the hypercharge autos down. And they pick off well. But Vladimir in the backside. Viper's here with the Hemo Plague, and Xiaoye likely just gets melted to the tides of blood. Washed away. They throw the paranoia down, but BLG ensure that the Baron start can't become a reality.
Now, that's a really good angle from Viper. We've been waiting to see if he'd come online with that death cap. See what would happen there. The Storm Surge death cap is a very bursty build from Vladimir. It's not a tanky team from LGD. Now, the Syndra can get one shot. I'm pretty sure that the Lock can do too. W healing be damned. I really don't mind the Vladimir angle. Now, BLG did give up that last dragon. The gold is not as solid as it once was. It really is Knight, the big gold lead. On has one too, right? Because Camille and him died and killed a lot. So what happens here? Because Hung gets a really good angle onto Shun. Spell shield, flashes, gets Strybreaker and the Fear. Shun uses the W to try and stop the Fear Tether coming through in the first place. Doesn't quite get the reaction check. It is a very good play from Hung, and that will allow them to, of course, take that first kill. Then, however, good response by Viper. I think BLG, across this split so far, from the relatively few games we've seen, have been quite good at rallying from the first kill and saying we can fight in the 4v5 because the cooldowns used to get that first pick were too large.
Yeah, exactly. And again, there's a couple times this game where On and Shin have been, particularly On, I think, in fairness, have been very, very close from making out. It's just a game where I think the Neferi and the Camille are going to be in prime position to be blown up, especially because people like Xiaoye have gotten fed. You know, we're still into a Jace, you're still into a Syndra. The ability for them to just press EQ from the Jace or R on the Syndra to blow you up is very, very high this game. You are just going to be at risk playing the champions that you have decided to play. Speaking of...
Okay, that's the Hema play coming down. Taunt coming forwards. I suppose ult for ult traded, but Camille ult is on a longer cooldown. And that paranoia, it is a good chunk onto Xiaoye. We'll give him that.
And again, it buys a lot of time for this Yorick to start their split pushing ways. It's gotten to that Shojin at this point. His level's 15, maybe even 16 actually. I apologize, misread my screen. It is very scary. On thinks about going forward. Heng will pop that spell shield briefly, but won't do too much more. Birdol trapped inside the dark procession. The turret falls. Knight now here with a rocket belt Cassiopeia for the miasma. Petrifying gaze. The Shen ult comes through, and it's not enough to save their Jace.
Yeah, Knight Sam quite literally puts Bell to ass there and kills the top player of LGD. That's going to be turret coming through for them as well. We were sat here wondering, what is Knight going to do with this gold lead? Turns out, flip the map in their favor.
On manages to buffer through the CC there with the hook shot and gets away this time, but they play well. They play into the Shen and just say, yeah, I'm sorry, you don't have the HP to survive this. Really good roam. 2,000 gold lead to BLG's mid laner now individually, who's having a fantastic showing on the Cassia.
You know what's even more interesting? So the Rocket Belt we've kind of come to see from Ryze Cassiopeia, like the HP building mid laners are obviously going to build the adjusted Rocket Belt, which has more HP. That's fine. I don't mind it on Ryze Cassiopeia, even Anivia to a certain extent, although it's a little worse on her. The more interesting item is actually the Cosmic Drive, who he uses for the higher movement speed for the chase down. Knight is basically saying, I'm tanky enough, I have enough damage, I need to actually get on a target. Now, often we see Rylai's for that instead, but what this allows him to do with the Cosmic Drive is say, I can switch targets better. I can switch targets, right? I get the Q move speed onto one person. The Cosmic Drive starts to activate, and then I can chase down a second person. 4-0 and 5, 2,000 gold ahead. Got that great kill onto Birdle, which allowed them to break the base in the bot lane. Didn't break the inhibitor. But I think Knight's been thinking about this game fairly effectively. Normally, I love to see that Rylise for games like this, but I actually really understand the Cosmic Drive here.
No, I'm right there with you. And again, there's the Rocket Belt done for Viper. Rocket Belt very good on the Vladimir as well, who does love the extra HP. Also, you are a dashless champion who does need to get into melee range. It's always been one of the issues with hyper late Vladimir. Is that actually, for all you've got this great scaling, you are still a melee range carry who doesn't really build resists. So you eventually just sort of run at people and they blow you up. So it was a bit issues with Swain as well as like hyper late game. Drain tanks are never quite as scary as sometimes you might expect them to be.
Okay, Dragon up now. We have flashes on everyone but Yorick for BLG, and all flashes up for LGD. Those flashes obviously very important. We have every ultimates available. Wenbo pushing top lane. Birdle walking towards top, and of course the Paranoia is there. If they manage to get vision of him, they might try and cross map instead. Do they pull a teleport? No, Caspier's not coming to help.
Okay, the Dark Procession slows Birdle down a little bit, but realistically, Wembo's got very limited options and does just get melted. They are going to get Dragon at the very least here as well, do BLG, but that's the whole point in trade for the Baron start. You're absolutely right.
I think that's why they went for this. They want to get the isolated solo laner. They do use the Paranoia, but it's not that big a cooldown compared to some of the others. Now BLG need to retake the pit. They spot them out with the sweeper. Syndra was looking quite scary there. Baron, is it going to be completed? I'm not sure it is by LG. They actually are sticking on it, though. That's quite bold of them.
Ghost. Here comes the Hounds pursuit him. Viper with the Ghost on him. Force a flash out of Tiger. Returns the favor. Does get annihilated. But the Storm Surge and the Heaver Blade makes it the 1-for-1. Shun with the reset ult now. As Birdle's dropped inside the cage. Flashes away. Good kill for Shun. As in goes Hang with that GA. But over comes Knight, who is twin fagging on down. On killed off Xiaoye. Shun eviscerates out. The GA comes back to life. A petrifying gaze only slows the Jace, but it's not enough. And it's an ace for BLG.
Now, it's exactly what's happened in the rest of the game, Sam. They lose one kill, but they engage in the 4v5 after, and they just win. Wenbo's going to teleport bot side. They don't need him for the Baron. I think it's a good decision. Take the inhib while you can. Baron will be coming up later. If you have the super minions spawning a little earlier, that will empower their Baron push. BLG get the Dragon. They get the fight. They get the inhibitor after. Pretty happy with that. Viper going in from that flank. Went for a very long play on Tungun, and Tungun uses the E. The Syndra in a game like this must hold on to that Scatter the Weak so greedily. Viper goes in for a full one-shot. It is a bit far. He does die, but he splits the fight well, and it's not like anyone else is taking the damage. Wembo getting teleported on the bot side, but will escape fine.
And takes like 2/3 of the team's health bar with him, and they burn so many ults to kill him that it then just gives Knight, it then gives On even, that ability to go in with the Neferi and just finish up what their bot lane has started. And you know what? I think as a Vladimir, you'll be happy enough trading out. What was that? 3 ults? Maybe even 4? No, it would have been 3 ults, but for the life of yourself, and you still get the kill on the way out. 4,500 gold. They've got Baron to their name for the next 2 minutes or so, and we'll be looking to pick up some more of these inner turrets and probably some inhibitors as well if they can help it.
Cheeky check-in on the Snake. Viper is... sorry, not Viper. He's another Snake. Since Knight is 507 on his way to a death cap. A very good last fight at that Baron. 2k up individually. On has a bigger gold lead, because again, supports are weird like that, and On's been doing... He's gone from 4 and 7 to 6 and 7. He's doing pretty well. Oh, God, yeah. Well, he's doing that. Anyway, he's got the number. Knight walking forward, looking to get that Cosmic Drive. Forces the Ghost Blade out of Birdle, and he'll get out safely.
Does indeed. You land that Noxious Blast. Again, we're having a different conversation, but Jace is pretty slippery with all of his move speed options with form changing and acceleration gates, but over comes On, and Birdle, no flash, and I think very limited options if On lands this shot blast. They know he's still there. Paranoia is burned, not taken into that bot lane, is taken into mid instead. Golden goes Viper, but gets immediately taunted, and Xiaoye gets a Lich Bane proc from the gods. Goodbye, Viper.
Viper has not been judging his safe boundaries that well this game. You know, I've got very fond memories of his Vladimir, but it's not been the best Vladimir game. And BLG are actually going to come over with a negative Baron power play.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see exactly how Viper got caught there, because obviously BLG were making a big play through mid. Viper felt with the arm guard in the pool he'd be relatively safe, but again, they burned a lot of cooldowns to get him, and that means that LGD in this neutral game are somewhat disadvantaged. Shun eviscerates over the wall, gets a good Darkened Dagger proc onto Crisp, could theoretically think about going on forward, but won't do so. LGD retreat under their tier 2, but in goes on top of Xiaoyu, who now can't escape with the Ashen Pursuit, the Twin Fangs Flyer. Tried to reactivate the soul ignition, but his soul peters out, unable to get the engine ticking.
And it's Knight once again following up on finds a really good pick there. One of the few players in the world which makes the Camille support look really busted. Now, I think this champion at peak is actually the best support in meta, but you've got to be so good at playing around it, and you've got to have a very good player to use it as well. BLG pushing, and they do have the Baron buff for one last wave. Paranoid's going onto the Vladimir again.
We'll pull out the Fear. There'll be the Spell Shield coming up. There's the Smite. Good turnaround there. We'll have the Transfusion healing on up. Gets himself very fast with the Storm Surge to the Tides of Blood. Another Transfusion. And Heng is now surely dead. Trying to trade this one back and does get the kill. Can't get the Fear proc in time, and Heng realizes the 1v1 is perhaps a touch much. Good attempt there at calling the pack from Shun to get out to safety, and gets on out just fine.
I think Viper's just done of getting knocked and ulted this whole game. We were saying, look, he's not been judging his safe boundaries very well, does judge that one well, and he gets the kill for it. Now, BLG do get an inhib on both side lanes, mid lane the only one standing. Dragon's up in 10 seconds, and that would be Soul and Sam. That solo kill from Viper onto Hung means that they get Soul for free. Birdle's walking towards Knight. I don't think he really wins that trade, but now they're teleporting to make it less even.
He was the only player in the game yet to die, may well be traded out here, and indeed is no way to deal with that one as Birdle goes to the sky. The burn is real strong. I got a little nervous there for Birdle, but he will get out. The problem is the death of Knight is traded for the Chem Soul, and there's minions on the Nexus turret, so they're going to lose a Nexus turret too.
Yeah, so the cost of investing onto Knight is one, the teleport. They do get a good shutdown. That's something, but they lose Soul, they lose a Nexus turret as well, as you're saying. So LGD don't even win across the cross map. I suppose the argument would be, at this point in the game, you take anything you can get. They get the flash out of Knight, which is also important. Maybe that leads to a fight win later on. I think LGD in general have just not been... They've been able to find the first pick quite well this game. I think their pick instincts are pretty good. They're clearly levels behind in terms of team fighting on BLG, though. I think BLG have been much better at fighting the grouped up fights beyond that first pick, despite the fact that I actually think most of the team of LG have done quite well at doing stuff like this.
All right, well, Heng is going to do what worked for the rest of the game. We'll get the flash up, and that is an attempted turnaround, but that's a great spell shield to invalidate the Hextech ultimatum.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, it's a bit cheap there from On throwing out that ult. I suppose you just want to get that hand shape, but I don't really understand throwing that out there. Just wait for the hook shot or a W to break the spell shield if you can. Dan United was using
tried to W and do it.
Clearly so. It did not work, because you can spell shield with the ultimate pretty much any time during its cast animation. It's pretty easy to get. That's quite hard to get the spell shield out from the W, because this is not that very threatening from a Camille support.
Yeah, I can see that again. So just good holding there from Heng, and On's attempt to blow the spell shield goes wrong, and well, just ends up burning his ult for free. At least we're late enough in the game with enough ability haste. He's got Zeke's Convergence, for God's sake, that the ult's not actually on that long a cooldown in the grand scheme of things.
We should do a Wenbo check. Wenbo is, this game, how are we rating Wenbo? I think he is Sam. I think he's been fine. Again, he's played to the team win condition. I don't think he's done anything special. He's also not lost in the game. In terms of the Wenbo check, I think it's been fine from him. What do you think?
I'm kind of there with you. It's been more about the other members, particularly Shun and On, trying to make plays for better or worse. And actually, on the other side for LGD, right, between Heng and Chris doing the same thing, you can see where all the deaths are stacked on both teams. Those players making the moves are often doing so with risks attached, shall we say, into a game like this.
It's one way to put it. Yes, I would agree with that. Okay, so, Chemtech Soul in. There we get the ultimate Shaya. Not able to escape this one.
Oh, boy, the Hound's Pursuit. Soul Ignition buys some time, but Chris trades his life for it. And there's still a reset available. Shaya escapes, but not for long. It's a horror movie. You're safe until you think you are. Well, you're not safe forever. There was a better way of phrasing that. He's not safe.
There probably was.
Where I was going with this.
Not only
you think you're safe when you're not. I think it's probably the phrase that was needed.
Die. Sadly, another casualty is Sam's vocabulary. It's horrible. I know. What are we going to do?
Oh, we butchered the sentence.
That's what we've got in for, Sam. What are we going to do?
I don't know, man. Clearly I need to find a new career. There's the answer. On will get over the wall, and the execute is there. Dagwood's at that point of the game, huh?
Yeah, On didn't want to play ball, Sam, and yeah, he died.
Boo.
Because of it. Yeah, I know. Right? I actually really like
this.
I really like the Pool Party Syndra skin because it's quite cool with the beach balls thing. Knight's gonna walk over. He might actually just kill the Nocturne here. He does get the move speed. That's kind of scary for the Nocturne.
He turns around, Birdle's around, but I don't think you win this 1v2. There's a TP behind. Shenel as well. 3v3, but Viper is here. The Sanguine Pool on the other side. It's a 1v2 for a moment, but a TP in from Wembo's made this a lot more spicy. Chris needs to flash away. The GA is broken. The Dark Procession down as well. Flash from Heng to try and make this a little bit of a change to fair. Flash away to break the fear. Tether trapped inside the Dark Procession, and Heng goes down to Wembo.
Oh, LGD go for an extended play, but the teleport comes in, and they get absolutely Wenboned by the Yorick coming in on the teleport flank, picks up the kill at the end. BLG get another one.
Well...
What else do you want
Some
me to
rights
say,
were
Sam?
violated, I guess. And we get the barrage shove into mid lane. Scout of the Week is there. Goes wild. The ritual nails aren't there. Instead, the nail appears to be being put into LGD's coffin, which is a little ironic. Out comes the Petrifying Gaze, a Soul Ignition reactivation. Still not enough to keep him kicking. Dodge away from the force of will. The inhibitors all being broken down. That Nexus turret may have respawned, but it's only at a third HP. The minions are here, and BLG clearly done with this game as Birdle desperate to clear what waves he can. The hookshot comes on in. More of a check on some HP bars from Tango, but the Nexus exposed, and BLG do make it the 1-0. It's a bloody game. It's a messy game. But I think on the whole, it was one that BLG felt like they were largely the ones making the more proactive and successful moves.
Yeah, I think that LGD found good first picks, but they spent too much to get it, and BLG fired back very well. The real victory for BLG in this game was getting the cleanup fights, understanding they could win the 4v5, not over-respecting LGD after they lost the initial member and saying, no, we can still win this. That was the big win from them in this game here. I think that Knight is my player of the game. No surprises. He's a really good player. I think that he had a fantastic game of chasing down for extra damage. I also think that On bounced back from a very difficult early to mid game where things went wrong. Same with Shun, that level 1 really set Shun and On quite far behind. I think that Wenbo did his job completely fine. Didn't do anything particularly special, but he wasn't really called upon to do anything like that. And I think Viper, he played the 1v1s fairly well given how fed the lock was. I think he did overstep his safe boundaries once or twice, but actually I think on the whole it was just good to see his Vladimir back. Sam, it's such a legendary pick for him.
Yeah, and again, you got to bring out that very famous movie quote that goes something along the lines of, what are we, some kind of Suicide Squad? Because that was the job in some ways as On, really. You had to go diving on in with a Shun on the Fury and look for the kicks.
That's the
quote.
One.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's the one. Marlon Brando really famously said that. Yep. What are we, some kind of Suicide Squad? You come to me on the night of this one-way mission and ask for me.
You come to me on the day of my top laner's contract signing. Yeah, of course, we don't know what's going to happen with BLG's top lane pool. The rumor now is BLG Flandre coming over from Anyone's Legend. However, at that point, Bin and Flandre are apparently, from the last I saw in terms of the rumor mill, was neither wanted to play a rotating roster. So it would be starting top laner or bust. So Bin and Flandre would then be competing for starts effectively between on this roster with, you know, effectively Daney, then making the choice between the two of them. Wenbo, I think he's playing to the plan right now. Clearly, I don't think he's good enough to take them to an international title. I think they could win LPL with him just because the rest of the team's so good. But I'm not entirely sure what would happen with him going international. I don't. Well, no, I don't think it would work out.
Zeus, right? Yeah, or Broken Blade pulling out a Kled. Like, I think there's enough top laners out there on the teams that we're likely going to be seeing internationally who would kind of have their way with Wembo, bluntly, and that would be a lost condition in general. Have a look at that damage chat. Everyone was doing a lot of damage. Credits are On, by the way, for doing a solo laner's worth of damage there. Yeah,
honestly, really good Camille game in the bounce back. I was a little worried for him at first, but he did really well, all things considered.
Like, again, he died a lot doing it, but hey, that's Camille, especially into a game like this, right? Like, you are going to get Syndra ulted. You are going to get Nocturne ulted. There's only so much you can do here as a Camille if you want to play the game. Like, you can't avoid going in, or you're not doing your job. It's just often a bit of a one-way trip. On the other side, I think for LGD, there were some good moments. We saw Heng, we saw Chris pairing up again similar. They were on a lot of one-way trips themselves, and that became a bit problematic. Credit, I think, also to Xiaoye, who managed to get a lot of early kills on that lock and managed to be a threat in the game. It just felt like, as a cohesive 5, converting the picks into a successful map move felt a lot more limited from them.
Yeah. I mean, LGD, like, I think clearly they're a team that's going to struggle in Ascend. The question is basically how much do we get out of them? And I think for now, this is a team which I enjoy watching them when they're creative in draft. I like seeing the lock bot lane. I like seeing that. I think that they're very fun at watching their... I think it's very fun to watch their... what's it call it? Their like ability to find that first pick. They're just not as good around objectives, around team fights. They have a mental blip pretty much every game, which is a bit sad to see.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And again, we did start to see some very bloody back and forth fights. This one got very tricky because, again, this was one of those ones where it was a 4v5, but LGD were just down a lot of key summoners, down a lot of key ultimates, and they just get to full send with a really good dart procession and win out despite being 4v5. BLG not intimidating the slightest as on, getting a solo kill on a Syndra. I mean, good God.
Yeah, that was so funny. What do you mean you can just solo kill a mid laner like that? I mean, in terms of player of the game, again, I think it's probably Nyxie made less mistakes than On, but I think On made some great plays himself.
Yeah, again, it's the duality of Camille, it's the duality of On. His way of being good is really, really pushing the line. And you mean you get a lot of great plays and some dodgy ones, but it's partly what the best supports in the world do, right? Keria, not dissimilar in that regards either. One of those kind of questions that have been asked of support in general right now over the last few years is actually, can you really push it further successfully than any other support on things like the Bard, on things like the Camille in this modern era as well?
Unrelated question, but do you know how we can buy LPL jerseys in America? So I got one in Europe by using the Li Ning International shop, which I believe is Shopnings. You will need to pay import costs. It will take a little while to get to you, but I mean, I have a BLG and a JDG jersey that way. In fact, I did make a promise to myself that I was going to get some LPL jerseys each year, and then the broadcast kind of fell apart and things got a bit sad, so I stopped doing that. But I might go up, get some more shirts again at some point soon. But I think it's shop-nings.com, maybe? Anyway, that's where I got mine from, and it's lasted for a number of years now, so it's very cool. All good. That's just over in YouTube chat for Samuel Liang. And yeah, that's how I got them, and other people have spoken well about that. Yeah. So potentially one more game left, Sam. BLG, yeah, a better draft from them this time. I think that they still have some issues at level 1. MSI Finals, I wasn't happy with their level 1s either, Sam. I think actually one of the big reasons they lost MSI Finals is because Shun was getting rattled at level 1. If you remember the game where Knight was playing Aurora, I think they had... This was the game 5, and they were playing the Vi into the Pantheon, and just Pantheon walked in at level 1, and they didn't have a good answer for it. That's the kind of thing I'm thinking of, where BLG's level 1s felt quite poorly planned. I think we're going to get player of the game now. Then we're going to go on break. I'm going to go refill my coffee on this break. No, I guess player of the game. He was really good. Very solid. He was excellent. Yeah, cool. Right, I'm gonna leave you with. Do you want camera on or off, Sam? What do you feeling? Oh, thanks for the follow.
Leave it on. Leave it on. Cool. I'm just responding to a few people on socials right now while I have the opportunity. I'll be right back with you again in the chat in a second or two.
Cool. All right, I'll be back in a second after I got my coffee.
Oh, I am of the opinion, and I'm just having this conversation on Reddit as well, that Neferi probably is just the best carry jungler in meta right now, just in terms of the flexibility. There are other junglers you can carry on. Obviously, things like the Kiana, very, very strong. But I think in terms of the flexibility, the versatility, the options you have as a Neferi to teamfight, to dive side lane, to reset with your W, give yourself that outplay potential there, the ult, so reset turret aggro with your W and outplay, obviously, rather, to clarify. And obviously your ult reset potential as well. It's just very, very strong. It's just very, very strong. That's generally my argument anyway. Knight with the player of the game. He's also looking very, very strong for all the changes. Neferi doesn't really need to snowball either. We saw in this game, like, you can snowball, and that's good. You've got lots of early options in the jungle pathing with your Eviscerate to go over walls, so you can be creative with your pathing. You can
I'm
play
just back
for yourself.
briefly to say I'm going to put
team.
on ad break. Yes.
There we go.
Cool. Anyway, leave it to it.
BLG chose Wembo for MVP. Interesting. I mean, he did get the inhibitor, was kind of an annoying split push threat, had some really good dark processions. I mean, he played a solid enough game. But yes, as it stands, it sounds like Bin and Flandre will be the two that will be being trialed for starting top laner. There's Jackie Love with a Kaiser shirt, apparently. I think I've seen this ad before. Oh, I see it's like a signature jersey. Very nice. Haven't they been choosing him for MVP every game? I think it's just Danny thanking him for being there every time. You know what? If you were going to build up a player, I get it. There's something about like, hey, you have been asked to fill a really unenviable position, and we respect and honor that. It's not a bad thing to be doing, I think, as a team. Yeah, I think there were potentially issues with visas for Hoya or something, but I don't actually know. That was the rumor I'd heard. There's the T1 Riftbound cards. I'm going to try and pick up that Misfortune if I can. LGD, like, we saw the idea, right, with the Nocturne and the Shen into that Camille, into that Neferi to try and kind of respond to the players, and it did end up being a pretty good back and forth in terms of the actual trades of kills. But again, that issue was the extended plays. I've listened to this fan segment now.
Okay, I'm back. You can take a break if you want, Sam.
I will do get myself a refill on that tea. Back in a minute.
Howdy, howdy. Time to set up another Saiyan parent run.
重复一下我们本轮的游戏规则。我们这一轮的游戏叫做装备鉴定师。稍后的话，导播老师会在屏幕上面放一段文字描述，大家需要通过文字描述来判断下面 A、B、C、D 4个选项哪一个选项是该文字描述的装备。OK？ 好，没问题。那谁想成为第一个获得奖励的召唤师？好，你好，你好，谁？他来。好，还有这个可以，没问题。指派使者，你好，准备好了吗？
准备好了。
准备好了，请看大屏幕吧。这是一件法术装备，伤害型技能会发射6道回声，由遗失的章节和海克斯科技发电机组成。它是
卢登的回声。
卢登的回声，卢登的回声是否是正确答案呢？请看大屏幕。恭喜你回答正确，没有难度啊，但是我们要连续答对2道题。第2道题，请看大屏幕吧。下面这件装备，当召唤师选择玩盖伦的时候，一般不会出它，因为它是一件可以使英雄回血的防装。请问它是
B 狂徒铠甲。
B 狂徒铠甲，恭喜你回答正确，太棒了！那接下来也让我们工作人员直接送上我们的奖品。 是的，是我们李宁 Jack Love 卡莎联名 T 恤一件。哇，怎么说？我们还有一个机会，谁还有梦想？你有梦想，你有梦想，好，你有梦想来。哇哟，你这个队服非常的经典了。可以，那你准备好了吗
？OK， 没问题。
OK，Let's go， 看一下我们的题目吧。露露有一句台词“跑快快”来形容这一件辅助装备，再适合不过了。请问它是
D。
舒瑞亚的江哥，恭喜你回答正确，别急，还有第二关。来看一下我们的第二道题目吧。当你饱受提莫的蘑菇折磨的时候，这件装备可以帮助你快速的排掉它们。请问它是 C， 正是我们的排眼刀，恭喜你回答正确，让我们的工作人员送上我们李宁为大家准备的 Jack Love 联名队服一件，哇，给大家展示一下，太棒了！今天来的都是我们的老玩家，没问题。再次恭喜我们2位玩家拿到了奖品。那么我们本场的场前互动环节到这里先暂时告一段落，接下来让我们一起来期待精彩的比赛吧，加油！
Man, I just realized that League Classic's coming out later today as well, and I'm gonna have to get ready for that because I do want to play that. Do I play it today though? Because I still got to finish Halo Campaign Evolved. I know Kitty was asking if people wanted to play, so I might see if, well, asking to play with people, not specifically me, but I'll see if we can do that. But yeah, I'm gonna be playing a lot of Assassin Ari, like a lot. Bought tickets for week 3. Didn't actually get the VIP tickets because I'm genuinely not confident answering these questions as Chinese. That makes sense. Yeah, fair. Yeah, because I'd imagine, well, look, grand majority of people that come to LPL are Chinese like residents, right? So that would make some sense. Gosh. Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, the IG Arena looks like they've done a lot of work to it. Because I think last split, IG Arena was a lot of plastic chairs and it wasn't very well furnished just yet. But hey, looks fine now. I'll turn it out. Yeah, of course they would, TFC for sure. Yeah, sure. Am I gonna play Ari support too? Would really enjoy your gameplay. Sure. I'll play anything. I'll just play now. Ari support was a lot worse back then. It was. Ari support really peaked in the Glacial era. Glacial era Ari support was actually pretty good, and then Everfrost Ari support was also pretty good. Early seasons Ari support was a bit meh. So you didn't have stuff like your W for movement speed. Your stats were just your damage was much lower. You were kind of like pigeonholed into being an assassin. I could give it a try. Maybe in certain lanes it works. Charm Flash is still Charm Flash. That's the bonus, right? Where you can just nuke someone. Hey, how's it going? I look like an elf. Funnily enough, do I have an example around here? So funnily enough, I used to collect wood elves in Warhammer Fantasy. So elves always were my favorite fantasy faction. That's very kind of you to say. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. I saw you follow earlier. Let me. Do I have any pictures of my wood elves? I'll have some pictures somewhere. Where were they? Let me go right back to the start of my. Where was all of my Warhammer stuff? Do I have any pictures of my dryads on here? I've got a picture of my Wraithlord and a dragon. So I show this one off occasionally. So I have this one. This is my forest dragon from what else? Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah, I painted that ages and ages ago. Let me turn the volume off for this. But yes, I'm somewhat of an elf enjoyer myself. I also collected Eldar and 40k. But yeah, thank you for that. It's very kind. Where's my Eldar? Oh, I've shown this a couple times. So this is my Wave Serpent. So I had like this like lava vein pattern on the Wave Serpent. So I had like this energy veins. I had that. This is a dead giveaway for some stuff, but this is a Shadow Spectre. This is a Shadow Spectre from Eldar. I had some cool terrain as well. So I had like this winter bunker I liked. I like this winter bunker. Anyway, yeah. Is there time for a compliment before draft, by the way, Alex? Yeah, for sure. I really appreciate how willing you are to travel and put yourself out there, actually. TFC, I'm aware how, particularly traveling when you're on your own. You're a Vampire Counts player? Yeah, you can't talk about anything but Wake here. Vampire Counts? But yeah, I think TFC, I think you're a very brave traveler. I've traveled on my own, and it is nerve-wracking for the first time. I think it's a great skill to have to be able to travel on your own, if you can do. But it's very difficult. High Elves for me, but that was when I was preteen. Sam was the High Elves player. Sam played High Elves, so you can talk to him about them. Our dad, because this is when we were kids, our dad basically played with us, so we'd have someone else to play, and he picked Orcs and Goblins. So he had a little Doom Diver, and he had Squigs and stuff like that. They were really fun, and the Black Orcs were, they were crazy, actually. Black Orcs are crazy in general. Very, very good unit. Very, very versatile. But yeah, I have very fond memories of Warhammer Fantasy. 40k, I played a bit later. That wasn't something that our dad joined us in. He played us with Fantasy. Fantasy was my favorite one. Did Harold get the compliment a while ago? Yes, yes, Harold did do that. Talked about how gosh, what did I give him the... Oh, I called him the top dog. That was it. Yeah, because we had the player of the game with the Nefir, and he's the top dog in chat. Yeah. Can't wait for the 40k Amazon show. I don't trust any modern 40k media. I think they've dropped the ball on it being grimdark. I think they've made it far too kind of heroes versus villains, and like none of that kind of awful grimy grayness which defines the setting. I thought that Aeronautica was better. The one they did recently, the one with Eldar vs Imperial Guard, that was better. Although they can never let the Eldar get a W. They've never done that in their lives, but yeah. But yeah, I think that the problem is 40k is now being made by people who are fans of the original 40k, which means that they're kind of fans of the setting, but don't necessarily know what inspired it. It's the same thing which happened to Star Wars in some ways. It's the same thing which has happened to, a whole bunch of things. I could go on a rabbit hole. Let's get into draft, though, which is a better thing to do. Okay, Ezreal banned away from Viper. No surprises there. Vayne banned away by BLG. Vayne has been such a common ban, although not many people are willing to pick it, because you don't blind pick it. It's just that it's so annoying to consider as a counter pick that you can't really let it go through. Vi banned away, so is the Jarvan. What else have we got? We've got Ryze. Ryze looks really big right now, especially with Syndra Cassiopeia at the pool. Yeah, Ryze is the really big one for me right now. In terms of junglers, there might be a Lee Sin angle, but there's still a lot of tanky melee champions you can lock in. I think Ryze Lee Sin or Ryze Kiana is looking quite... I think it'll be a Ryze first pick for BLG if LGD don't have an answer. And don't ban it. We were talking about High Elves and Wood Elves earlier, Sam, so that was a cool thing to mention that you were... Oh, gosh. Kind of tempted to build a Cathay army in the old world. Cathay is a very cool faction. They've done them justice. They've done them very well. I love the whole yin and yang kind of mechanic on tabletop as well. Very, very cool. I like that. Poppy banned away. I think this is a Ryze first pick, personally. I think this should be a Ryze first pick. I don't think... Oh, Oriana's available. Oh, I think you pick Oriana then.
Bloody hell.
I think you give...
Tango better have an answer.
Well, Knight is like the... I think they might try and Akali it. They might try and Akali into Oriana. Agree. I just skipped my mind because I so often see it banned, but I was thinking, oh, Ryze first pick. No, it's the Oriana, obviously. So the Oriana gets locked in.
Ori's been nerfed, but it still feels like she's very, very strong regardless. Like, she's more beatable than she was, but Tango, you better have a plan here, LGD.
Yeah, and Knight...
Ryze Kiana?
Might be Ryze Lee Sin or Ryze Kiana. Either one's fine, especially with the Poppy ban. I guess they're... Now, this is the trade that they're having. Ryze, is it the Lee Sin with it, though? I'd imagine it is. They could go for that Kiana, as you're mentioning, though.
Heng once upon a time was a great Lilia player, but again, our AP junglers have long since been absent from the meta, especially with mages kind of ruling the roost right now. And Lee Sin does get locked in. You called that one out. You've got a very nasty kill combo here in terms of a mid-jungle. Ryze sets you up with the Rune Prison. Lee Sin gets to follow with a very easy point-and-click Q. Some fun hovers from Shun right now.
And Knight is currently 10-0 this year on Oriana with a 27.6 KDA. You go back a couple of years and people saying, oh, Knight can't play Oriana. He's not a very good Oriana player. Bull crap. He was always good at it. His teams just didn't know how to play the Nocturne Oriana combo very well all the time. That was back in like 2024, and people was like, oh, he's not very good at this champion. He is one of the best players of it in the world. I think Cassante Bard is a nasty combination to give. I think you can also take Skarner here. Lee Sin is awful into heavy melee comps with too many tanks. He really hates playing into Skarner and Cassante because he can't one-shot them. The trades go longer, and he is disrupted from reaching the carries he actually wants to be hitting. This is how BLG lost to Anyone's Legend in Game 2 of their series versus them in Week 1, just the other day. And also how we saw top esports get muted in the first series of the day.
Yes, exactly. We're seeing it's AL again, right? Who done it twice now to two different teams. And I think you're right. I think the more we're seeing the Lee Sins locked early, the more teams are just drafting to say, look, if we were into a heavy CC comp, you don't actually get to sit there and heal, so you can't win the extended fights. You're not able to blow us up. It becomes very, very hard. LGD, though, committing to the theme there. They're going to lock in the Ambessa and look to jump on that Rune Prison target and destroy them as fast as possible. I do think they probably want Crisp on something with a little bit of setup as well, or it's very reliant on that Rune Prison.
For sure, the Ryze is pretty okay at doing that, especially in the skirmishes. You know, I'm not going to knock it too much. Ryze is, weirdly, for single engage comps, Ryze is tanky and fast enough to somehow make it work. It's very consistent at doing that. Of course, Cassante just press W, who cares, right? That's the problem, right? Every time Cassante's in the game, you just never want to pick him off. It's just too much effort. It just takes too long to die. Nautilus band away from Crisp, as you were talking about in terms of other dedicated setup. Seraphine away from On, which would help them for that front to back. BLG do need a higher damage AD carry. They do probably want a much more AD carry centric draft from Viper and On, I think, here. I think this probably is calling for it. Well, the other team is quite squishy. They need a damage source. I don't actually think it needs to be a marksman, though.
I'm right there with you. I will also put quick flex alert. Reminder, this is BLG. Skarner support is a thing. There's the Bard locked in. Taken away as well. So we'll just have to hold on this one, especially with that Skarner being a flex right now. Yunara is whatever, but I think with enough front line in front of her, she'll be actually in an okay spot this game.
The thing is, Yunara's awful into Ryze. Ryze has been one of the best answers into Yunara because she just tries to dash forwards, he pops Ghost, gets in range and kills you. So Yunara can struggle with that. Pretty okay versus the rest of the team though, quite mobile, can run down the Bard. Yunara Lulu is completely fine here, I think. It gives you that second damage source, gives you Lulu shields for the double tank front line, and then you have the Orianna on top of that too. So you have double shields, you have double carries, double tanks, Enchanter in there too. Your engage is fine with Skarner going forwards, and you're so tanky, you're happy to hold position, make the most out of it. BLG have less playmaking tools, but I think their 5v5 is rock solid here. LGD are going to have to playmake their way through and catch out those carries. Okay, we're going to go into an ad break just before we get into the game. Sorry about that, Sam. Go into the draft so we don't, the ad break, just so we don't get ads during the game.
You see, this would be a lot easier if I could just have Alex's face on a second monitor, maybe on a browser that offered really good dark mode and actually taking all my bookmarks over. But is there a browser out there that could do that for me, Alex?
Sam, I think there's even one with like a really superior version called GX. It's opera, Sam. We're going to Sam. It's a night at the opera. It's a whole It's a whole Queen album, and it looks just as pretty too. You can download that. Support us as well for this month as well. We're not going to have this browser next month for our sponsorship, but we'll have it the next month after that too. So we'll be on and off with our sponsorships here, and we'll be very happy to be joined by them there. Let's get into what could potentially be our last game of the day. Very happy to be joined by you all as well. Welcome into those people, of course, who've been watching over from LCK as well. Hope you're enjoying yourselves and joining us in a very Chinese time of our life. Coaches will bump fists here in Shanghai in the Invictus Gaming Stadium and go about their way.
That they will. This looks like a draft from BLG that you might have seen last split. Still think it's a potent enough draft. On the other side, of course, the Bard also means, in fact, honestly, both drafts feel a little bit more traditional in some ways. Not so many mages, not so many weird flexes as yet. We'll see how it all plays out as we go along. I think Lulu, one of the better roaming enchanters, because polymorph is a hell of a thing defensively. And of course, with the Whimsy, can be quite quick on the map. See whether that's enough to defend from what could be some pretty aggressive early moves from Elise in level 1. We'd like to hold for the Gyos, but we'll be given the opportunity. Looks like it was just a concerted effort to get that level 1 ward down, but no one fully pulled the trigger. And so vision known, that's about it.
I think BLG have been quite bad at their level 1s, so getting some information down really helps. Obviously, around first down, the level 1s were fantastic, and the early jungle pathing was really good. I think MSI, that's what really fell apart for them in the finals. The end of it, I think their early levels were a lot worse than we've come to know from them. Now, Knight on the Orianna. Yeah, there's been nerfs to this champion. Sam, I don't think it matters. Orianna's still incredibly high ban rate. Orianna's been kind of meta ever since 2023. I think she dropped off in 22, and then 23 she came back and then just was completely crazy. By the way, Astro, welcome to the chat as well. Thanks for joining us in our little LPL community here. Level 1, not bad here from Viper and On. Get the push in. Decent trade onto Crisp. Shaya and Chris will be just looking to soak up pressure, get out onto the map as that Bard as quick as possible. Of course, Chris Bard has oh, they've got there's the new T1 Nymaera skin, right?
It might well be. Yeah.
Crisp has the Crisp has that bit of a history, sadly, on the Bard of his World's 23 finals, where things went really, really poorly wrong for him. And, ulted the ulting Kennen of the Shy in Game 3 or whatever it was. Jump down early on, Hun going for level 3 gank, Magical Journey in.
That's a really good angle. On's now going to the other side. Viper will flash and try and stay alive for a second, dodging and ducking and diving, but there is no dodging a resonating strike with that initial Q landing. So double summoners off Viper. Very nice early gank, and it wasn't really tracked. Despite him starting on the Raptors, took a very unusual clear, and Tangyuan's taking the opportunity to go and fight Shun on his red buff, by the way. I think On's in danger.
Him.
Yeah, I think he's dead. Needs to get the smite off. Does get it. Driven into the wall, and Tangyuan's gone too far. He's not got enough mana. He's not got enough mana, and now the red buff heal is there. Overcomes the shield, and Shun gets the kill.
Knight even gets an assist by putting the E onto On. Good on you, son. Good on you. LGD, go for a big play. You're absolutely right. We weren't tracking the Lee Sin jungle path and say, oh, he's just on the Raptors. The early game prep from BLG is clearly not as good as it used to be. That was a Lee Sin going Raptors, Wolves, Gromp into bot lane. Now goes for his blue buff after. Xiaoya does have flash, and he might be forced to blow it. We'll see. I think he's safe.
Just about. There was a heal from On there to try and keep people in range, but I think even with that Kanmei's step, unable to keep the pace up, and Xiaoya gets to walk away. Good work there in general. Of course, it has slowed Heng's clear down somewhat to get the no reset as yet, so no longsword play, but still picks up a Scuttle Crab. And Shun's attempt to get... yeah, he does manage to get both. I wonder if he's still going to get 4 over on his Raptors, though, because Shun has managed to back.
I don't think so. There's a smite, so he's not going to be able to get... Well, The question is now, do you fight over red buff? This is going to get a little close. Smite's it away by Hung, so he does secure. That flashes in front of the wall charge.
It does indeed. Delays Shun's ability to run away. Now he's in a 1v3, and this one is going to be a bit spicy. I don't think he's going to bother burning the flash. Actually, very heads up there from Heng to make sure he can stop Shun's attempt at the escape. Uses the cripple to pick up the skill.
This is a great game from Hung. He's having a fantastic game. The early gank into bot lane, messing with Shun. Shun, I think, is a player that in this split at least can get rocked a little bit, and I think we're seeing right here that LGD are a team with enough early game confidence to do something about it. Shun clearly not having the easiest time, although BLG suppose get away with something with Tangyuan, of course, dying in the bot jungle, and Shun picking up that early kill despite the early plays from LGD.
I thought the Nocturne in the early and mid game was pretty strong as well. Made some great flash plays to pick off Shun and On. Clearly with Crisp coming into the roster as well, feels like he's been emboldened to be a little more aggressive. Again, we just need to see these aggressive moves be converted into stuff. There was nearly that, you're right, but Tangyuan backed himself to get to walk away and did so.
It's close run stuff. If Knight obviously W was on cooldown, we didn't get to see the precursor to that trade. Birdall actually behind a little bit of CS into Wembo here. No, Birdall's laning is not been his strong point, I'll say. I think Birdall... Birdall, the problem with Birdall on this version of LGD is that it feels like he's been somewhat placeholder, somewhat joins in with the pick attempts. His laning is okay, his team fighting is okay. I don't think he's been excelling in any one thing so far for LGD. Fairly flexible with the champion pool, I suppose, helping out with the flexes from LGD, but not by a huge amount. Did play the, did he play the Aurora top? Yeah, he played the Aurora top into WE the other day, which went okay in that laning phase. But yeah, Birdall, he's a player for LGD. I know can show more than this. Back in 24 when he was on LGD the last time when he was here back then. It was actually pretty good. He suffered against the very top laners, but he was probably better than everyone but the top 4.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And again, this is a player who at one point was kind of like, everyone was saying, look, trust me, this guy's going to be the next solo queue prodigy, and was in the LCK. We had all of this hype around him on things like the Aurelia coming in. In fact, that's why he was picked up, right, to be the other side to Doran. Back in the day, I would have been on GENG, I guess, at that point. And it didn't work out. There was a bit of the potential man memes. He was unable to convert that potential from solo queue, that carry through lane and the crazy 1v9 style champions, and take that into pro play. And I think he's kind of developed from there to being a solid journeyman, but never really able to convert that into true excellence, I think, which feels a little harsh to say perhaps, but you know, that's been the reality of it.
So Shen gets away the steal there. Walking will find Crisp and Hung because everyone's walking top lane. Lulu is on the roam as well, so Lulu will be here. Lee Sin Q lands, but this
guys?
is the Skarner. You struggle to burst them out. Realm Warp coming in. Orianna is around. Xiaoyu coming
There's
up
5
with
members. There's a potential turn. The Chains of Corruption flashed away from as every member of LGD turns up. It's going to give Viper a lot of alone time in the bot lane, though.
It does, and you know, you don't have the teleport and Xiaoyu to answer this. Wembo will find out Birdall in his way back to River. Goes to the all-out, actually. Here comes the ult from the Gambessa, but goes unstoppable in the extra W in the all-out form from Cassante.
So some ults traded, but not too much more. Seeing the Omni Vamp from Wembo will give him the opportunity to back his health bar up, but looking like he wants a reset regardless, and I think there was some knowledge that Crisp and Heng might still be around. Worth noting, Xiaoyu, no teleport, does have the flash. Are we looking to play this aggressively? We very much are. They're going to make sure that the Shadow is untouchable and the kill is secured as Viper cultivates his spirit.
Xiaoyu very nearly getting that kill with a flash Q. It is worth noting about his build. He's doing some weird stuff here. He has lethal tempo and a tear and a dirk. So he has lethality items, but he has on-hit runes, which is something. Now, are we going to see a Shiv? Are we going to see some, like, voltaic stuff with that?
Hubris?
I
mean, voltaic's not
don't know.
bad on Varus.
I mean, look, Lethal Tempo is good for the early levels, but realistically, you're not winning the early levels versus the Yunara Lulu anyway. This is such a strange build. Now, we've seen Leave of EDG right now. Of course, was on NIP before as well. He has done some cooking on Varus. He's done some Shojin Endless Hunger. But even then, with stuff like the Shiv as well, a Terminus 2 hanging in there. Level 6 for Viper, of course, not available because he's used that in that last kill trade here. No dive coming through from LGD, though. But I'm interested to see if Xiaoyu can actually pay off this build, because to me, this just seems bad right now.
Yeah, exactly that. Viper as well, building towards that. Kraken stays at a decent point of power himself, and BLG actually with a nominal early gold here of about 1,000, which isn't bad going for under 10 minutes. We're seeing first Dragon's gone the way of LGD. I think the Grub's also up right now, but no one's really committed to them as yet. And going to pick up this Scuttle Crab. Already has a level 6, but is actually behind a little bit in terms of the XP. And we have often seen this where junglers who make the early plays sometimes end up trading their experience for it. Got the hiccups there briefly. Apologize there. I'm trading my vocals for a statement.
What? Huh?
I had the hiccups, and so I said I was trading my vocal ability to make a statement.
Oh, I thought you were trading your vocals for a statement. I think I'll do the same thing. Sam, there's going to be a dive coming in. Let's see if they've recovered in time for now. Teleport coming down. Hung looking for a kick.
There's the kick. It's on the Chains of Corruption. Why? But it won't matter. TP coming on through. Heng gets through the magical journey, but slowed down by the Arc of Ruin. All the while, Shun is topside and picks up the Grub. So it ends up being a trade of Grubs for 1. The teleport also burned by Knight.
That's another kill for the Lee Sin. It's 3-0. The Lee Sin, we really like to see a Lee Sin snowballed. Yunara is still under the bot lane turret. They're going for a Realm Warp. Now, after they'd already recalled, can you get away in time? Good flash, good slow.
Flash.
But will be losing a bit of a wave here on bot side.
Yeah, I think Viper makes the right call to try and jump out of that one. But again, there's been a lot of attention bot lane in general. Heng and Crisp have put some fun angles down there. Shun's now topside, and Birdall potentially in danger. Has to flash away from the Ixtal's impact. The Seismic Bastion, a little bit of a slow, but Birdall burns his own summoner there.
Yeah, Wembo's not trading badly here. He's done quite well on the Cassante. Had a good Cassante game the other day as well. He's, I think he's looked quite good on these kind of more standard top laners of the last few years. The Cassante, the Renekton. Of course, the Yorick the last couple of years has looked fairly impactful on as well. Ones which you can just have like generic utility / team fight value if all else fails. LGD, even in the early game, BLG have a slight lead. Even with Viper having to play so respectfully in bot lane, still got that 540 gold lead. Hung on the Lee Sin. The problem is, I don't think this is a game where you can consistently get value on the Lee Sin. If you get polymorphed as you fly in, if Skarner's in the right position, the wild growth stops you from continuing with your Q. I think it's a really hard game for Lee Sin to consistently get value. So the gold nucleated onto the Lee Sin, I don't think is actually very helpful. You'd much rather it be on Ambessa, probably, the Rise, the Varus, any of your carries, really.
Yeah, though I suppose if this was the other side of that coin, if the Lee Sin was ever going to be useful this game, then they had to get rolling. And so they have gotten rolling. At this point, it does need to be donated elsewhere, but if you get to an early Black Cleaver, it just becomes a little bit harder to burst you out if you do go for the play this way. It's going to get behind, gets slowed down by the Arc of Judgment.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun. Someone play Crossroads to be continued.
Gosh. Why did that happen? Why? Now, let me just go look back on the YouTube feed. Let me just see if I think he was DC'd before that. Was there anything obvious in that play? Let's have a look-see. Stood in that
Team,
rush,
while this is happening, I
in.
should go pick up my tea that's been brewing upstairs, so I might just leave you with that very briefly.
Lee Sin wasn't moving oddly before that play. Shai was farming under turret. I don't think it's anyone disconnecting. I don't see any obvious bugs. I don't see any obvious disconnects. So I think that for me, that's probably a hardware issue then, or a communication issue, some kind of like comms issue. I don't think that is a bug in game. So hopefully it's a hardware thing. It's a shame it's come in at the time that it has. BLG obviously just got the wall slam onto the Lee Sin, and I think Lee Sin probably dies, by the way. Monkey Meatloaf, by the way, how's it going? Good to see you. Welcome to the chat as well. And Pagan Troglord as well. Appreciate all of you folks turning up and joining us alongside chat. How are people enjoying the first week or two of LPL? You enjoying the meta, the drafts? I know a lot of people have been saying they really enjoy it. Personally, I think if people were fans of Fearless Draft and wanted to see more variety, I think you have no leg to stand on to complain about this. I know a lot of people are saying that, but it's just about, the complete craziness now. It's gone too far, and I understand that there are some things in coordination. But realistically, I think if you're a fan of Fearless Draft, you have no right to argue against this meta right now. It is just, I think that the variety here, I actually think in some ways the variety here could have happened without Fearless Draft. I think Fearless Draft has inspired people to research it more. But as LS is saying, I think this could have been around for a while, to be honest.
I'm there with you, and I think the other side of this is now that this Pandora's box has been opened, I think it is going to be hard to close, because what they kind of did to stop Major's bot the last time is they really buffed AD carries, which put AD carries mid lane, and you end up in a Lucian, Corki, Kai'Sa mid meta. They're kind of, and then actually you end up with a lot of those AD carries top that have already been prevalent. Things like the Tristana, things like the Varus, things like the Vayne. All viable. Quinn comes out again. Hell, once upon a time, remember we were getting things like the Callista with Sanguine Blade top. Thanks for that one, the Shy. And if you then buff the AD carries to match the mages, they just go to other lanes. That's the way of it. And I think especially in a game state as well, where things like early wards before waves come in, things like role quests as well, it's very difficult to switch out of dodgy matchups. So this kind of ability to counterpick, especially as players are being told by their coaches to say, you know what, you might want to play AD carries. Unfortunately for you, you're not going to have to play more than that.
Yeah.
I know... We'll keep going, I'm sorry.
Yeah, saying LS has been ahead of everything for years, but people don't listen. He definitely has a very clear vision for the game, and that's something which I don't think many people actually build a philosophy for the game like that, and he has done in a very solid way. I think he's also had a lot of... going back into games, there's probably going to be a Lee Sin dead by the time we come into it. Just got stunned. Does have flash and kick. See if he can survive through it. Should be starting very shortly here. They've just used the wall stun. The Skarner ult could come through very quickly. The question is whether they'll be able to...
Here we go.
All right, let's see if one can flash away from the Skarner ult. CC laying off now.
1. Oh, into the Impale. He is a dead man. Start your engines. BLG get the kill and donate it over to Viper. Not a lot to be done on that one. Jungler down. That'll also lead to the Dragon as well.
It's 3 ultimates, but it's not like they use a summoner. Hung goes down, and that's a big shutdown. 900 gold ahead now is Viper in that AD carry matchup. Crisp is walking over. Might threaten that Q stun. Does land it onto the Dragon. I don't think they get that much done. Ult lands onto Viper to try and poke him out, but he misses the arrow, so he doesn't do anything.
Oh, so it just gets to walk away. That's really frustrating. And so you land the Chains of Corruption, but not the follow-up. And so they get nothing there. They lose their jungler, lose some time, and lose the Dragon to boot. So now BLG in a much happier spot again.
You lose. Good day, sir. Charlie in the chat.
A golden ticket to the grade screen. It was Gene Wilder. He was the one who made that one. It was the end of that particular version of Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
Dude, what a wonderful actor. Rest in peace, that wonderful man. Great actor. He was, he was very funny in Blazing Saddles too. That movie is a weird one, very strange to look at in a modern eye. He was good though. He was a good part of it.
I think it's one of those ones that, like, much like movies that are dealing with difficult subjects, say Four Lions, for example, I do think actually manages it quite well.
Yes, you couldn't make it today in the very realist sense of it. It would not pass now, put it that way. Right, anyway, back into the game though. It's Gmod, great guy. Shun farming through fine. I think we're getting to the point now where the Lee Sin starts to struggle. Knight flashing away. I think he's just dead here actually. A good kickoff. Not sure exactly how that happened. Must have been a Realm Warp. Shockwave's not bad. Goes down in mid lane. And it was the Bard ult which caught him out.
Hang on top side, Viper's in danger, is behind enemy lines. Birdle managed to find a public execution with Heng as well. And there's a fight in the river as well, on in danger, you're absolutely right. Do they keep running into the Sonic Wave lands? The Polymorph though turns things around. Might still look for a Realm Walk play. The Glitter lands slow. The Overload lands. Tankman takes a lot of damage. Flash for the Wild Growth! On is too good with it. The safeguard's not enough. Sonic Wave lands. That likely means it'll be the death here. Tries to get another poly. Can't quite do it. Credit to you, On. You managed to take one on the way. Unfortunately for the side of LGD, overcomes Shun, looking to threaten Heng, who does not have that ability to get towards his magical journey particularly clearly. Chris gets driven into a wall. He dies, and now Heng's in danger as well. Something like a 3-for-2 overall, but I don't know whether you win this extended play right now. Over comes Xiaoye, who's managed to just walk up with a Ghost Blade, and now Shun's in danger. The Sonic Wave has landed. The Chains of Corruption's there. The Impale forces a backstep, of course, with this poke option should be able to pick up that kill. Now Knight's here in a 1v2, and the violence continues until someone's morale improves. LGD on the retreat as Knight. Enough of a threat here, I think, to secure this. Peacetime.
Okay, turns out the Lee Sin is still useful if you buy into fights like this. BLG really misjudged as a duo lane going up into that top lane. I think maybe they thought they'd be safe because 3 members were mid-ganking Knight. The other 2, though, are still strong enough to jump onto an AD carry and support like that. Oh, good flash. Okay, it's a really good coordinated play. You really don't expect bot lane to be turning up mid lane because your 2v2 has just showed up top lane and you expect there to be a bit of a swap to meet. So I think they just misjudged where the lanes were going. I guess this is a kickback into tower then. Yeah, they don't expect anyone to be on the map where they are. This is a really bad misread from BLG on the map, but also LGD great on them for just throwing out the question mark and saying, no, we're just going to assign different lanes. Just see what happens. And it works out really well for them.
On actually, credit to him, this is a phenomenal flash ult.
I mean, that is the only way you outplay that. That is really well played to get one back. But LGD are now 1,000 gold ahead. They took down Knight Soriana in mid lane, cutting down the incredible 27 KDA, or whatever it was, over the 10 undefeated games he's had on that champion so far. BLG still have 3 grubs. There's still a dragon apiece, and I still think they scale better into the 5v5s as well. So LGD, job's not done. The Lee Sin is doing some fantastic work, especially after look, they're 1 and 2 LGD, and I think that Hung has had some worse games amongst that. He needs to hang on a second. Chris caught out. That's a death.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Was just trying to traction, keep him on vision, but ends up going a little too far there and gets well and truly caught. It's 6-7 in the kills. The memes write themselves. Xiaoye backs away in that mid lane. See exactly where his build is going to go. I believe it was the Ghost Blade first, but again, some questions with the runes and the build path being a little different. See whether it does stick with a standard lethality, but looks like it's going to go that route.
Yeah. Hey, Nami, by the way, I hope you enjoyed the road trip for LEC. Wembo getting attacked by the Lee Sin and the Cassante, the Varus rather. Cassante doesn't care though. This is the bonus of BLG's comp, or it would be normally when LGD are trying to cross map and do this crazy stuff. Typically the Cassante doesn't care about a lot of this. Now the problem is Birdle's picked up a decent amount of gold, and the Cassante's not been able to play weak side, he's just been ignored. LGD have attacked the other lanes, and I think BLG have not secured their strong side of the map particularly effectively in the last minute or 2. Need to see them play more towards that. Songyuan on the rise, starting to get to the point where he can start realm warping across the map and making big plays too. Saw them in that top lane dive, of course. Tongman's rise has actually been very impactful for him as a champion. Maybe his best champion, I'd argue. He's had a couple of good ones. He's a good Akali player. Played that quite a lot in his time on RNG before the dark days. BLG need to secure their strong... Exactly. Tongman ghosting out.
You may have cast a curse this poor man. He gets shockwaved back towards, going to try and realm warp out. They have the damage before he runs away. It was a close run thing, but not enough HP, and they get the kill.
It's quite exhausting having this much power, Sam. I didn't
that
ask
was
for this,
almost
really.
Impressive.
Oh, but like, we're only like 1.5, we're like 1.1 weeks in, and I've done it like 3 times. This is quite something.
Yeah, there was one, but there was like, what was the catastrophic one the other day?
Yeah,
that
Knight
was
on like
very,
the
very
crazy
impressive.
Akali game where he's in mid lane and then immediately got 1v4'd
Right?
and died. Yeah. Around like the mid lane outer turret wreckage against versus TT. Yeah.
That was
That was the
impressive.
time. He was doing really well until that point too. He was like solely like the lock on cooldown. Oh gosh.
I still think possibly my greatest one was the one on Wonder, where LEC production fed me that this would be potentially the first perfect game in like 5 years, and then Wonder ended up dying.
This was LEC 22, and this is the time where, like, because we've done so much remote casting, we weren't really used to producers speaking in our ears, so it's that kind of like body light, that kind of instinctive. I'm being told something, I need to immediately say it's on the teleprompter. And Sam's like, this is the first time, this is the closest we got to a perfect game since like 20 blah blah blah, like 5 years or whatever it was. And then as he's reading it out from the teleprompter, Wonder dies on a side lane, and I get the audience to boo Sam for ruining the perfect game.
Yeah, it was so good because it was like, cause it was on the teleprompter as we did it. But look at Wonder, he's going down. It was very good.
Oh, fantastic. Can we get a boost?
It's just like literally, it's just like, literally just had to tweet up, like, Wonder, I am so sorry.
I do miss having live crowds to like play with. I think that yeah, back in like the before kind of things split off into co-streams, back when like there was a bit more positive vibes around the broadcast as well, it was really fun playing with the audience as well and seeing how casters did that. I think when COVID hit and then afterwards in the co-streaming era, I think it's been a little bit harder to do that. Knight's gonna get dove in a side lane. They're gonna kick Flashman towards probably dead Orianna. Here comes the shot, the Skarner though.
Try to turn that around, can't quite do it. I will give credit again. Heng here is having a phenomenal Lee Sin game. Early Black Cleaver used a full item ahead of the Skarner at this point and just gets to deliver super well, continuing to find these picks. And if the Lee Sin gets this snowballed, be down, like comp difference be damned, he will be able to carry. At least for now.
I think that maybe Knight should have stood closer to the tower so the Bard ult wouldn't get as much immediate value, but realistically I think it's on BLG's jungle support not actually securing the strong side of the map very well. I think that with the times which Viper got picked off on that side because of no good vision there, the way that Knight's been picked off in side lane twice, they can't play themselves out of those positions. It really is on BLG seeing the plays coming, and I don't think they're doing a great job of that. Now they're still better in the 5v5, they're still 1,000 gold ahead, but if we're trying to nitpick BLG as what are they going to be going forwards, how good is this team right now, what are the upper level skills they're showing, this is one against one of the weakest teams in Ascent, and they're still making mistakes on securing the map for their side lanes. That is a worry for me, Sam.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. This could be a bit of a tricky one, and Knight just get jumped on again. A really good combo. Rise Lee Sin is just bullying Knight. His KDA is a disaster now.
Yeah, his KDA was like 27, and now he's just getting picked off on cooldown. BLG just put everyone onto that top side, and they still didn't see the play coming. This is what I'm talking about. BLG are trying to play around a strong side of the Orianna and the Yunara pushing towards them, but they're not really securing their position on the map. Wenbo's pushing for free on the bot side, sure, but it's not like he's becoming a win condition in himself. They just put wards on top side, but they didn't spot this angle coming through. I think that Knight thinks he is safe, but BLG have not done the groundwork to make sure he is. I think Knight then pushes up too far with that in mind. He goes down for a third time in the side lane.
Yeah, like actually Knight is 20 seconds ahead of the vision that they were putting down, right? Hadn't actually cleared out the whole of that top side. There were some really good control wards, really good wards towards that upper part of the map, and they are going to just pick up this Baron. You're right, it is just going to disappear, and LGD are actually in a fantastic position in this game now.
They are. They're absolutely in a wonderful spot. BLG, now, funnily enough, you're saying that Knight was kind of like ahead of the vision. Weirdly, I think it's the other way around. So BLG put the vision down in topside before. I just don't think the vision they put down was good. I think that the vision they put in topside, you could see 3 wards meant to track the angles which LGD could go towards. Knight doesn't end up, catching Hung on that vision. Hung gets to get through the net of vision and make a big play. And BLG, I think it's the quality of their vision has not been good.
Yeah, I'm kind of there with you. Going to get jumped again. Knight, what are we doing? The side laning has just not been it. This is not great on the Orianna of all champions as well. First picked, 1 and 3. Suffice for now. Maybe this is the turnaround as Viper begins to unleash, transcends himself, the public execution. The Wild Gun trying to keep him alive, but already the backline, the Lee Sin. Sonic Wave, Dragon's Rage to try and escape. Gets Polymorph, but the Varus is here. The Hail of Arrows finally finishes what the rest of the lane has started. And sure, you finally get one back, but LGD LGD are running rampant over this poor mid laner.
Yeah, LGD are doing a really good job of just keeping attacking these side lanes before BLG are in position. Now, I think Knight has a good turnaround to kill off the Bard. The problem there is actually Viper getting caught for free. You have 2 carries. Knight manages to escape the initial play. Viper gets caught by an Ambessa ult and a free Lee Sin Q in the middle of that fight, which effectively leads to him getting one shot. Right here, honestly, not bad by Knight. Links up with his team. This is okay for now. Dodges the Q, buys into the fight. This is actually very good from him. Viper jumps forwards, though, into a Rise and immediately dies. You can't afford to do that as the Nymaera. We talked about that from the draft. Nymaera is bad versus Rise because of that. Gets hit by the Rise into the Lee Sin Ambessa combo, which we highlighted from draft, and then one of the carries is immediately down. You shouldn't be dying like that for free as the Nymaera. I understand wanting to get the play, but that was too far from Viper. Throws what was actually a decent turnaround from Knight into the bin.
Yeah, I think it wasn't great, was it? I do get that if you don't go then, you don't get that kill, and then maybe if you get that kill, you can keep dancing around. But again, LGD, again with the better vision. You know, you call it out earlier, Knight being slightly ahead of the vision. You hadn't set it up properly yet. There's loads of those wards. Again, there's wards in the enemy jungle. They get flanked out by them. The side laning hasn't been good enough from BLG, and a lot of that is also then down to the fact that they haven't been respectful of LGD's wards slightly further out than they expect them to be. More towards the Krugs, more towards that kind of topside tri-brush and not tracking people there. It's another tempted catch onto Wembo, who does manage to W through the Tempered Fate, but can't survive the rest of it. Finally, footworks to the wave and just about gets out.
No, this
a
is
little
fine.
deep perhaps here of LGD. The Realm Warp out, the Shockwave to try and interrupt, but of course Rise had left the pool, and therefore the Shockwave gets nothing.
It's okay if this happens onto Wenbo. Wenbo is actually fine with this on the whole. The problem is now that Wenbo, one of the other problems for this is that Wenbo was given the free side of the map, and he is still now 2.5k down. This is maybe why LGD went for this style, saying, okay, you can give Wenbo, the Cassante, the free time on the map. He's not been. He won't be able to carry from that side. I think that LGD have come in with a very good plan for themselves to say, yeah, we can start skirmishing, we get the most out of this. Knight and Orianna, we can deal with that. They've sent him to 1 and 4. Now, Viper is 700 gold ahead. He's definitely in a good spot. But LGD, if they get a good entrance into the fight before the phalanx is set up of Wembo and Shun with On enchanting into position, I think LGD, if they kill one of the carries, especially this gold lead, should be favored to win at this point. Shun and On need to do better work getting the vision down to protect, which are actually quite vulnerable players to the Realm Warp and the Bardol in these side lanes.
Look, I think Viper without Summoners is going to really struggle to pick his moment because he has to carry. He is the only one with gold. That means he has to be stepping forward. He can't play passively on the Nymaera. But as we've seen, Nymaera's active range is just in a very vulnerable position, even with that front line, even with the Lulu behind you. You have to be the one to get the kills. So there's no one else on the team right now in a position to do so. But it's going to be risky to make that play happen. I think LGD have got a lot of tools to make Viper's life very, very difficult here. We've got 3 minutes, just under that now, 2.5 towards Soul potentially as well. And then the Lee Sin goes forwards onto Wembo. Tempered Fate comes on down. Shun is around. Where's the play going here? Footwork away, Chains of Corruption. Heng gets the kick back onto Wembo, but that maybe not the easiest target can you break down. Should have another W, another footwork.
This is
get that
okay
into
for
the wall.
BLG.
Potential impale. This is looking all right. There's a GA behind. The blast cone away forces Bird all out. They're going to try and get some good damage down to the Arc of Ruin. Was burned there by Viper alongside that Transcendence. And the red buff is taken. LGD get away with it. Don't even burn a GA there.
Yeah, it's a lot of ults used by LGD. Again, if those ults go onto the Cassante or the Skarner, you're okay with it. That's fine, all things said and done. Viper getting double enchanted here by the Orianna and the Lulu. The Serpent's Fang from Varus will hurt that, of course. Baron was taken by LGD earlier. That's part of why they have such a big lead right now. Dragon in a minute and a half. That would be Hextech Soul for LGD. That is a pain with the Varus. And LGD, a couple of times now, the pick hasn't been perfect, but again, they've earned themselves a good gold lead. They've earned themselves the dragon lead. This is a game-winning advantage at this point, especially with Tongyuan at level 16 now. The Rod of Ages giving the extra level over Knights to be expected there. Knight about to take over to level 15. He's about to get himself Death Cap, of course, as well. LGD, very well played from them. Again, we have to nitpick BLG. We have to criticize them in terms of the vision play and the side laning. I think that Wembo didn't do enough with the pressure he was given. I think that the vision control wasn't good enough to secure positions for Viper getting caught on the side lane and then Knight afterwards as well. On the other side of it, though, LGD, we said their pick instincts are good. In fact, they're going on to Knight again now. There's another Q landing. We saw that on the minimap. Knight in danger.
My days. Knight, why are we there? You can see on your minimap right now that LGD once again got good vision and Knight is just not side laning particularly well at the moment. moment. Good catch. We'll get the Realm Warp out to safety. But again, this Orianna is just being repeatedly sat on. It was a first pick Ori. We said, have you got ways to deal with it? Well, so far LGD have continued to keep Knight down and do so well.
I think the reason why he does that there is because he knows that if anyone makes a play topside, they're losing position on Dragon. That would be the play for it. Now, Lee Sin ult is going to be down for the next, 20, 30 seconds. If they get a play now, perhaps that's worth it. You do have the Orianna flash down, though, so yeah. In fairness, he had a blue trinket there, so he thought he was safe. Checks with the Q, just doesn't quite see the Lee Sin in time. It's a good play from Hung over a bad play from Knight for me.
Either way, ends up burning his flash and getting caught out. Maybe rotating through the jungle is always a little bit of a risk. I know you don't want to drop that way, but even so, Baron's going down now as well. LGD.
Front to back, maybe. This could be good for BLG, actually. LGD needs to be careful.
Now Shaya's coming on down. Wasn't there to begin with. Dragon's still up. No one taking it. This could get interesting as Shun drives through the Baron wall and threatens Crisp off. They pull off the Baron. Still strictly aggroed here. Not reset. Look at the other side, though. Heng looking for the flank. Looking to come behind. The wards are so good from LGD. BLG have no idea where that Lee Sin is. Birdall going on forwards. Keep your eyes on Viper.
Really
Keep your eyes on Knight. They're going to get in. The Tempered Fate, the kick. Good stun afterwards from the Bard. Damage is good onto Viper. That means that the other side gets real scary. Wembo goes all out. Survives for now. And maybe it's not as clean as they were hoping for, but already Birdall gets to hop on in with the Lee Sin. And LGD, their jungler, has just been magical this game. He's still got a GA. Knight tries to rocket belt away, gets a shockwave that does very little indeed, and the whole of BLG is aced for the price of Crisp's life.
I mean, Hung just gets onto Viper. They didn't spot him there. The Yunara gets kicked into the team, and LGD walk away happy. Is this game over? It's definitely Inhib with no grubs. Maybe arguable. LGD, their jungler, has been putting on a clinic here. BLG, they might just lose the game here. Roll up to get the minions forwards.
They should be able to do it right now. 10 seconds on anyone meaningful. Viper could come up with little to do. The Nexus turrets fall, and LGD off their mid-jungle snowball turn this into an even series. BLG fumble to LGD.
Yeah, I think LGD took a calculated gamble of saying, if we make sure that Wembo is the one on strong side, you are not going to get the most out of that. And Sam, I think that gamble pays off. I think it works out very well for them. I think that just constantly attacking the vision holds that were missed by Shun and On, constantly going on to the Orianna, that can't outplay that much unless you have Flash and Shockwave and there's teammates nearby. I think that Wembo didn't do enough with the pressure on the other side. It allowed Viper in that first kind of 2v2 top side to get kicked into turret. That went into Orianna, then being unsafe in the side lane. I think BLG didn't stabilize very well. They never bought themselves a great 5v5. They lost the vision war. They lost the game after.
And they had the more reactive jungle support as well. Skarner and Lulu versus the Lee Sin that had snowballed, plus the roaming Bard. Once they started getting ahead, they were getting great vision plays down, and that proactivity there really, really paid off. And then just the other side of it is, frankly, BLG weren't great at actually doing due diligence with wards. Were shoving up a little early before they'd gotten rid of all the wards, or mid-putting wards down, and actually LGD were already in position multiple times to keep the punish rolling. And I think then you've got to give real credit to LGD. Great vision game from them. Great snowball through the jungle, especially on a player like Heng, who we've been asking to step up a little bit. Locks in the Lee Sin into a game and into a composition that theoretically, in an even state of affairs, would have kind of sucked. It isn't. Gets the early Black Cleaver, keeps the snowball rolling, and well-earned game victory.
For sure. I think there were multiple points in that game where BLG could have mounted a comeback. Again, I think that topside river play where Knight ends up turning around with the Shockwave, and then Viper just dashes into Ryze Rune Prison range. That was a winnable fight for me. At least a fight which you could have disengaged and then taken the missing ultimates and then done something with it. I think that... Viper had a tough time because, again, the Yunara is just difficult into Ryze. I don't love seeing that champion matchup for the AD carry side of it. And now we see, of course, LGD taking game off BLG. BLG, not for the first time. We've seen them drop games. They dropped a game versus Anyone's Legend, dropped a game versus TT. This team is not clean just yet. We don't know what's going to happen with the top lane scenario, but BLG getting ran around the map confidently by LGD in this game.
Yeah, they really were. And I think we saw the fact that LGD were just that bit ahead of plays as BLG were looking to contest vision. LGD had kind of gotten their vision into better spots and already in position. We saw the early snowball, actually good attacks from that really cool level 3 gank pathing from Heng, who started on vision and then found their way bot and got the early kill onto Viper and both those summoners. Like, there's lots of good stuff from LGD to praise here.
Somehow there, Knight's still topping the damage, by the way, with like a bunch of three-man shockwaves. Again, I know it's very easy to look at the 1 and 5 and say, wow, Knight played badly. I actually think it's the framework around him. I think that the play in the top side where he got caught walking towards the inner turret, that for me is a good play by Hung. I don't want saying like Knight had a bad game, and I don't think he was great, for instance, but I don't want that to take away from the fact that this was a magnificent Lee Sin game on the other side. It's a bit of, like this here, I think BLG misread where the lanes were going. Viper dies, they lose a lot of summoners, and then the vision control that lasts from this play kind of just keeps up for the entire game, and BLG never get in to clear it enough. They never really managed to go in as like a 3-4 man unit to secure one lane, which I think they had to do at some point. Great play under turret, don't get me wrong, but I think that BLG was so used to winning through side lanes that when this didn't happen, it really, really rocked them. This play here, I actually think was winnable. They see Hung here, they know that he's here. You can't do this from Viper, man. You can't jump forwards like that. Ambassador obviously adds insult to injury. I think Wembo maybe thinks he can peel off, but you can't just there at that point. I think that the vision control is the main loss factor here from BLG. I think that Viper had a hard draft to play into. It's difficult. I understand why he does that. It is obviously difficult. I think Wembo, being given so much free reign, obviously didn't have someone like a Yorick to make the most of it.
Yep, I agree, but like again, Heng, how many good flanks did we have? We said, hey, it was going to be difficult for the Lee Sin to play an even game. He was so beyond that. Got to the Black Cleaver early, got to the GA early, and then basically Birdall and Heng in these later stage fights, having gotten that snowball through the mid and support earlier on, just became such a problem for BLG to disengage. They never got a front to back where they knew where people were coming from.
Yeah. Okay, well, one last game today. Not the short day we were thinking perhaps we would get. Instead, one more game to be played between LGD and BLG. Not what I expected at all coming into this. I guess we should go on to, let me have a look at the pre-roll. Do I need to relieve it a little bit more? We'll wait for the player of the game, and then we'll do our outbreaks and stuff. Do you need a break for anything, Sam?
I could use a quick bio break if that's all right.
And let me know when you're back, and I'll go for a break after. Cool.
Of course. I shall return shortly.
Cool. Oh, gosh. But yeah, really well played for LGD. I think their pick instincts are really showing up here. And they never really had to take a 5v5 in the way that BLG wanted them to, you know? Ended up working very, very well for them. Obviously, Hung player of the game. Very, very strong game from him. All good. Yeah, I saw that, man. That's the I've got the Gamba out. A compliment for Pinchulus, let me have a think. You know what, Pinchulus? I'm happy that you always use my correct pronouns. It does make me happy that you go to that effort. Not everyone does. And that, yeah. But like, I do notice it, by the way. I notice the effort put in. And I appreciate you for being thoughtful about that. Again, I don't mind it. And for people who don't know me, it's not an issue. But, you know, for people around, it makes me feel nice. It's good. Appreciate that. Okay, guess one more game today. We need to put on a ad break. I'm just gonna do an ad break now. See you in a few minutes, folks. Yeah, it's funny too. I appreciate that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm a they themmer. I'm a they themmer. It's me. I consider myself agender. I don't talk about it too much. Again, like I don't talk about it too much because I to be honest, it's just not something I want Twitter to get annoying about or Reddit to get annoying about, because like I have enough people who are like already trying to like talk crap about me on burner accounts. I don't know who I annoyed in the industry or whatever enough to make a burner account, but there are people that make burner accounts and already cause issues for me as points, so I don't want to give them more ammunition basically. Just, yeah. But I'm a they them. That's me. I think I'm the only they them in League broadcast, tier 1 anyway. I wonder if they'll do any competitive stuff on League Classic. I wonder. Wonder if anyone sets up tournaments for it. I guess so. Yeah, exactly, Mecha. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, you know how weird people get weird about it. And again, like just yesterday, like I was talking about this earlier on stream, but like just yesterday, there's like someone popped in with like an 8-day-old account.
Hello, Al.
Hello. To say, just yesterday, I had like someone with an 8-day-old account start, you know, spawn out of nowhere to say, you know, horrible things on Reddit again. So I'm like, okay.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I made a comment about how Knight wasn't as bad in the JDG T1 semis as people think he was. And he was like, oh, they were like, oh, you're so biased. This is for all those years of bias, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, what the hell? Just, I'm going to block you and move on. You know, but there are some real weirdos out there.
That's really odd.
Yeah. Isn't there the Go for All? Yes, there is Go for All coming back, although I'm not sure if that's League Classic or Modern League. But yes, it's basically a one-day tournament, which is really cool.
Are they going to do League Classic with it, or is it going to be other things?
I just asked.
I wasn't sure. Sorry, I didn't catch the whole.
Is it League Classic or Modern? Sorry, I literally just said that. That's why I was saying it.
Yeah.
Oh, clean feed, dying briefly.
Okay.
There we go. No, because I'm not sure either, Sam.
接下来，让我们听到 BLG 的声音 ，BLG。此刻，我们的双方选手已经准备就绪，让我们共同进入到这场精彩的决胜局的较量吧。
Okay, one last game.
Indeed.
Is Flandra playing? No. No, Flandra, I don't think it's been officially announced yet anyway, so. Wait, aiming unfollowed all the other members of KT on... Wait, is that true? Oh, I guess that tweet got deleted. Maybe that's not true.
I want to see whether if LGD can keep up this vision game again.
And if they have enough picks to utilize it too. Because this is much like the case versus TT, where Jun Hao and Feather looked really good on Lee Sin Bard, and they just couldn't match that on any of the champions. Like, Hung, I wouldn't have called him like a mega Lee Sin player, but he had a really good game on it. Not exactly sure what they can do to match that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Like, it's like, again, Heng is a player that once upon a time was another one of those, not unlike ZDZ and Xiaohao, right? That came in with a certain amount of like confidence to them, but has never really been able to keep up the level of form required to be an elite level LPL jungler.
Yeah, I mean,
especially not across all of his champions.
Yeah, I mean, he never really peaked as high as a Xiaohao. He was a guy that was like confident. He was very much mid-table, and he never really got above that. On Team WE, while he was WE's jungler for a very long time, and he had some different picks. You know, he would play stuff like the
Lilia and stuff. Yeah.
Well, Mundo was the big one really, because he played Lilia while it was meta. He played Mundo while it was out of meta. Really, that was the big one.
I thought Heng was a Lilia main in solo queues. In reason I brought it up.
Yeah, but everyone played Lilia back then. Back in like 20. This is back in like 22, 23. Remember?
I'm just thinking
back
of
when like
cool.
everyone. This is when everyone was playing stuff like Lilia. So at that point, yeah, he was good at it. But basically, it's like I wouldn't consider that different. I would consider that as being specifically good on a meta champion. Whereas when he was playing stuff like the Mundo, no one else was playing it. So that was very different from him. So I remember him playing that quite a lot on W23, 24, that kind of era. Yeah. Hey, Parky, good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch out for stats in Classic. Everyone gets rune early game stats very quite a lot. Sorry, I can't quite read that properly, dear. Okay, but yeah, I think that the runes in League Classic are gonna be really, really weird because you have to build your rune pages again. I doubt they're gonna make us pay for every individual rune again. I maybe they do. That was one of the ways they tried to secure progression really in the game. But yeah, I think that. What was I going to say? I think that League Classic, a lot of people are going to get lost in the maths because there's a lot of maths in Old League because there's a lot more ways you can tweak small numbers in League Classic. There's a lot more ways you can do that.
Rune pages and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about there in terms of like the 1% crit. Is that worth getting just to have some crit? Now, for instance, Ari used to take 3 attack speed reds because her base attack speed was higher than other champions, which meant that actually it made champions anyway, so you'd actually get a lot of value out of that for early auto attacks, for trading and for farming into draft. Though, Sam, let's get going.
I agree. So let's see what these bans will be. Nar comes on down. Alongside the Ezreal and the Jarvan removed from the pool.
Yeah, Ezreal being taken away from Viper the entire time. I think, yeah, BLG are in a weird spot, right? Because the real worry for me last game is that Wenbo was given an entire free lane. BLG didn't know what to do with it. And Wenbo didn't get anything out of it. He still fell behind 2,000 gold. Still didn't impact the game that much. If you give a top laner a full free side lane for like 10 minutes, you expect them to carry. And I think BLG were then playing a team which was not suited for reacting to side lanes in that style of play, and they lost. So the Lucian takeaway from Shire. What do they do now? But because the problem is, Wenbo, you don't want to give him a carry. You don't want to give him... You don't... Well, you can't allow the game to fall into that whole kind of, well, you know, he'll just play on a free sideline, but nothing will happen. I thought the last draft should have been fine for BLG. That's a worry for me, actually. That draft should have been okay. First pick now to LGD. Let's see what they want to lock in. No Rise, no Cass, no Syndra. A lot of the regular first picks are out. Maybe looking at a Vi now, actually, at this point.
It does feel like in this current meta that counter pick value is incredibly high because everything under the sun feels flexible. Strictly speaking, Rumble can go jungle or support if you really fancy it.
This should go top lane, though, because all of the top lane picks are gone into it now, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what do you play into it? I would have said something like the Galio, but it's not really been a top lane pick into Rumble in a hot minute. People really have moved away from that as an option.
Yeah, because typically, the big champions we play right now, I guess there's Sion maybe. Aurora locked in for
Aurora,
BLG.
maybe?
Do they go with the Vi? I don't know if that'll go top lane, though. I think they might go for the Aurora Vi. They can flex it. Maybe they just keep it as a flex. But typically into Rumble, you think Ambessa, Cassante, Yorick have been the 3 LPL picks. We used to play a bit of Sion, but Sion's not been played that much. I wonder because of the threat of Trundle. I don't know if you can just blind lock in something like that.
Thinking about going for the Caitlyn instead, and would give up a Vi Rumble as the combination, which can be quite annoying because obviously the equalizer just is pressed on wherever Vi presses are, and that gets really frustrating. You eat at least 3 ticks of the equalizer. Still, Viper, a very competent player of the Sheriff Piltover.
LGD, do they have an answer to that bot lane? Do you go for a mage? I mean, there's no Camille. There is Ziggs. You could go Ziggs here, right? That would be fine. Jhin is a similar answer, just long range, non-interactive. Jhin always used to be the Caitlyn answer because he was long enough range to just poke her out.
Does look to be the case. That'll be the answer, is just survive the lane, as you often do into things like the Varus. Can be obviously very good setup with a Rumble as well, keep people locked down on the equalizer and play from miles away. There's the Vi as well, and so we see the combo from LGD already.
Yeah.
Use your 2 artillery pieces to follow up on wherever Vi goes diving on in.
Now they lock the Poppy, but the Poppy is also into the Rumble and the Jhin, who don't care about that. The Poppy into the Vi is fine, and Shun is a confident player of it. On can also play it if the support pool opens up that way too. BLG, I guess they keep the Aurora as a flex. I prefer what LGD are showing already though, Sam, because you can just fly through the Poppy W with the Vi ultimate, Jhin Rumble over the top of it. Someone's still probably dead.
Likely, of course. There's a fair amount of mobility here with the Aurora and the Caitlyn. Can sometimes be possible to overplay your hand. They are going to ban the Elise away from On, which I think is wise. That was my suspicion there, as again, it might not be as meta as it once was, but On was always one of the very best Elise support players, and it's a great pairing with the Caitlyn. Out comes the Talia ban as well away from Tengen, which would have been a good pairing with the Vi, as would the Ahri.
Yeah, so a lot of the kind of the mages which can do okay into the Aurora gone. The Annie looks fine here for LGD. Yeah, Annie looks pretty okay for them. It's good into the Aurora. Locks gone, which is one of the okay answers into Aurora as well. 2 of the pairings into the Caitlyn are gone. I guess you can go Lux. You can go that Poppy support still. Do you want to leave that flex open? Ooh, that would be better into the Vi, wouldn't it? That would be better. And technically, you could even flex that into jungle. Morgana jungle has been good into Vi in the past. They're not going to go for the black shield value, though. They're going to go for the Lux instead, looks like. Okay, is that locked in?
It's
taking a
the
long
more
time.
Consistent pairing. Again, Morgana does feel like she's fallen away significantly from viability. Again, just her kept being a little bit split. The black shield value strong, don't get me wrong, but it feels like Lux really has been the consistent pairing with the Caitlyn of late. Mel being considered.
There's also the Pike as well. Mel has been good into the Caitlyn. This would be a mid lane Caitlyn though, and the Jhin presumably, you know, has to go AD carry. I don't think there's been any flex to the Jhin. And there was a point where Jhin solo lanes was fine actually, and there was a brief point where Jhin support was fine for W2. Seraphine locked in. That's likely Jhin Seraphine supports. Mid lane still to pick. Technically, the Aurora, as we said, can be flexed around the place. If the Galio's locked in, I don't mind the Aurora going mid into either Annie or Galio because it's Knight. Question is, what would Wenbo do at that point? You've seen the whole draft now. You could technically just chuck your Sion top lane. You could do just Sion top lane, you'd be fine. I actually think that's maybe even the better thing for BLG to do here. Wenbo on something which has a bit more map mobility. They go for the Akali instead, though. So that was going to be Akali mid, Aurora top. Not sure I love that. Very squishy team into a team with a lot of target access. I'm not a huge fan, Sam. We're going to go into an ad break so we don't get ourselves ads in-game. Thank you for supporting us and the channel. Appreciate you all spending your day with us, watching LPL with us. It makes our day better, and we hope we can make your day a little bit better too. Hopefully, the gameplay also gives you some good entertainment. Stick it on the telly, stick it on your TV. Let's get into the game, Sam.
Let's see whether they can make it work. The pick from LGD is strong. It's a squishy comp, as Alex was noting from BLG. They've got great burst themselves. And if you do land that first bit of CC between the Aurora, the Akali, the Poppy diving in, Nace in the hole, you can just try and eviscerate one player member, take them off the board in short order. But they will have to do so. Lots of outplay buttons from BLG, but they are going to have to use their hands rather than their composition, I think, really, to make the difference known here.
Yeah. Looks like we had some dropped frames at some time in the stream, but no one in chat actually mentioned it, so I'm going to assume that's a win. We'll just hope it's okay. Maybe during the Wonder Breaks or whatever. Oh gosh, again, TC Tech gets a little bit spooky over here. Okay, let's get into our last game of the day. BLG, once again in a 3-game series, I think that the Wenbo dilemma, or rather the Bin dilemma, let's not put it on Wenbo, it's not his fault. He didn't expect to be in this position. He's doing the best he can with what he can. BLG, not in the greenest of pastures, looking for something better for themselves now to close out the series.
Comes the LGD chance, a little bit more joy here,
wow,
as they have a good one. There's a level 1, so Shenanigans is Shun's left low, flashes out, but now the rest of LGD looking a little bit low. They burned a lot of their tools at this point. Viper stepping forward with a lot of those autos. They run out of wards with the flash, with a double snare! One more auto, not enough as the barrier flash gets him out. Viper was looking to get something there. So many summoners blown, but Xiaoye and Chris have to run away, have to reset. What's happening?
Xiaoye had his recall cancelled by a small raptor. It's not enough to deny the level 2 from Shun. Xiaoye gets denied his recall by a damn raptor, which means that he's gonna miss the whole first wave, Sam. He's gonna miss the whole first wave. Knight's gonna walk
coming, he's got
over
level 2.
Can he get out of this? Doesn't get the level 2 yet. Would need to hit the rest of the wave. Knight has flash. He's going for it, Sam. Has the W for the move speed. I think Hung makes it out, but he doesn't get a camp. Hung is in an awful spot.
Yeah, he's going to try and stick around, but look at the reset pop he's coming on through. I think this gets spicy.
Okay, he's going to go onto the red buff. Can he get it in time? Well, he's
Everyone's
going
pinging.
to Krugs. He doesn't hit
Poppy's
the large
noticed.
Krugs. Sam, he's got Q level 1. Shun has to check his camps. He'll spot red buff now, and they have a ward on their raptors. He should know what's happening with Hung.
Smite fight available. This needs to come on through. He has to back away, and now Heng is out of the game. There is no way you get to play it. Shun's not going to smite. Heng has to leave. He's on 20% HP. I mean, you try and take wolves and prey, but I think Shun just goes into your jungle now.
Well, Sam, you know what's even worse? Because he killed the big raptor, but nothing else, he actually counter jungles himself because he can't get the small raptors after because the camp disappeared. Shun... What the hell is Hung gonna do? He's gonna go down to his Krugs, because it's the one place he's safe. He has a Q, has a smite, but, I mean, BLG, we were criticizing their level 1 prep. So much better from in this game. They walk up with the Caitlyn looks, very good at level 1, make something happen of it. Now, Poppy's gone to check the top camps, doesn't see it, spots Tangyuan, gets the wall stun. Good trade there, at least.
Boy. There's a red buff down. Tangyuan has got the passive stack. Will get a stun, but I think it's going to be the end of that one. And again, we'll now likely have to reset here as well as the hammer shot makes things tricky. Good trade from Wenbo onto Birdol, who's trying to come and help out in that jungle, but that realistically leaves things different. Heng is level 2, looking for a play potentially bot side. Remember, we've got barrier, we've got flash, the binding lands into the trap. Flash away! Auto's in, and it is a death. Now Xiaoye is in danger as well. Viper, lethal tempo rolling, can't get in range for another auto. Heng is gone from bad to worse to catastrophic.
This is an absolute humiliation for LGD, which sucks because last game they were so good. Hung was the architect of their demise, and now he is 6 CS in at 3 minutes. He has 1.5 camps. Viper and On withstand the 2v3, but what does Hung do? The level 1 was great, and then everything else just falls apart. Xiaoye again cancels, so he can't get back to lane. He's down in XP, he's down in farm. We saw that Tangyuan got traded out by Shun. Before that, Knight stopped them. He's even roaming bot side turn. Knight doesn't have flash, but Xiaoye doesn't either. He actually could stick around here. I mean, what does the Vi do? They have to teleport with the Annie. Now I think Knight just leaves, and then you're down to teleport on mid lane. They just take the zero-sum players. It's like, well, a zero... The zero risk play, E over the wall, has a W to get back to lane.
Okay, Heng is around, but I don't think he wants to actually trade out. He just needs to get some farm and get to some camps. I think there's going to be an attempt to play towards Shun's Raptors. I think Shun is going to have to give that up unless Knight can come on over and defend it. Of course, with a teleport burn bot.
He's level 5. I actually think if the Akali walks at the Vi dies, especially even with no back in. Krugs don't even quite spawn. He will get them, but he's only going to get Krugs. He won't get red now. Shun's on that side of the map. Much better from Shun, much better from BLG. Hung is still at 2.5 camps. Finally gets his third one with these Krugs. Wembo pushing in top side, but it's not like Hung can flash gank. He still doesn't have flash. It's not like he can ult. He's level 3 for God's sake, Sam.
I mean, we've always chatted about this, and this goes all the way back to a statement Gilius made that basically says Vi is not a champion until level 3. She is very exposed at the level 1. If you start with Vault Breaker, you have no clear speed. And if you don't start Vault Breaker, you end up in a position where you have very limited abilities to get on top of people at the level 1. You really need your full suite of abilities to be a champion.
Okay, Birdall also being held down by Wenbo. Credit to Wenbo doing well in the matchup. The aura is good there. Oh, that's nasty. Not in trap range, so not going to be the trap auto afterwards. See the tier 2 boots built up by Viper first off. Putting a trap down, so Krebs has to path the other way around the tower. Nice stuff from Viper. That's one of the things you want to do with the Caitlyn. To say, okay, you're going to have to path one way or the other. You're pathing towards me, or you're going to go into the trap. Really well played from Viper and On. They've not necessarily been known for their lane pressure. Doing very well here, though, at the early levels.
Kept the lethal tempo stacked like that entire trade, by the way. Got to oscillate between turret shots, hitting people. But he managed to get good chunks there as Wembo will hop across the veil to dodge away from the equalizer. Flash on in, flash from Wembo, ends up trading those summoners.
Now the flash for the E, threatening that overheat. Dragon will go to BLG, and yes, as Mecha has pointed out in chat, this is full build Poppy now. You have your level 3. You have like a recall for a component. You're fine at this point. Now, Shun is so much better on a... Look, the meme about this is Shun is going to be so much happier with economy compared to the Vi. The Vi is the big engage piece. She has to go into melee. If you're stuck at this kind of economy and at this kind of level, you are just not going to have a good time.
It's so difficult to play the game at this point. And the problem is it's also just meant that Viper and On have been able to leverage that level 1 lead with the interrupted back and stuff on Xiaoye to get a monster start to the game. They're up nearly double the CS right now of Xiaoye, and that is going to make things very tricky. At the very least now, Heng is somewhat stabilized. Is still down a lot in this game, make no mistake about it, and it means that things like the Sundered Sky is going to be there a solid 2 minutes or so earlier, I think, than Heng will give the opportunity for.
Yay, one Scuttle Crab has gone to the Vi. Tangyama walking topside, has level 6, has flash as well. Chance to actually dive on this. This is actually not a bad timing. There's a missing ping from Knight. He needs to check in Fog of War. Hung is going to come up as well. This will be a dead Aurora. We'll be able to clear the way for now. Ease through the wall, which means that Tungman's still got aggro.
Yeah, it does indeed. Tries to buy a bit of time. Can't land that Q onto Tangyuan. Was hoping he would keep stepping on forwards. Kali is coming. No passive yet from Tangyuan. There it is now. Can now look to stun up. Knight needs to get this right. The Twilight Shroud is down, buying a lot of time. Tangyuan's got to be really careful. Does manage to flash on out, but still the ability to go under this turret. They won't quite get anything more. It's a flash for a flash.
Flash for a flash. Knight used the ultimate very close to the kill there. He thought he might kill with just flash R, Q. Didn't quite get that. Wall stun. Poppy pretty strong, as we were saying. Hung not happy here. He's only got a longsword, Sam.
Yeah, overcomes Birdall. The knock-up with the Keeper's Verdict. Out comes the Steadfast President. Heng has to back away. Has got a cease and desist, okay, but I don't think anyone's listening to police orders right now.
No, Knights pushing in top lane. Tongyuan, no teleport. They might dive Birdall here, actually. They can flash in with the vibe. They've got the tower aggro juggled by the puck by that. Oh, Birdall. Q lands. Shun's still going to have enough HP to continue the dive, though.
Yeah, because of the stun of the turret, which Knight has to expect is coming, he ends up missing his shuriken flip and therefore can't E in. So that's a bit unfortunate there. So Shun has to walk away, having done a good angle for a tower dive. It ends up being slightly misexecuted.
Yeah. So BLG still very, very dominant early game. Kind of needed after game 2. Game 2, the game plan did not go to plan. 2 grubs. Is that 2 grubs to the side of BLG? I don't think the first one was taken by LGD, right? Stops the recall there. Rude. And we'll have to find another way home.
Okay. Over the wall we look as Heng gets to get on some Krugs briefly, but he's down 30 CS there. Bot side, again, that 30 CS discrepancy is making things very challenging. Xiaoye has at least got a cull, but this isn't going to be particularly easy to track. Wembo was shut down at least a little there and playing towards Birdall, and into Wembo, this time being asked to weak side, might be tricky for BLG if that goes wrong. But hey, credit to Wembo, took the Aurora Flex topside and really did manhandle that Rumble early on.
Yes, it's a good matchup, but you know, you have to play it out. And one of the things that we've been worried about Wembo is that actually it doesn't feel like he is getting the most out of matchups. He plays to the plan, but you won't do anything beyond the envelope, really, nor should you expect him to. Not the player which we... Hang on a second, this could be a gank coming in from Hung with a flash ult.
It's good sidestepping right now. There's Hang. Misses the flash Q. The season desist into the massive set of encore ults and the deadly flourish buys some time. On eventually falls, but they had to go so far to make it. Flash for the last autos. Should be able to trade this one back. That's good. Now Viper with the lethal tempo stacking makes this a spicy thing as Hang now also in danger. Sure, you killed off On, but at what cost? The ace in the hole gets a double to Viper.
I mean, Viper just runs at the 1v2. The Q flash from Hung misses, and then On actually has to use his spells. That's the big changer there. If he actually hits the Q flash, On probably dies instantly, I think. And then I think maybe it's at worst a 1-for-1. Hung, he's clearly been put under a ton of pressure. It sucks because he was very, very good in Game 2. I think this player obviously gave himself a lot to be proud of. Lux ult hitting onto Birdle there from On dissuades him from going further.
Yeah, I wonder whether Wembo could have potentially looked for something himself there, but with the E not quite landing, Birdle survives the play, has got his overheat bar stacking well, misses the initial Electro Harpin. If that had landed, we might be having a different conversation. Nice electrocute trade, though, makes it a done deal, and everyone backs away happy enough with the state of affairs. Have a look down towards this bot side as the flash Q doesn't hit On.
Yeah, and then On actually gets to disengage. You're a little bit outside of auto attack range. The skills take a little bit too long, and because they then have to walk further forwards, they die. Basically, because the Q flash lies doesn't hit, it basically gets them both killed. Knight tries to get involved in the kill, would have been nice for him, but hey, time efficient play is what it is. Give it to the Caitlyn.
Yeah, throws that ace in the hole, picks it up. Now it's 3-0 on this Caitlyn. It has got the Hex Optics completed, 1,700 gold ahead, and a level to boot, which is pretty strong. Ooh, not quite in range for the trap, but a Q will do just fine. The Piltover Peacemaker is anything but peaceful.
No, again, it's almost like it's sarcastic or something, isn't it? Yeah, the people of the Undercity deserve to breathe, etc., etc. On clearing out the wall here. So, yeah, I mean, so much of this bot lane is from the literal... The Raptor coming through to stop the recall from Shai at level 1. That's
just wild, isn't it?
It was just so... You'd never expect the Raptor to follow you that far. That was mad. I guess he auto-attacked it for the fleet footwork at some point. Perhaps that's why it followed him so far. But then... Cancelling the recall, that's just worst case scenario. You don't... Even in scrims, you don't imagine that stuff happening. That is just hellish.
Oh boy, well often what happens is these games go like this, you just remake and say, yeah, game's over. That's what happens a lot of the time. Very few teams play through these kind of early game snowballs against you. And now BLG looking to stack up a Dragon, LGD walking to try and get something on this other map, but none of these camps are spawning anytime soon. On behind, we'll now have an idea that someone's coming. Hanger, remember, can potentially look for a play here with 4 members up. On's going to try and keep people zoned off. Wenbo's trying to clear the way. They'll throw down the Lucent Singularity. The Equalizer's there. The teleport comes flying, and so it'll be some ults and some teleports, but BLG get the Dragon. They've got that bot side turret. And even then, there's still members sticking around. On's going to be a little bit careful here.
Puts down that E, controlling the troll ward. Ult comes up. That's a dead On. Thought they were safe. They stick around a little longer. Lux goes down. Now, they've invested a lot of time for this. What does that mean? For now, doesn't look like much. It looks like it's just an overstay from On. LGD, credit to them. They did this in Game 2 as well. Really punishing kind of the expected safety that BLG thought they had.
Yeah, the Shuriken flip goes wide there. Got a little bit nervous. But yeah, LGD stick around. Just hang out that little bit longer. On taking the opportunity to try and clear some vision. Was trying to stay safe there again. I put that wall down. Was staying well away, but still wasn't quite safe enough on the engage there. And credit to LGD for getting at least something back. But it took them a very long time to get. And that was a lot of waves lost elsewhere for just the 1 kill. But hey, they got something.
Yeah, and sometimes you'd have to take what you can get. Hung is still 30 CS down. By the way, Knight is 40 CS up on Tunguin. 40 CS up in a matchup, which I mean, Akali is definitely pretty good into Akali because you can press your W and go invisible versus a lot of her damage, but still, it's an awful lot to do. Then Knight, of course, not involved in any kills just yet. Viper's had all of them, and also credit to Viper. I think that Viper and On, they've not been known for their 2v2 kill pressure in BLG. That's not been their biggest thing. However, this game did really well after that level 1 to snowball the lane and just not let up.
Yeah, and again, theoretically with Annie and Vi, between the Tibbers and I want to say it's the Disintegrate, that's a double, you've got a lot of ways of catching Akali in CC, even if she does go into the Shroud, so theoretically pair that up with a Vi, and you could pretty happily 2v1 the Akali there, who can be vulnerable to that particular CC chain. She is a squishy champion for all of her mobility, but we've never really had the opportunity to see that, and Tangyuan made some roams to try and bail out bot side, didn't really manage to do it. Akali's then been able to get ahead in terms of the individual lane, and that's without talking about the fact that Viper is on an unbelievable point of power between Hex Optics and Rapid Fire Cannon, is going to be sitting miles away in any given fight.
Definitely adds a lot to be worried about for this scenario, doesn't it, for LGD? Because you just misstep once and someone explodes you. That's the problem with this kind of comp from BLG. It's very squishy, but if it gets ahead, it doesn't matter because they kill you first. 2 minutes until Dragon, BLG, 2 dragons early. We've already talked about this kind of stuff, right? LGD, where are their openings? What can they do? They've been trying to roam the Annie to the play. Annie's now dropped a lot of farm for not that many plays, and the kills have come onto On, of all people, which is not that valuable. Who's going to walk forwards? That's not a target you want. BLG will disengage. That's a better target for them, but now Vi's out of position.
That she is. Good CC chain onto Viper, who survives, now taken low but not quite down. Shun kills off Tangyuan, but it's traded back well enough as in goes the Lux. Flash from Hung, try and get the kill. Last order would do it, but the turret shots make it spicy. Shutdown secured, but it still ends up being a 2 for 2.
They're feeling the lack of damage from the mid jungle. Last game, Tangyuan and Hung would jump in really deep and get something working on a side lane. This time they go in deep, and they just don't have the damage. They're too far down in terms of XP, in terms of their itemization. I don't know, Hung's now got himself back to even in gold with Shun, which is kind of incredible given how this
huge
game
shutdown, yeah.
is gone. But Tangyuan being down, you know, so much CS. He's going to lose more now too, because this wave being chipped away on side lane and Knight picking up more farm, 50 CS until that wave comes in. It'll probably go back down towards the 40. Now On ends up getting caught. The ward over the walls will get him. Flashes the Vi out of position though. Good flash in from Tangyuan. Viper a little bit too close to the Annie. Positioning a little off there for the Caitlyn of him. Does get out pretty well, but then Q flash catches him out. Viper caught out by double flash play from the jungle. Takes both of them, but hey, goes down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, credit to LGD for managing to get there, because I think Viper understandably thought he played that pretty well, but it's very nice from Hung and Tangyuan to at least get something going. That's despite being down a significant amount of gold. Wembo in danger as Heng goes looking for Q, can't quite find it, and everything fizzles out before it can really begin.
Not free from Viper. He was, of course, shut down in that play, which is a big one. He was 3-0, goes to 3-1. On less gold being given over. 30 seconds until Dragon, now going towards 20. Knight wasn't at that last play, but was farming up a storm in topside. Is now 50 CS ahead of Tangyuan, has been saying. Has the upgraded Merc Treads, has the Gunblade as well. Has himself a good amount of XP too. Actually, even in XP compared to the top laners, which you really don't expect from mid laners with the Roll Quest era. BLG should be just pressuring out and then threatening to just get a good flank if LGD walk anywhere near that Dragon.
Okay, Tangyuan potentially in danger here. The final spark comes on down. Tangyuan in and spelt a Dother, gets charged into the wall with a flash E, and they'll get a kill on the Annie again. Xiaoya's walking on up, but doesn't really have a lot of opportunity to turn that into anything more.
Big problem when Tangyuan starts to fall behind. He's a big part of that combo, and the Annie, who's behind this far, just does so little. Wall charge again. Teleport coming through from the Rumble. Does the Akali join? Okay. Not yet.
That's a lot of damage onto Shun. We'll try and keep us. Verdict gets interrupted by the Encore, and they do get the kill.
Wembo was backing. Viper wasn't close enough. And Knight, obviously, at that point, doesn't want to maybe Knight could have teleported, but I think at that point, you should be setting up towards Herald or Dragon, one of the two. That's too far from Shun. Goes down to hit first set of the game. So close, 5 seconds on ult. Xiaoya lucky to live.
Yeah, looking to catch him out, resetting there, can't quite do it. They've actually got the curtain call out of that, that's wild, but it does potentially keep this mid lane turret alive. I think Shun thought with his Sunder Sky and the Storm Raiders would be able to walk away there, but Heng just about in range with that Seasoned Assist meant that there was just no way out. We'll still lose them this mid tier 1 though, I think, in the grand exchange of things, and BLG still managing to get something off the map.
Tangyuan hiding in this bot bush, no one really coming to help. Vi's actually taking away topside camps to try and claw back in terms of gold and XP. Of course, again, he's actually ahead in gold. He's somehow the 1 gold leader in this game so far, which is kind of crazy in its own right. Wembo find out Tangyuan didn't get the full play onto him, but did get the passive, even though that he missed. Luxalt adds an extra couple of 100 damage in. Shouldn't flash towards easy kill. Now, Wembo goes so low that he can't continue on the play. Viper goes back to pushing mid. Gets a wall stun. But there is a Jin. There is a Vi. Hang on, Tangyuan getting 1v3 in bot side. Wow, that's excessive.
There's not a lot he gets to do. Again, he's barely got a Malignance for crying out loud. Gets taken down. Akali donated her first kill of the game. All the while, going to see the Herald play topside to try and get something back on the map. The problem is, again, Soul Point already picked up for BLG. They're going to get a tier 2 likely off this as well, unless Birdall can equalize it in time. He is going to be around fairly shortly, but it'll still be at least another plate. And Knight feeling relatively pleased about his position in this game. Now 2,500 gold up, having only been involved in the single kill.
Yeah, he's just been farming. He's been farming up loads. He's a full level over Tangyuan. And again, being even in XP as a mid laner to a top laner is quite something in this meta. Because top laners are meant to have that extra 20% XP after the role quest is completed. And of course, the uncapped level as well. Lichbane for Knight as well, level Wayne. Choosing not to go for something like the Protobell, just knows I can just one-shot. And to be honest, Sammy will. He'll one-shot anyone on the Rift. I don't think LGD have an easy way to deal with him. Maybe they can get a good enough Vi ult into Annie combo to at least force him to play defensively. I don't even think they full kill him doing that though. The amount of extra HP and defenses he has from being level 13. Compared to Tangyuan's level 11, that's nasty. Flashing falls onto Viper.
He does get CC chain, buys a barrier for a second or two. He is just going to get blown up. That's the combo there. Tried to get towards the wall. I don't think Flash saves him, so holds on to it there. As LGD, that's what that combo is supposed to do. There's not really a lot you get to say about it as a solo AD carry.
Maybe a flash over the wall. Not like into the Raptor pit, but the one behind it. If you can get there.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe that works. Maybe at that point, Chris can't follow with the next skill, sure has to flash for it. Now, Viper uses the barrier, dies anyway. BLG don't have a cross map ready. I mean, LGD, credit to them. They've been forcing plays well. Hung has just full center every time, and you gotta respect that, especially after the level 1 humiliation ritual as well, where it's just like, yeah, you don't get to do anything for the first, like, 10 minutes of the game. BLG,
the problem is they're making these... Yeah, well, the other side of it, the problem is all these proactive plays is everyone collapsing and ignoring side lanes. It has given Wembo and Knight so much time to shove. At least Birdall's managed to get involved and get himself a slight gold lead. But you look at Knight, you look at Viper, and you go, actually, the problem for making all those plays is giving so much gold elsewhere. You have to group up as a death ball and drop it's nearly a Flame Horizon in mid lane, for God's sake.
Yeah. And it wouldn't surprise me if he will get one by the end of this game. Rare to see it in Modern League. Sometimes we see it when someone just ends up dropping a lot of farm for someone else. But you look at the roles for BLG. I mean, top lane's even, mid lane's a huge lead, and bot lane is somewhat even as well. So it's just Knight getting farm out of an extra lane being farmed than LGD, because Tangyuan has dropped so much to try and make plays. And now he's not strong enough to stand up against either the Aurora or the Akali. Chris has to blow the heal. Not killed, but Shun just punting him out of the jungle for now. Carly back out onto the map, has a dual, blighting jewel. That's the one.
That's the one, not the dual gauntlet. Someone's an arena player.
Yeah. That's my home now, Sam. We'll see what happens in the League Classic. Maybe that'll take over. But of course, Infinity Edge close to Viper as well. Once he gets that on the rapid fire count, which in this game actually is quite good because it's a very squishy game. You need to stay at safe distances. That'll be a big power spike. Just continually tapping with those rapid fire crits.
Yeah, and again, I do get that as the Caitlyn, in some ways, your task was just clearing waves as rapidly as possible. They see Heng. That's going to stop on resetting, and now Heng's in a real deep spot. Needs to start running away. Out comes that rapid fire empowered headshot. Flash for the binding. Still gets scored! Try to tap Q to get out. Can't. All the while, Shun to the backside, gets the knockup with that Keeper's Verdict. And they bring down Xiaoye as well. No AD carry, no jungle. 2-man advantage. That's Baron for BLG.
It's been a really solid game from On. He is just continually putting himself in positions to make plays, or just saying, if you catch me, my teammates will get revenge anyway. Knight hanging on the bot side of mid. He actually might just one-shot Crisp here, by the way.
Yeah, he's dead. That's a nice pickup. They'll get some stuff. Yeah, he does.
Kills all.
Oh, here comes On as well. Gives the heal. Another perfect execution. He gets that one. Over the wall they go to try and pick some more. The E comes on down. A weirding. Flash away from Knight. Gets Prismatic Barrier to survive. Wembo gets that one. They get Baron and the rest of the squad that didn't die the first time around.
Dude, the Rumble screams just get me there. I know, right? Particularly the Chinese Rumble screams or something else. I mean, Knight has basically been given an entire free sideline. He has 3 levels up on Tangyuan. He gets a Medjai's on that back. Absolutely, why not? They're going to get Mountain Salt off of it. This is So last game, when Wembo was on the... It's not the same champion, right? But when you give someone a free side lane for that amount of gold and XP, you expect them to do good things. Wembo couldn't quite pull that off in game 2. It was definitely... And of course, Knight was really focused on. This time, Knight gets the free side lane. This is why you focus Knight in a side lane. This is why you don't let him safely go into that side lane, because this is what happens on the other side of it. I mean, he didn't impact the game besides that. Up until that point, really. He was just farming away, but now he's, of course, paid it back. Before that point, you really look at, you know, On really being the big force to saying, I'm going to get the engages, and if someone goes on to me, I'm going to make sure I die for a severe price. BLG, much better game 3. After that level 1, get into a good side laning situation. This one's much cleaner.
Alright, over towards the minion wave you look, and I'll begin to order down some of these minions and look at this tier 3. LGD, they've got some wave clear, but a lot of it's tied to ultimates. Do you really want to equalize or curtain call a wave at this point? They're not even going to be given the opportunity as the shove comes on in. Heng on a flank angle to try and get a hold of this Akali, who's got the Medjais, and maybe you can try and thread up between the Gunblade and the Chainlace Crushers. I think it's difficult to one-shot it.
Oh, absolutely. I think they
Hang
might
behind, here we
go.
go.
That. And again, if they jump onto the Lux, who cares? They've got a Mountain Soul now too, which makes it even harder to get the most out of that first burst. BLG break the base in bot lane. Wave in top lane is not great for them, so they're unlikely to get much out of that. Minute left, a Baron. I mean, Akali will catch the top wave, but they won't be able to push in for another inhibitor on the Baron push. They'll have to wait until the next big objective comes up.
Okay, Knight dodges away from that deadly flourish. A few minutes until our next set of Uber objectives, but at this point, really, it is all over. But for the Weeping, LGD would need a miracle, possibly several, to come back into a game like this. They've gone for a mid-game spiking pick comp, fell very far behind in the early game. And, you know, credit to them. Again, one of the things we've seen across this series in general is LGD have been able to consistently make plays and pull the trigger. It's the stuff that comes after the play, turning that into map advantages, objective stacking, all that kind of stuff. There seems to be a little bit lacking right now.
Oh,
The proactivity, the playmaking's not bad! That's a decent turnaround indeed about that playmaking. They get some CC chains onto Viper, who gets charmed by the Encore. Full send onto the Caitlyn and bring them down. Wembo TPs in, immediately has to ult out. They kill off the Caitlyn. But the problem is it leaves Knight alone, and all you get is a single kill for all of the time you spend.
And it's basically mid-inhib down. We said they wouldn't be able to block this. Shen still has flash, might have to use it.
Equalizer does charge away using the tippers. That's wild, and should be able to walk away. Has to be a little bit careful of that captive audience. The proc would have been dangerous. On now being run up by Heng, who doesn't have a cease and desist and gets to walk away. LGD don't get anything more.
The Mountain Soul makes it so hard to put down enough damage. Now, they have the 2 Mountain Dragons. They're behind the gold, of course, LGD as well. So, BLG just don't really feel that threat. I mean, it's a good pick. I mean, Viper ends up self-CCing himself in one of his animations. I believe it was his Q animation. It's one of the most dangerous things as Caitlyn is. You press Q and you have to stand still for like a good solid second. So LGD pounce on that opportunity. That's not bad. The problem is you have a Lich Bane Akali hitting the turret in mid lane. Doesn't quite kill the whole turret, but it's not exactly going to regen any health. That was removed. Inhib has used to regen some health. No more. BLG, very happy to just keep walking across the map in different lanes. I mean, Knight is level 7. He's the highest level in the game as a mid laner. And he's just been solo laning for as long as he can do. And he has actually been paying it back.
And the thing is, LGD are sending every single member to bring down Viper on repeat. And it's costing them so much to do so. And it's not really making up any of the gold difference. Instead, it's expanding at other spots. And sure, killing the Caitlyn's nice, but it's not a single threat game. Wembo is in a fine spot in this game, and Knight is beyond in a fine spot. And sure, if Viper gets free time, he's still going to be dangerous himself. He's nearly at GA, actually, to try and mitigate some of this threat on top of him. Knight now being run at. They are going to try and collapse one more time. Knight will throw down the Twilight Shroud. There's a TP coming on in. There'll be ability to go between worlds or across the veil and look for something more. They throw down that captive audience between worlds, immediately go the final spark, also down Birdle. Slowed by that boundary, looks to go across the veil, get the weirding down. Damage is good. Tang Yuan threatening from off vision, doesn't have the flash, and so everyone walks out alive there as LGD attempt the collapse, and BLG much more willing to throw down to protect their mid laner.
Yeah, Knight can't go in like 1v5. You can go in like 1v3, I think. I think 1v5, that is death. He's actually gone back and he's got a Shadow Flame now, so Knight has... He kind of is a bit Exodia. Kali doesn't always need a death cap. You just want, you know, pen items and extra AP ratios. You don't always need it. I mean, it's great, right? Knight, is he going to find out the Vi on the flank? Oh, if he finds him, this is a dead Vi.
Yeah, I had an idea they were there. We'll queue out, but Shun's around. Just heroic charge away with the Dead Man's Plate as well. Just so fast in front of Vi to prevent the queue away. The Shuriken flip lands. Knight's donated another, and suddenly those are over 10 stacks in the mid lane. Do try and pick off someone else in mid, but won't quite manage to do it as On escapes an attempt on his life all the while. The TP behind, and Akali is indeed coming on indeed. I agree, does still have that ult, does still have that flash. This could get scary. The Gunblade's off cooldown as well. Tried to go straight well. If they face check this, they're going to face check it. Oh my god, they just about pull away the other direction. Beldon was also around an LGD, aware of the lurking, looming threat of an Akali on the flank.
And he's coming down, skirted the vision. Gonna get the E on. Oh, Chris. Oh my god!
Well, they do manage to CC them up. The Twilight Strike comes on down. Gets another! Knight flashes away! Oh my god! The Equalizer is dodged away from with the Shuriken flip. Tanguin needs to get this kill. Doesn't have a flash. Where is this Knight going? Gets away because the shield is up. And he gets 2 in a 1 versus 4.
Sam, we're just peasants in a Knight's world. 7-0, 19 Magi stacks. That is not fair, Sam.
He might be able to get through. BLG just shoved through mid. They're ending the game. Tanguin's gonna die.
Another one. I mean, I forgot. 8-0, BLG, rely on their mid lane and just say, look, just give him some time in a side lane. Trust, it'll work out. And it does, Sam. Beautiful gameplay from him.
Look, LGD never go down without a fight, and they've been able to make some good fights happen. The problem is, it's not really led to all that much more. Knight comes on in, finds another reminder. He was 2,000 gold up with her, barely getting involved in a single kill. Now he's certainly got 1 or 2 more. The Nexus will bleed away. BLG on top of it, and make this a 2-1 win for them.
I mean, BLG needed to bounce back from that game 2 for confidence, if nothing else. They do that in game 3, Sam. Knight picks up the Akali, and he doesn't get involved for a while, but it's just that ticking time bomb. Just, okay, he's now level, 15. Everyone else is level 14. Ooh, that could be a problem. BLG, rely on their mid laner, had a bit of an awkward Orianna game, lost his win streak. I think BLG definitely took the wrong strategic approach to that game, and I think LGD, credit to LGD, they deserved that second win. It was a comprehensive win. They played the vision control well, they played the side laning well. I think Hung had some good showings today out of these 3 games. Knight definitely decides to, we'll have an interview, and then we'll get ourselves into our farewells as we'll prepare for tomorrow.
Wow, 今天尤其最后一场啊，真的看得热血沸腾。我们也先请 Viper 选手跟我们各位打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的下选手 Viper。
欢迎 Viper。那今天我们这一周啊，其实是来到我们上海主场了。上一周啊，深圳的粉丝非常之热情。我觉得这样好了，在我们的这个赛后采访之前，先让大家感受一下我们的上海观众热情，好不好？来，3、2、1。Viper 对我们这个赛段的一个巡回赛制。还适应吗？
是吧？因为本来就我们也是以前的那个第2赛段也是在别的地方，
要换着城市打，
对，一直打嘛，所以
就还没有太大的区别，对吧？那我们也聊聊我们的标记战队，因为上一场在我们的赛后群访当中，丹尼教练也提到说，其实在这个赛段之前，你们还没有来得及打1场训练赛，所以在这样的情况下还能够拿到4连胜啊，我觉得是非常不容易的。Viper 会觉得近期自己的队伍在哪些方面做得比较好呢？
其实是我们的沟通里的细节东西比其他队友强吧，然后虽然我们没有来打过训练赛，但是还是。
Oh yeah, Nami, clipping and posting is entirely encouraged, by the way. By all means, please do tag us. That would be great, but that's completely fine.
还是有成熟的经验在的啊。也聊聊今天的对局，在第1局的时候 ，Viper 也是让我们看到，算是你比较古早的拿手英雄的吸血鬼，但是对面的下路祭出了这个下路洛克，当时看到对手。pick 这一手，你们是什么感想？
By the way, folks, if you do want to clip things out of the channel, it really does make a difference. It's really good marketing.
然后打架的时候战斗力很强，但是
还是尽量就适可英雄嘛，所以打到后期不一定好。
有一点点乏力，对吗？
We are a pro clipping channel, yes, indeed.
有点长吧，但是还好，因为打团的时候不好发挥。
之前有看到你在采访中提到过说，其实你还是更偏爱 ADC 英雄，对吧？但是我们最近的这个，我们大家也知道嘛，下路 AP 盛行的下路，你对此有什么看法吗？
我也其实是没考虑过这种情况吧，这个版本也会到这样了，然后我再能用这个 AP 把式英雄吗？我是还好吧，但别人应该不好适应这个版本。
那也是我们看到选手也一直在慢慢的不断的在适应当中了。聊聊这个今天的对手，我觉得老干爹也是给你们制造了不少的麻烦，尤其第2局的时候，在他们对手的这个打野的盲僧的带领下，一直不断的实现单点突破。你们对此是会觉得第2局问题出在哪儿呢？
我觉得是没有什么问题吧，就找一个的话，感觉给对面太多机会了，但还是中路去打团的时候，我们有机会翻盘，但没有配合好。
那决胜局稳住了啊。对于 Viper 来说，其实前中期你的女警其实是发育是比较顺的，但是在后面的一些团队的一个团战拉扯当中，对方还是有一点拉这个节奏的。后期你们是怎么处理的呢？在刚刚决胜局。
其实我跟队友说等我回后甲，因为我知道这把他们一杀我就没办法操作吧，就我死了就死了，但是还是电用拳脚技能，最后我们的打团肯定会赢嘛。就能赢就行了，无所谓。
确实在团战的这个细腻度上，我觉得BLG还是更胜一筹的。也恭喜你们拿到这个4连胜了。最后一个问题想问到我们 Viper 的一个个人上的问题啊，我在上个月的时候看到你的一个个人专访里面，看到 Viper 选手把我们这个一直以来很多的这个粉丝送的各种大大小小的礼物，非常规整的收纳好，铺满了这个整面墙。我们也知道一直以来从我们登场以来啊，有很多的粉丝，大批的粉丝在守护和坚持和支持。你会觉得对你而言，粉丝的支持和爱是有着什么样的意义呢？
肯定有意义吧，因为我首先想不到这么多人爱我打游戏，然后过来看着我的比赛，是没想到吧，是因为我做完我自己的，但是感谢大家。
感谢大家，也谢谢大家的支持，也希望 Viper 选手能够带着众多粉丝给予的这个能量啊，继续无畏的向前走。恭喜BLG，也谢谢我们的 Viper 选手接受我们的赛后采访。接下来我们把画面交还给解说星。
Hey, great to hear from Viper. Appreciate everyone and spending your time with us today. My name's Nymaera. I've been joined by Initialise, and we've had a wonderful time casting some League of Legends Fuel. It's an early start tomorrow, folks. We'll have 3 series, so be aware of that. We have 3 series tomorrow. I might end up handing Sam a couple of solo casts tomorrow because I've done the heavy lifting recently, and I've got to do some over the weekend as well. So yeah, we'll have a chat about that after the stream. Right, personally, Sam, I was pretty low energy today anyway. I was definitely feeling a little bit like flagging on it. So I'm actually going to end things now. You'll get the player of the game and the player of the series later. Appreciate everyone stopping by. We'll go find someone to raid over to. Appreciate everyone's time here, and we'll see you tomorrow. What have we even got tomorrow? Let's have a look. Tomorrow we have NIP Weibo. Okay, EDGWE, it's okay, TTJDG. So tomorrow, I don't think there's any, like, close matches, so we're looking at upsets, basically. We're looking at upsets tomorrow and see if any teams can, like, really get some, like, big, unexpected results. I think they, on paper, sound one-sided, but then again, it's LPL, doesn't always end up that way. Okay, let's find someone to raid over to. He's done streaming. The other parts in there. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Let's have a look. Let's go raid Jolly Man. Why not? Let's go raid Jolly Man. The jolliest of people. All right, go enjoy them. Of, you know, all chat fame, I suppose. See you in a bit.
Yeah, they're so famous. They're famous from MSI chat. Let's go.
Oh, they literally just went offline. You kidding me? I can't do that. No, no, you're kidding me.
Right, who's on? Who's on?
Went online. Well, okay.
Let me go see who we're following.
Okay, I'll go right over to Pixie then, because Pixie's online anyway.
Pixie's great.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Pixie's cool. Anyway, you could have enjoyed the Jolly Man. It is all right. See you in a bit, folks. Bye bye.